Chapter 201, 9 Rings of Magic, Doomsday Judgment, The Thriving Habs Family. Success. Looking at the majestic and unparalleled long sword in front of him, Ren's face was filled with joy. Collecting materials, hunting down ancient red dragons, forging day and night. After working so hard for so long. Finally, the time for reaping the rewards has come. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Ren couldn't wait to reach out and pick up the Li Yang divine sword from the iron furnace. As a demigod knight, his physique is extremely powerful. For him, the astonishing high temperature emitted by the Li Yang divine sword is no different from a warm baby. Using the power of the rules to refine it. After completing the recognition process, Ren obtained the specific attribute information of this weapon. Li Yang divine sword, legendary grade weapon? Basic attributes? Sharpness, 7,500 times that of a normal sword. Toughness, 9,200 times that of a normal iron tool. Durability, never wears out. 757, passive effect. Fire damage immunity, immune to fire elemental attacks below the level of a deity. Flame sovereign, when wielding this sword, fire attribute skills are enhanced by 10 to 100 times, the stronger the strength, the lower the amplification effect. Blessing of the Flame Dragon, when wielding this sword, all attributes increase by 500 points. Triggerable magic? Meteor shower, 9th circle magic, condenses 12 giant meteors with a diameter of over 5 kilometers to cause devastating damage to a designated area. Blaze of the Inferno, 9th circle magic, summons tens of thousands of lava pillars, turning a designated area into an endless sea of fire. Summoning Legion of Fire Elementals, 9th circle magic, opens the gate to the fire elemental plane, summoning an endless army of elementals to attack enemies. Solar explosion, 9th circle magic, condenses a small sun to destroy a designated enemy. Summoning Elder Elemental, 9th circle magic, summons a fire elemental elder with half divine grade strength to fight for you. Note, each summoning requires 100 flawless fire gemstones as payment for the Elder Elemental's reward. Judgment Day, 9th circle magic, sounds the horn of doomsday, summoning endless flaming meteors to turn a radius of 10,000 kilometers into a purgatory wasteland. Awesome. Ren's face was full of admiration. It was not in vain that he spent so much time and effort. This Li Yang divine sword truly did not disappoint him. The attributes of this weapon are ridiculously strong. Even among the legendary weapons that are famous throughout the Roland continent, it is undoubtedly the most top-tier existence. The best of the best. Holding this unparalleled legendary weapon of immense power. If he were to fight against that level 25 ancient red dragon again, Ren even had confidence in winning the battle head-on. It's a pity that this weapon is of the fire attribute, not the light attribute. Otherwise, it would be an absolute kill. Coming back to his senses, Ren thought somewhat dissatisfied. He is currently majoring in the law of light. Most of his skills are also of the light attribute. Although the holy flame of light is also a type of fire. But it cannot perfectly match this weapon and unleash its maximum power. It seems that in the future, I will have to find a way to add the light attribute to this weapon. While stroking the Sunfire divine sword in his hand, Ren thought to himself. If he could add the light attribute, it would definitely greatly increase his combat power once again. Of course, that is something for the future. The most important thing now is to forge a scabbard for this new weapon. Thinking of this, Ren started to get busy again. The clanging sound of ironworking once again resounded in the forge. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. During this time, Ren didn't go anywhere and stayed at home. Accompanying his wife, educating his children, developing the family. Under his careful planning, the Habus family has experienced a leap in development. The existing pillar industries, such as beer, sugar, perfume, and food products, have expanded beyond the province of Lance. Their sales cover most of the provinces in the Kukan Empire. Every month, they provide the Habus family with nearly 50 million gold coins and huge profits. Apart from that, Ren has also developed many new industries. For example, the manufacturing of magical equipment. In the Roland continent, the extraordinary individuals are the wealthiest group. And magical equipment is a necessity and consumable for the extraordinary individuals. As long as they are of good quality, there is no worry about selling them. The speed of making money is terrifying. In less than half a year, Ren earned 1 billion gold coins by selling high-end magical equipment. Of course, Earning money quickly also means spending it quickly. As the Habs family grows stronger, just the monthly resources needed for cultivation by the family members alone cost nearly 50 million gold coins. In addition, there is the development of territories. Even if only necessary expenses are considered, every month, the Habs family has to spend nearly 150 million gold coins. It is not an exaggeration to say that money flows like water. With such a huge investment, the results are naturally very obvious. Janice and others have made great progress in their strength. Almost everyone has broken through a rank. Not to mention the descendants of the offspring. Their progress is quite fast. So far, there are already more than 20 descendants who have broken through to the 10th rank. Hilda has successfully broken through to the 13th rank and has become a Sky Knight. As for the territories, with the development of resources and increased commercial trade, the major cities have become more prosperous. Among them, the biggest change is the Eagle City where Ren resides. Its scale has expanded 20 times compared to before. The permanent population has reached nearly 5 million people. Naturally, the tax revenue it can provide has skyrocketed. It can be said, during this period, everything in the Habsburg family has been developing in a positive direction. Thriving. In addition to this, there is also good news. After half a year of recuperation, Melita and others have fully recovered from childbirth and are pregnant again under Ren cultivation in Ren. Expected to give birth in 10 months. The Habsburg family will welcome 17 newborns. Another month has passed. Calculating the time, Angelina, the 18th wife, has been pregnant for a month now. According to common sense, she should be giving birth soon. However, there are no signs of labor for Angelina and the others. This puzzles Ren. After all, it's understandable for Angelina. She is a pure-blooded dragon, and her gestation period of 4.8 cycles is different from that of normal humans. But why Betty, Anna, and others are like this too? This makes Ren somewhat worried. After using magic to check, Ren didn't find any problems. The babies in Betty, Anna, and others' bellies are all healthy. Could it be the result of my golden dragon bloodline being completely replenished? Looking at the test results, Ren suddenly seemed to think of something and speculated. These babies are the first batch of offspring after his bloodline was fully replenished. Perhaps that's why this situation has occurred. After all, with a significant increase in bloodline concentration, the bloodline that the children can inherit naturally becomes stronger. It is reasonable that they need more nutrition and time to develop. If this is indeed the case, that would be a great thing. The quality of this batch of baby boomers could be very high. Thinking of this, Ren's heart was filled with anticipation. Chapter 202 Golden Dragon Angel Bloodline, the 5th Diamond Level Heir. 2 months later. That is, the 12th month of pregnancy. Betty, Anna, and others finally showed signs of giving birth. 1 week later. Betty, Anna, Charlene, and Layla, the first to become pregnant, went into labor. The delivery process went smoothly. Half an hour later, the cries of 4 babies came from inside. 2 boys, 2 girls. Detected the birth of the host's 203rd child. The child's magic aptitude is extraordinary, the fighting spirit aptitude is extraordinary, and the evaluation is gold level. Reward, 100 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 30 years of magic cultivation. Detected the birth of the host's 204th child. The child's magic aptitude is high, the fighting spirit aptitude is epic level, and the hidden bloodline is incomplete golden dragon bloodline, already awakened, bloodline concentration 30%, naturally possessing golden scales, extraordinary physique, and talents such as fierce aura, dragon might. The evaluation is platinum level. Reward, 500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 100 years of magic cultivation, epic talent concealment. Detected the birth of the host's 205th child. The child's magic aptitude is average, the fighting spirit aptitude is extraordinary, and the evaluation is gold level 29. Reward, 100 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 20 years of magic cultivation. Detected the birth of the host's 206th child. The child's magic aptitude is legendary level, the fighting spirit aptitude is legendary level, and the hidden bloodline is Golden Dragon Angel, a brand new bloodline formed by the combination of the Holy Song Angel and the Golden Dragon, possessing extremely powerful talents such as naturally possessing golden armor, dragon language chanting, and divine domain. The evaluation is diamond level. Reward, 1,500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, epic magic talent, plus 20% comprehension of the law of light. Take off. Listening to the system prompt ringing in his ears, Ren's face was filled with joy. As expected. After completing the golden dragon bloodline in his body, the quality of the child has significantly improved. The aptitude of these 4 children is quite good. Especially Anna's first pregnancy, it gave him a surprise. The fusion of the Holy Song Angel and the Golden Dragon mutated into a Golden Dragon Angel, possessing dual legendary level aptitude. The system evaluation directly reached the diamond level. 1 diamond level, 1 platinum level, 2 golden levels. Such a high aptitude baby boom. Naturally, the rewards given by the system are quite generous. The 4 children provided Ren with a total of 2,200 years of chi cultivation and 150 years of magic cultivation, as well as an epic magic talent, plus 20% comprehension of the light law, and the epic talent faith concealment. There's no need to say much about the cultivation rewards. The 3 rewards behind are the focus. The epic magic talent can greatly increase his magical aptitude, allowing him to join the ranks of the heavenly pride level magic practitioners. At the same time, greatly increasing the quality of the system's reward for magical cultivation, allowing his breakthrough speed in magical realm to increase tenfold on the original basis. As for the comprehension of the law of light, he has already obtained it once before. Its value is so high that it doesn't need to be reiterated. As for the epic talent faith concealment, according to the information given by the system, this talent can conceal his traces of fate, making him immune to most divination spells, avoiding being spied on by others through astrology. It can be said to be a very useful ability. After receiving all of them, Ren total chi quantity has increased by 30%. While there is not much change in magical power. After all, after breaking through to the demigod level, a little over 100 years of magical cultivation is indeed insignificant. Even if the magical aptitude has been raised to the epic level, it is the comprehension of the law of light that has improved from 32% to 52%, making the intensity of the power of the law of light condensed by his divine fire increase several times. The power has skyrocketed. As for the epic talent faith concealment, he didn't feel anything, just vaguely feeling that he had an invisible and intangible special protection. Adapting to the sudden surge of power, Ren brought 4 portions of magical food and walked towards the delivery room. Betty and Anna have just given birth to their children. Their bodies are quite weak. They must replenish themselves properly. After entering the delivery room, Ren sits by the bedside and personally feeds Betty and Anna's quadruplets, enjoying the considerate service from her husband. Betty and Anna are also touched in their hearts. They feel that all the hard work they went through was worth it. The atmosphere in the delivery room suddenly becomes warm. In the blink of an eye. It has been half a month since Betty gave birth to the quadruplets. In addition to Angelina, the other 13 expectant wives have also given birth to Ren offspring one after another. 6 boys and 1 girl. The aptitude of these 13 babies is quite outstanding. Although there are no diamond level offspring, there are 8 platinum level offspring and 5 golden level offspring. With such a high quality baby boom, the rewards given by the system are naturally very generous. The 13 children have provided Ren with a total of 4,500 years of chi cultivation, 2,000 years of magic cultivation, as well as various combat skills, techniques, and item rewards. After integrating all of them, Ren chi cultivation realm has broken through from the late stage of the 21st rank to the limit of the 21st rank. It is estimated that he only needs to gain another 1,000 years of chi cultivation to break through to the next rank. The progress in magic cultivation is also very obvious. It directly breaks through from the mid-stage of the 21st rank to the late stage, with the obvious improvement in his cultivation. The upper limit of the power of the law produced by the divine fire in his body naturally increases by 50 strands. The total amount reaches 180 strands. His strength has increased by a large margin. As for those combat skills, techniques, and item rewards, except for a few that are useful, the rest are all recycled by the system all. A total of system currency equivalent to 2,500 years of cultivation was obtained, combined with the previous accumulation. The amount of system currency he currently possesses is enough to buy a complete set of epic-level equipment in the system mall. However, he is still far from being able to buy the divine profession he wants. Continue to save up. Spring goes and autumn comes. In the blink of an eye. More than 3 months have passed. Angelina has been pregnant for 16 months now. There is still no sign of giving birth. Seeing this, Ren is not anxious in his heart. On the contrary, he is somewhat delighted. The fact that there has been no birth for such a long time undoubtedly indicates that the baby in Angelina's belly has excellent aptitude. It needs more nutrition to fully develop. I wonder if Angelina can give birth to a child with a diamond level or higher evaluation. Ren thinks with anticipation. 2 months later. In Ren anticipation, Angelina finally goes into labor. Chapter 203 World Protection Upgrade, Time Manipulation. Half an hour later. 2 cries of a baby came from the delivery room. At the same time, a strong and extreme surge of holy light and magical energy emanated from inside. Detected the birth of the 220th child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is legendary, and the martial spirit aptitude is epic. Hidden bloodline, silver dragon, awakened, possessing extremely powerful talents, naturally possessing high affinity for elements, fierce aura, dragon's might, and other powerful bloodline talents. Evaluation, diamond level. Reward, 1,500 years of martial spirit cultivation, 500 years of magical cultivation. Legendary talent, time reversal. Detected the birth of the 221st child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is epic, and the martial spirit aptitude is legendary. Hidden bloodline, incomplete golden dragon, awakened, bloodline concentration 70%, naturally possessing golden dragon scales, fierce aura, dragon's might, divine domain, and other powerful bloodline talents. Evaluation, diamond level. Reward, 1,500 years of martial spirit cultivation, 500 years of magical cultivation, map of a lost civilization relic. What the F***CK? Listening to the system prompt ringing in his ears. Ren widened his eyes, his face filled with joy. Although Angelina did not give birth to offspring with a diamond level or higher evaluation as he had hoped, she did give birth to a pair of diamond level twins. One awakened with a complete silver dragon bloodline, and the other awakened with a highly concentrated golden dragon bloodline. A pair of children with such high aptitude. The system rewards were also extremely generous. In total, Ren received 3,000 years of martial spirit cultivation, 1,000 years of magical cultivation, a legendary level talent, and a map of a lost civilization relic. After receiving the rewards, Ren martial spirit realm instantly broke through to the 22nd stage. His magical realm also reached the peak of the 21st stage. Only 1,000 years of magical cultivation were needed to advance to the next level. His strength instantly increased several times over. As for the legendary level talent and the map of a lost civilization relic, the literal meaning of the legendary talent, time reversal, can be guessed. That's right, it is to reverse the time of a designated object or creature. As long as there is enough energy to drive it. It can even be used to turn a person into a baby, or even directly into a fertilized egg. You can imagine how insane the ability of this talent is. It truly lives up to the quality of being legendary. Wow, this is amazing. After obtaining a legendary talent for the first time, Ren couldn't wait to integrate it. About 10 minutes later, a rule rune full of the flavor of time appeared in Ren's soul. As soon as this rune appeared, another rune representing the protection of the world's time pause had a reaction. It emitted a dazzling light. Before Ren could react, the 2 rule runes merged together. About 20 minutes later, a more complex and profound rule rune appeared in Ren's soul. Time manipulation, incomplete. Effect, after activating this ability, one can manipulate the flow of time, pause, or rewind time. Cost, every 20 strands of rule power can pause time for 1 second or rewind time for 1 minute. Note, this ability is incomplete and requires the time acceleration talent to complete it. Hiss. Reading the knowledge information that automatically appeared in his mind, Ren was instantly stunned. He never expected that after merging the time rewind talent, the world's protection of time pause would directly upgrade. It became time manipulation. Although it was an incomplete version. But the intensity of the ability increased by more than 10 times compared to before. The originally fixed 3-second time stop can now be increased using the power of the rules. The upper limit of the rule power produced by the divine fire in his body has reached over 200 strands. In other words, he can directly pause time for more than 10 seconds. In addition to this, he can also rewind time by consuming rule power. This is simply an epic enhancement. Take off. Coming back to his senses, Ren had a delighted expression on his face. When he was hunting the ancient red dragon before, he discovered that the stronger the life form with divinity, the stronger their resistance to time pause. During this time, he had been worrying about how to strengthen this trump card of time pause. I never expected this. The mountains are heavy and the waters are complex, making it doubtful if there is a way forward. But as the willows darken, the flowers brighten, and another village appears. There is no need for him to take action at all. Time stops and the upgrade is automatically completed. Furthermore, he has received information on how to proceed with the next strengthening. All he needs is to obtain the talent of time acceleration to gain complete control over time. He tries to use his time control ability. After indulging in it, Ren shifts his attention to the map of the lost civilization ruins. Just like the legendary talent of time reversal, it is a reward obtained from a diamond-level offspring. The map of the lost civilization ruins is naturally not simple. According to the information provided by the system, this lost civilization ruins involves a fallen deity, which is of extremely high value. Inside, there may even exist divine essence and divine artifacts, such priceless treasures. Divine essence, divine artifacts. Looking at the map in his hand, Ren can't help but be filled with excitement. These are all extremely rare treasures. Divine essence can allow a demigod to ascend to the heavens and become an immortal deity. As for divine artifacts, there is no need to say more. They are the tools forged by deities, with infinite power. If the demigod powerhouses of the entire Roland continent were to learn about the news of divine essence and divine artifacts in Ren possession, they would surely flock to him. To prevent any delays or someone else accidentally discovering the ruins first, Ren immediately begins preparations for exploring the ruins. Since this ruins exploration involves a fallen deity, the danger level is quite high. Ren also has no intention of bringing his subordinates along. He takes care of his territory and family affairs. After bidding farewell to his wives and informing them that he is going on a trip, Ren rides on a lava dragon beast and heads southwest alone. According to the map of the lost civilization ruins, the location of the ruins is deep within the Cardora Desert in the southwest of the Lancelot province. The straight-line distance is approximately 200,000 kilometers or so. At the speed of a semi-divine grade lava dragon beast. Even with full speed, it would still take several days. And this time, Ren's mission is to search for treasure, so he needs to avoid attention and not make a big fuss. In this way, the travel time will be extended by quite a bit. 10 days later, Ren finally arrived at the border of the Cardola Desert. A vast desert made up of endless yellow sand appeared before Ren's eyes. Apart from a few desert plants resembling cacti, there is absolutely no trace of green. It is completely silent. As if it were a forbidden zone of life. In fact, it's not far from the truth. There are very few water sources in the Cardola Desert. There are also a large number of burrowing sandworms, desert scorpions, and sand monsters. Occasionally, extremely terrifying super sandstorms will occur. For those below the legendary level who enter the Cardola Desert, even if they don't die, they will be skinned alive. If they lose their way, it will be even worse. They will either turn into mummies or become food for the desert monsters. However, for Ren, who has already ascended to the rank of a demigod, the extremely dangerous Cardola Desert in the eyes of ordinary people is nothing at all. Without any hesitation, Ren rode on the lava dragon beast and headed towards the direction of the lost civilization ruins. Under the scorching sun, the man and the beast disappeared into the endless yellow sand. Chapter 204, Entering the Ruins of a Lost Civilization, Taboo Research Artificial Gods. We walked towards the depths of the Cardora Desert. The surrounding environment became increasingly harsh, with yellow sand swirling in the air. Under the scorching sun, the entire Cardora Desert felt like a giant furnace. The air visibly distorted, as if it were boiling water. Occasionally, we would come across dried animal skeletons by the roadside. However, the extremely harsh environment did not deter Ren from moving forward. He relied on the energy shield generated by the lava dragon beast to isolate the external sand and high temperatures. Ren held a map, constantly discerning and correcting the direction. It seemed that the lava giant beast and the immense pressure emanating from Ren were noticed. No foolish desert monsters came to cause trouble. The journey went quite smoothly. After half a day, Ren successfully arrived at the deepest part of the Kardora Desert. He stopped near a rugged sand dune. According to the map, the ruins of a lost civilization were nearby. However, all we saw was a sea of yellow sand and strange rocks. There was absolutely no sign of any ruins. Clearly, the ruins were either buried by the sand or hidden by a magic array or some other special means. After some investigation, Ren did not find any traces of a magic array nearby. It seems that this ancient ruin, which has endured countless years, must have been buried by the sand. He made a guess in his mind. Ren immediately took action. In order to prevent unintentional damage to the ruins, he did not directly destroy the sand dune with violence. Instead, he used the hexagram arcane art summoning of a super large earth elemental. The spatial gate leading to the earth elemental plane opened. A giant elemental creature, about 20 meters tall and composed entirely of solid rock, walked out from it. He released the spell 10 times in a row. 10 super large earth elementals lined up neatly in front of him, awaiting orders. Under Ren command, these 10 super large earth elementals instantly transformed into super excavators. Using their innate earth magic, they slowly excavated the massive sand dune. With the efforts of the super large earth elementals, in less than 10 minutes, the gigantic sand dune in front of me has been completely leveled by the supersized earth elemental summoned by Ren. However, still, I couldn't see anything related to the ruins of a lost civilization. Keep digging. Received the command once again. 10 supersized earth elementals continue to dig downwards. 5 meters. 10 meters. 15 meters. They kept digging until they reached a depth of about 200 meters underground. Finally, something different appeared. No longer yellow sand, but a wall made of forbidden magic stones. It is obvious. This is most likely a part of the ruins of a lost civilization. We finally found it. A hint of joy appeared on Ren's face. Immediately, he ordered the 10 supersized earth elementals to clear the yellow sand along the wall. After 10 minutes, Ren successfully found the entrance to this lost civilization. It was a dark golden gate, made entirely of refined gold, seemingly engraved with an extremely advanced magic array. Even after countless years of erosion, this gate still functions normally, rejecting all unfamiliar visitors from entering the ruins. However, this obviously did not pose a challenge for Ren, the master of magic arrays. After spending more than 10 minutes, Ren successfully deciphered the magic array enveloping the gate, severing the energy connection between the gate and the wall. Creak. Without the support of the magic array, Ren easily pushed open the metal gate in front of him. He didn't rush inside. After all, this refined gold gate weighs at least half a ton. Its value can be considered quite high. He dismantled the gate and stored it in his spatial ring. With a successful opening, Ren couldn't help but anticipate the treasures inside the ruins even more. The lava dragon beast is too large to enter the ruins. Ren could only let it guard the entrance, acting as a gatekeeper, preventing others from trespassing. After everything was arranged, Ren strode through the gate and walked towards the ruins. The interior of the ruins was extremely complex. There were crisscrossing corridors. After some exploration, Ren discovered that these ruins seemed to be a research institute of that lost civilization, exploring and studying something special. Because he saw many research equipment inside the ruins, combined with the information obtained from the system, Ren had an astonishing guess in his mind. Could this ruin be a research institute for studying deities? After all, according to the information previously given by the system, these ruins were related to a fallen deity. Research Institute plus fallen deity. This combination of keywords was hard not to associate with some thrilling forbidden research projects. For example, creating artificial deities. Tens of thousands of years ago, the arcane civilization of Netheril had also studied deities, attempting to decipher the secrets of their immortality and omnipotence. And then, through artificial means, they mass-produced deities. However, this research ultimately ended in failure. If his guess was correct, this lost civilization probably did something similar to the arcane civilization. It seems that this ruin is even more dangerous than I imagined. Thinking of this, Ren's eyes also became serious. A ruin for researching deities. How many protective measures were arranged inside such a place, and how strict were they? Even someone as powerful as a true deity would probably find it difficult to leave unscathed. However, Ren had no intention of backing down. After all, time was the most terrifying thing in the world. Except for immortal deities with infinite lifespans, nothing could withstand the erosion of time. Eternal existence. After experiencing such a long period of time and without anyone maintaining it, it was uncertain how many of the protective measures inside this ruin were still effective. There was no need to scare oneself. Of course, it was still necessary to be cautious. In the subsequent exploration of the ruins, Ren's actions became much more cautious. He forcefully summoned some low-level demons with magic to help him explore the way. Don't mention it. This move is extremely effective. Some deeply hidden and still functioning defensive measures have been triggered. It has saved Ren a lot of trouble. As for the cost, those low-level demons suffered heavy casualties. Either they were exiled to the endless space rift or they were severely injured and sent back to the abyssal plane by the contract. There were even a few unlucky ones. They were hit by a level 9 magic spell, the Great Disintegration spell. Without even triggering the contract, they directly turned into basic particles and dissipated. Ren was sweating coldly at the time. If he had been hit by this Great Disintegration spell, even if he didn't die, the equipment he was wearing would probably be completely destroyed. You see, the Great Disintegration spell is also known by another famous nickname, the Great Bankruptcy spell. There was once a battle between two semi-divine grade mages. One of the semi-divine grade mages was hit by this spell. Although he luckily didn't die, all of his legendary magical equipment was disintegrated. Even the space ring that stored his lifelong savings exploded. All the treasures disappeared into the endless void. Bankrupt on the spot, mental breakdown. That's why this level 9 spell has such a terrible reputation. It's so damn terrifying. Ren still had lingering fears. Damn it. He had only obtained the top-grade legendary weapon, the Sun God Sword, a few days ago. If it were to be disintegrated by this disgusting spell, then he would truly have nothing left to cry about. Thinking of this, Ren couldn't help but feel extremely grateful for the demon's voluntary sacrifice. Without their help, his great sword would truly be in great danger this time. Abyssal demon who died, you're welcome. Gritting teeth face.jpg. Spending over an hour exploring all the areas. Didn't find anything valuable. However, he did find the passage to the next floor. Through the stairs, Ren successfully arrived at the underground second floor of this ruin. Here, he made a very significant discovery. Chapter 205, God and hashtag 039, S Curse, Wizard Civilization playing with fire and self-immolation. Enter the underground second floor of the ruins. Ren discovered that the air on this floor was filled with an extremely uncomfortable smell of death. Under the influence of this smell, even Ren, with his strong physique as a demigod knight, felt an inexplicable chill. It was as if countless souls were wailing in his ears. Based on my previous investigation, this place has a history of at least 100,000 years. Even after such a long period of time, the smell of death in this space has not dissipated. There must have been many deaths here, and many legends, even half-divine grade powerhouses. Thinking of this, Ren instantly became more alert. Such a strong smell of death. It was simply a perfect breeding ground for undead creatures. If his guess was correct, there were probably many powerful undead creatures on this floor. Sure enough, after walking just a few steps, Ren encountered a legendary level undead creature. Normally, undead creatures of this level already possess high intelligence. However, this legendary level undead skeleton behaved like a wild beast. It only had the instinct to attack the living. As soon as it saw Ren, it rushed towards him without hesitation. In response to this, Ren raised his hand and a beam of bright sword energy completely shattered this legendary undead skeleton. It was like poking a hornet's nest. The next second, more undead creatures attacked Ren from all directions. Each one emitted a legendary level aura. However, just like the first undead skeleton, these undead creatures have no intelligence, only instinct to attack. Their combat power is relatively weak. No matter how many there are, they cannot pose a threat to Ren. After half an hour, Ren easily cleared and killed all the undead creatures on this level. Without these troublesome monsters, Ren then began to search for treasures. Although the space on the second underground floor is much larger than the first underground floor, there are relatively few independent rooms. Searching is therefore even simpler. After spending half an hour, Ren easily searched through all the rooms. He found quite a few good things. A warehouse full of advanced magical metals, as well as a legendary magical crystal ball. As for magical plants and potions, even if there were any, after enduring such a long time, they would have long since decayed and deteriorated. He threw all the advanced magical metals worth billions of gold coins into the spatial ring. Then, Ren used a spell to identify the legendary magical crystal ball. After a few seconds, the result came out. This legendary quality magical crystal ball is a device used solely for auxiliary recording. To use a legendary quality magical crystal ball as a text recorder, it's really extravagant. While Ren was amazed, he was also curious about the information stored inside. After all, using such precious magical materials for storage, the information inside must have great value. After confirming that this magical crystal ball did not carry any curses or dangerous magic, Ren did not hesitate to activate it. The next second, magic power surged on the magic crystal ball, automatically releasing a projection magic, outlining a substantial light screen in the air. On it appeared a type of special characters never seen before. If it were an ordinary person, at this moment, they would probably be completely confused, with a bewildered expression. But Ren possessed the talent of understanding languages. Even for characters he had never learned, he could automatically understand their meanings. He roughly glanced at it. By combining the interpreted information above with his own knowledge, Ren gained a more detailed understanding of the origin of this ruin. Just as he had previously guessed, this ruin was a research institute specifically dedicated to studying the mysteries of gods. It was built by an ancient wizard empire called Tivan. In ancient times, the cultivation system of the Roland continent was not as sophisticated and diverse as it is today. Mage, elementalists, warlocks, and other magic-based professions had not yet appeared. As the original spellcasters, the wizard civilization established a vast empire, researching all things in the world, pursuing the truth of the world. As their power grew stronger, the ambitions of the wizards also continued to expand. Eventually, their gaze turned to the gods. They initiated a crazy plan called Artificial God. 0 requests for flowers. Attempting to create gods under their control through sorcery. For this insane research, they expended countless resources and plotted against the hunting goddess Artemis, who possessed weak divine power at the time. They captured and sealed her within this ruin for research. However, an accident occurred halfway through the research. During an experiment, the hunting goddess Artemis suddenly broke free from her seal. And at the cost of sacrificing their own divinity and lives, they released the curse of the gods, cursing this land to forever be dry, with all living beings turning into mindless undead, trapped in eternal suffering. In the face of the deadly curse unleashed by the sacrifice of the gods, the wizards were powerless to resist, and the entire army was annihilated. 0. Even the territory of the Tivuan Empire turned into the Kardora Desert. Until now, it remains a barren land. The flourishing wizard civilization just entered its peak and became history like this, becoming a lost civilization. This research institute that conducted forbidden research was naturally buried forever under the yellow sand. It was only excavated by Ren today. Sure enough, you won't die if you don't seek death. Ren felt speechless in his heart. These wizards were simply mad scientists from a previous life's movie. Without that strength, they dared to play with fire recklessly. In the end, they burned themselves, completely burying the civilization that had just developed. Saying they deserved to die would not be an exaggeration. After sighing with emotion, Ren didn't dwell on it for long. After all, these ancient stories had little to do with him. Just enjoying the show was enough. The research data in the magic crystal ball and the treasures in the ruins were what he should focus on. According to the information in the magic crystal ball, the underground third floor is the core research area, where the hunting goddess is imprisoned. If there are really divinities and divine artifacts in this lost civilization, there is a high probability that they are in the underground third floor. Thinking of this, Ren put away the magic crystal ball in his hand and immediately headed towards the staircase passage, heading to the underground third floor of the ruins. He had a feeling that the most valuable things in this ruin were all there. Chapter 206 Inheritance of the Supreme Wizard, Demigod Lich appears surprisingly. Arriving at the underground third level of the lost civilization ruins. Just as he entered, Ren felt a heavy aura of death rushing towards him. It was more intense than the second underground level, at least 10 times stronger. In this environment, undead creatures that were born here were definitely much stronger than those on the previous level. There was even a high probability of encountering undead creatures at the demigod level. I wonder if demi-divine grade undead creatures can resist the curse of the gods and possess intelligence, Ren muttered to himself. Without intelligence, things would be simple. After all, creatures without brains, no matter how strong they were, would struggle to unleash their full potential. Even if their level reached the demigod stage, he could easily kill them. But if they had intelligence, that would be troublesome. The difficulty of killing them would increase exponentially. There was a risk of encountering some absurdly powerful beings and even the possibility of a disaster. However, since he had already come this far, Ren naturally couldn't retreat. He immediately used arcane magic to buff himself with maximum enhancements. Ren then began exploring the underground level 160 of the ruins. The space on this level was even larger than the previous 2 levels combined. It was estimated to be at least 100,000 square meters. 10 buildings, resembling mage towers, stood tall within it. Together, they formed an extremely special magic array. Based on the information previously obtained from the magic crystal ball, this magic array was a masterpiece created and designed by 10 supreme archmages, demi-divine grade powerhouses. It was specifically used to imprison and seal the hunting goddess. However, as time passed and with no one to maintain it, this once supreme mage array that imprisoned a deity had now completely decayed and become unrecognizable. It was utterly useless. After taking a quick glance, Ren withdrew his gaze. He couldn't waste his time on something that had no value. Those 10 tower-like buildings resembling mage towers were his main focus for exploration. He walked into the tower closest to him. As usual, Ren commanded the abyssal demon to take the lead and clear the way. After more than 10 minutes, Ren successfully explored the entire tower. From it, I gained a lot of good things. The most valuable of them is a set of ancient witchcraft inheritance knowledge. From the initial wizard apprentice to the ultimate supreme wizard. The knowledge system is very complete. Such a set of extraordinary inheritance that can be cultivated to the demigod stage is enough to support a powerful extraordinary family. Its value is immeasurable. It is not an exaggeration to say that it is priceless. A wave of good luck. Ren naturally feels extremely good. He can't wait to go to the next tower to explore after receiving this ancient witchcraft inheritance. 2 towers. 3 towers. 4 towers. Continuously exploring 9 towers. Ren obtained a lot of good things. Magic metal, knowledge inheritance, extraordinary equipment. He even found 2 legendary quality witchcraft rings. It can be said to be a great harvest. However, what made him feel strange is that during the exploration, he did not encounter any undead creatures. This made Ren have a vague sense of unease. After all, according to the information in the magic crystal ball, in the underground 3 levels, which are the core research areas, there are 10 supreme wizards. And hundreds of powerful wizards. According to reason, there should be many high-level undead creatures. How is it possible that there is not even one? Something is wrong. Very wrong. Could there really be something big? This thought flashed through Ren's mind. When things go against the norm, there must be a demon. In such abnormal circumstances, it is difficult for him not to think of the worst. Taking a deep breath, Ren tightly grasped the Sunfire sword and raised his vigilance to the highest level. He walked slowly towards the last and most central tower structure. This tower seems to have been built with the best materials. Even after tens of thousands of years, the witch formation carved inside still operates normally. After some effort, he opened the witch formation that sealed the main gate. After entering, Ren was instantly stunned by the scene inside. Corpses. The ground is littered with corpses. These corpses of powerful individuals are arranged in a specific way, forming a special formation with an unknown effect. At the core of the formation lies a coffin. Before Ren could figure out the situation, seemingly sensing the presence of the living, the coffin suddenly opens with a bang. A withered corpse, holding a staff and wearing legendary robes, emerges from it. In the next second, an extremely terrifying dark force field instantly spreads out, enveloping the surrounding space. A demigod lich. Seeing this scene, Ren's eyes are filled with seriousness. This lich is extremely extraordinary. Unlike other mindless undead creatures found in other ruins, this lich seems unaffected by the curse of the gods and possesses self-awareness. In addition, judging from the intensity of its aura, its strength is at least at the 28th level. To be honest, Ren has never encountered such a powerful opponent before. Whether he can win or not, he is also somewhat uncertain. Just as Ren is weighing his chances in his heart. Don't be nervous. I am Nidikit, the chief archmage of the Tivuan Empire. I have suffered a terrible curse from the enemy and have been transformed into an undead creature, unable to leave this place. Intruder, I need your help. If you are willing to help me, I will provide you with a generous reward. This lich does not directly attack Ren. Instead, it initiates a conversation and asks for help. Upon hearing this, Ren's eyes flicker slightly, showing an interested expression, and he asks, what reward? A divine artifact. No suspense. This lich named Nidikit readily reveals the reward it can offer. Upon hearing this, a greedy expression appears on Ren's face. As if truly moved by the reward. He immediately says, no problem. What do you need me to do? It's simple. Just bring my lich phylactery out of this damn place. Nidikit takes out a silver iron box carved with various mysterious patterns from the coffin and says to Ren. No problem. But you must hand over that artifact reward to me. Ren readily agrees. Immediately, he also made his own demands. Okay. He said. Nidik took out a golden wooden bow from his spatial ring. This wooden bow emitted the unique immortal aura of a divine artifact. Under the drive of magic, the silver iron box and the golden wooden bow flew towards Ren together. Seeing Nidik's sincerity, Ren immediately reached out and took the box and the wooden bow. The next second, a sudden change occurred. The necromantic box mentioned by Nidik suddenly erupted, releasing countless dark chains of extremely high intensity that bound Ren. You deceived me? Ren looked incredulous. Both shocked and angry. Things have come to this point. Nidik no longer pretended. That's right. You foolish and greedy little guy, obediently become the vessel for my resurrection. I will make good use of your body. Nidik laughed triumphantly. Those hollow eye sockets looked at Ren with greed. He had been waiting for this day, waiting for over 100,000 years. He naturally couldn't let it slip away. The reason for using deception and temptation instead of fighting. That was to relax Ren's vigilance. At the same time, ensure that Ren would not self-destruct or destroy his own body. After successfully achieving his goal, Nidik eagerly approached Ren, ready to put him into the coffin and begin his own resurrection ritual. However, when he approached Ren, the look of disbelief and anger on Ren's face instantly disappeared. A faint smile appeared on his face. Without hesitation, he activated time manipulation and began to rewind time. Like rewinding a tape. The dark chains that tightly bound Ren disappeared directly, transforming back into pure energy and returning to the box. After regaining his mobility, Ren quickly utilized his combat skills, converting all the energy in his body into the power of destruction. Then he mobilized all his strength and swung his sword horizontally. The next second, a terrifying sword energy that could shatter everything in the world shot out. 9-star combat skill, Star-Shattering Strike. Chapter 207 Fierce Battle Against Demigod Lich, Soul Showdown. Due to being too close. In addition, immersed in the excitement and joy of resurrection, Nidikit hadn't reacted yet and was hit by Ren attack. The power to shatter everything in the world erupted instantly. No. The Lich, a powerful undead race known for their magical abilities. Their physical defense is not outstanding. They took this attack without any defense. Nidikit let out a roar of unwillingness. The next second, the withered body completely shattered, turning into nothingness. It worked. Seeing this scene, a hint of joy appeared on Ren's face. That's right. He had intentionally deceived him before. This Lich thought he was on the first level, while he was on the third level. In fact, it was exactly the opposite. He had never believed in the words of this Lich. Everything was just to relax the vigilance of this powerful Lich. Find the opportunity and kill him. It was obvious. His strategy was very successful. He directly killed the Lich with one blow. However, Ren did not relax because of this. Although it was his first encounter with a Lich. But as the most famous undead creature, he naturally knew that the Lich race had extremely strong immortality and could be resurrected through the Lich's phylactery. As long as the phylactery was not destroyed, the Lich was almost immortal. Understanding this point, Ren naturally did not believe that the blow just now could completely kill that demigod Lich. As expected, several minutes later, the figure of that demigod Lich appeared again. It seemed that because it had died once, the aura on the Lich's body had weakened a lot, falling from the 28th rank to the 26th rank. You damn guy. I will extract your soul, turn it into lamp oil, and burn it for 10,000 years. Nidakit roared in frustration. He never expected that as a hunter, he would be killed by his prey. It was a great humiliation. As soon as he finished speaking, Nidakit didn't hesitate to launch an attack. Deception failed. He had no choice but to forcefully capture it. Although his body was in a weakened state after resurrection, most of his power was still needed to suppress the curse of the gods. But even so, he didn't think that Ren, who had only reached the 22nd rank, would be his opponent. Death Finger. A sinister green ray of light condensed from Nidakit's right index finger. It shot towards Ren. As a well-known signature magic of the Lich clan, Death Finger had a strong instant death effect on flesh and blood life. Once hit, even a powerful dragon with strong vitality could be killed in one blow. Facing this extremely dangerous 9th rank magic, Ren didn't dare to resist head-on. He immediately activated his combat technique and cast an invincible divine shield on himself. A translucent shield materialized out of thin air, enveloping Ren. The sinister green ray of light hit the shield and instantly vanished into thin air. Inferno burst. After blocking the attack, Ren immediately launched a counterattack. He activated the 9th rank fire magic inherent in the Flame God sword. The next second, a super high-pressure fireball emitting infinite heat condensed and took shape. It was like a real miniature sun. It crashed down towards the Lich. Feeling the terrifying power of this strike, Nidakit immediately used teleportation magic to dodge. However, it was useless. Under the protection of causality, the world's blessing that ensures attacks always hit, the super high-pressure fireball, resembling a sun, automatically changed direction and continued to crash towards Nidakit. Seeing this scene, Nidakit also realized that he couldn't dodge this attack, so he prematurely detonated his undead spell. Boom! The explosion of the super high-pressure fireball brought a powerful shockwave sweeping in all directions. Deep red flames fell from the sky like raindrops. In the blink of an eye, this layer of the high tower turned into a purgatory of flames. However, this had no effect on Ren and Nidakit at all. There was no hesitation. The two continued to fight. Powerful spells and combat techniques were unleashed one after another. Deafening explosions kept resounding. If this tower wasn't designed to seal and suppress deities, with its incredibly strong material, it would have turned to ashes in the aftermath of the attacks long ago. As the battle went on, the balance of victory gradually tilted in Ren's favor. How is this possible? Realizing this, Nidakit, who was previously full of confidence, suddenly looked incredulous. This little guy is only at the 22nd rank. Why can he contend with him, and even gain the upper hand? This is too outrageous. In fact, this is normal. Although Ren's rank is lower than this demigod Lich, he himself is a perfectly ascended demigod. Coupled with the 4 bug-level world blessings and the legendary weapon, the Sun Sword, his combat power is almost on par with a normal 26th rank demigod. His main focus on the Law of Light is also extremely effective against undead creatures. As for Nidakit, he was previously outsmarted by Ren, died once, and is in a weakened state. In addition, most of his power needs to suppress the curse of the gods within his body. With all these negative conditions stacked up, even if his strength far surpasses Ren by several ranks, what's the use? He can't fully unleash it at all. After dozens of minutes, Ren has completely suppressed Nidakit. If nothing unexpected happens, within 10 minutes, Ren will be able to kill him again. By then, even if this Lich resurrects again, his strength probably won't pose a threat to Ren anymore. As for resurrecting through Ren, that's even more of a dream. I understand this point. Nidikit's heart was also very anxious. This was the resurrection opportunity he had been waiting for over 100,000 years, and it was not easy to come by. If he missed it, he would likely not survive until the next opportunity appeared. Thinking of this, Nidikit decisively chose to fight to the death, abandoning the suppression of the curse of the gods within his body. After releasing most of his own power, Nidikit's combat power skyrocketed. The tide of battle instantly reversed. Ren was beaten by Nidikit and couldn't lift his head, like a candle in the wind. However, with the protection of the mirror flower and water moon and the manipulation of time, these two world blessings, Ren's tenacity was incredibly strong. Even if Nidikit's attacks were crazy, it was difficult to take down Ren in a short period of time. Damn. What's the matter with this guy? Why is he so difficult to deal with? Nidikit's mentality instantly collapsed. He went crazy to the extreme. His explosive state was simply unsustainable. As time passed, the curse of the gods had already begun to erode his soul. If his soul was completely eroded, his thinking consciousness would also cease to exist. That would be his death sentence. Time passed little by little. Seeing that he still couldn't defeat Ren, Nidikit decided to make a desperate move and take a risk. Seizing the opportunity, Nidikit released a 9-ring magic called Soul Projection on Ren, directly projecting his own soul into Ren consciousness C. He was prepared to engage in a soul duel with Ren and destroy his soul, thus seizing Ren's body for his own resurrection. To be honest, if he hadn't been forced into a corner, he would never have done this. Soul duels were extremely dangerous. Even though he was extremely skilled in soul magic, he couldn't guarantee that he would come out unscathed. However, unless he wanted to sit and wait for death. Otherwise, this method was obviously his only chance for now. Chapter 208 Killing the Demigod Lich, the Artificial God Althea. Ren's consciousness is in turmoil. The erosion of the curse of the gods is getting faster. We must act quickly. Thinking this way, Nidite quickly found Ren's soul and began to release various soul spells, attempting to seize Ren's soul before he could adapt to how to engage in a soul battle. Soul Shatter, Soul Sever, Soul Scream. Various soul spells struck towards Ren's soul. Invincible Divine Shield. Ren instinctively wanted to activate his combat skills for defense. However, the soul battle in the consciousness C. Apart from soul magic and mind magic, all other combat skills and magic are ineffective. Therefore, when Ren released the invincible Divine Shield combat skill, nothing happened naturally. Boom. 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 Just when Ren thought he could only withstand this wave of attacks, a layer of crystal film appeared out of thin air, enveloping his soul, blocking all these magic attacks. This is the epic talent that Ren obtained a long time ago, Soul Barrier. It hadn't been effective before, and Ren had almost forgotten about this talent. However, blocking this wave of attacks does not mean the crisis is resolved. That lich is frantically using soul spells to bombard him. Under such high-intensity attacks, cracks began to appear in the protective crystal film formed by the Soul Barrier talent. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before it shatters. Soul-type talents can take effect in the consciousness C. What about the world's protection? No panic. Ren calmly explored. After trying, he found that the World Guardian in his consciousness did not affect its use. This is undoubtedly great news. Time pause. Ren snapped his fingers. The next second, the time-stop domain unfolded. The entire consciousness instantly froze. Time stopped in that instant. Nideket, who was in it, naturally lost his ability to move. However, Nideket's strength has reached the 28th rank. The divine strength on his body is extremely high. Even if it's just stopping the opponent's soul, the consumption is also very huge. The power of the bright law stored in Ren Divine Fire is consumed at a rate of 80 strands per second. It is rapidly depleting. It will be completely exhausted in less than 2 seconds. No time wasted. Ren's soul turned into lightning and fiercely collided with Nideket at an extremely fast speed. He is not proficient in soul spells. He can only attack in this most primitive way. But primitive doesn't mean it's not effective. Just like the water droplet weapon in the 3-body novel in the previous life. As long as the intensity is high enough, there is no need for any fancy tricks. Just using the most primitive attack method, impact, can easily take down 3,000 high-tech interstellar warships. With the blessings of the immortal soul and soul barrier dual epic talents, Ren's soul is extremely high in both intensity and toughness. It is also outstanding among demigods. Just like a tank equipped with high-intensity armor. And Nideket. Due to the erosion of time, his soul has aged. Although there are many more than Ren in terms of quantity. But in terms of intensity and toughness, it is incomparable to Ren. The difference between the two is like stone and steel. The two are competing in terms of hardness. Hard against hard. In the end, only the stone will shatter. Not to mention, Nidite is still in a state of time stop. Without any defensive ability. Twice. 3 times. In less than 2 seconds, Ren launched more than 10 impacts. Under such high-intensity attacks, Nidite's soul brilliance became even dimmer. 2.5 seconds later, the power of the law was exhausted. Time stop ends. Feeling his own soul suddenly becoming weak, Nidite was instantly confused. He had no idea what had happened. However, Ren did not give him a chance to react. Once again, he fiercely collided with his soul. At this moment, Nidite's soul brilliance has dimmed to the extreme. Unable to suppress the power of the curse of the gods anymore. The curse of the gods erupted completely eroding his soul. Carrying endless unwillingness and confusion. Nidite's thinking consciousness completely dissipated. Without the maintenance of self-awareness. The extremely weak soul body directly disintegrated naturally. It's over. Seeing this scene, Ren breathed a sigh of relief. In the situation where the soul disintegrated and dissipated, even the undead lich could no longer rely on the phylactery to be reborn. Leaving the sea of consciousness, Ren's consciousness returned to the real world. The body of the lich had completely turned into a lifeless corpse. All the magical equipment on its body was stripped off. Then, Ren casually used the holy flame of light to burn and purify it. Ren continued to explore the ruins. Without the obstruction of the demigod lich. Exploring all the way, Ren quickly arrived at the top floor of this tower. This seemed to be the core area of the ruins. Various strange magical experimental apparatuses were placed here. The most eye-catching. Undoubtedly, it was the special container in the center of the room, resembling a crystal coffin. Inside the crystal coffin was a sleeping, breathtakingly beautiful girl. Her waist-length hair was a deep green. Her naturally exquisite appearance. Her graceful and captivating body curves. Every aspect seemed so harmoniously perfect. Like a masterpiece of the creator. In addition, this girl also possessed a divine power that surpassed all beings. Although it wasn't very obvious, it did indeed exist. Could this girl be the result of the wizard civilization's experiment in creating gods? Ren widened his eyes, and this thought emerged in his mind. There was no way. This girl didn't look like a normal human at all. Normal human. It was impossible for anyone to be perfect to this extent, let alone possess divine power. That was a characteristic only gods had. After a thorough search, Ren found evidence in this area to confirm his speculation. A legendary magic crystal ball that recorded research data and experimental logs. He opened the crystal ball and accessed the textual information inside. Ren quickly learned the identity of this girl. Experimental subject number 76351. Artificial God, the Althea Group. Chapter 209, the goddess recognizes her lord, the low-level artifact the hunting bow. According to the experimental log in the crystal ball, the artificial god, Althea, was created based on the hunting goddess and is a special life form created for witchcraft. Although her body possesses some divine traits, she does not possess the eternal immortality of a god, nor does she have omnipotent divine power. Her strength is only at the 26th level. Rather than calling her an artificial god, it is more accurate to say that she is a descendant of an artificial god. Regarding this, the wizards who attempted to create a god naturally were not satisfied. They are preparing to continue researching and perfecting this artificial god. However, not long after, the incident of the hunting goddess breaking free from her seal occurred. All the wizards were wiped out. This semi-finished artificial god has been sleeping for over 100,000 years. Until today, when she was discovered by Ren. I didn't expect to have such an unexpected gain. Ren's eyes brightened, feeling somewhat excited. As a descendant of the hunting goddess, this artificial god possesses extremely strong qualifications. If they were to have a child together, they might be able to give birth to a child with a diamond level or higher evaluation. Thinking of this, Ren's heart also burned with passion. The wizards researched artificial gods in order to create gods under their control. Naturally, the crystal ball's experimental log also recorded the method of activating and controlling the artificial god witchcraft. Confirming that the witchcraft mechanism is still intact, Ren chose to activate the mechanism without hesitation. A dazzling purple light lit up, quickly condensing into an object resembling a stone tablet. Using the soul as a pen and soul power as ink, Ren wrote down their own name on the stone tablet, a total of 590 names. The next second, Ren felt a close spiritual connection with the beautiful girl in the crystal coffin. They could give her instructions through their soul at any time. After completing the ritual of recognition, Ren immediately followed the information in the experimental log to awaken the artificial god, Althea's consciousness. 1 minute later. Crack. The crystal coffin opened. The artificial god who had been sleeping inside for over 100,000 years opened her eyes. There was a hint of confusion in her bright blue eyes. Until I saw Ren. My eyes regained focus. Master. Althea stood up from the crystal coffin and walked in front of Ren, expressionless, and shouted, completely disregarding her naked body. In fact, for this newly awakened artificial goddess who had just been asleep, there was no concept of embarrassment, shame, or master in her mind. Just like a blank sheet of paper. The title and obedience to Ren were completely the effect of the previous witchcraft ritual. This is really annoying. Looking at the expressionless and perfectly proportioned naked goddess in front of him, Ren was also very angry. If it weren't for the wrong place, he would have already taken care of her on the spot. Suppressing his impulse with strong willpower, Ren took out a set of close-fitting clothes and a light green princess dress from the spatial ring and handed them to the three-less goddess in front of him, saying, put on the clothes first. Taking the clothes, Althea looked confused, completely unaware of how to use them. There was no other way. Ren had to do it himself. It took a lot of effort. He finally helped Althea put on the clothes. Several times along the way, it was almost a close call. After putting on the clothes, Althea became even more beautiful. The light green dress matched her fresh and natural temperament. She looked like a forest elf. It was impossible to take one's eyes off her. After admiring for a while, Ren continued to search for treasures in the ruins. Anyway, this artificial goddess was already his. He could take his time to go back. Half an hour later, Ren had searched all the valuable things in the tower. Unfortunately, the harvest was not great. No traces of divinity or divine corpses were found. Obviously. After the hunting goddess released the curse of the gods, her own divinity and body completely disappeared. However, he was also content. A divine artifact, an artificial goddess, as well as a large amount of rare magical metals and magical legacies. This harvest is already very huge. All the benefits have been obtained. Ren did not intend to stay here any longer. He directly left this lost civilization relic with Althea and buried the relic with yellow sand. Ren and Althea rode on the lava dragon beast and set off on their way home. On the way back home, with nothing else to do, in addition to teaching Althea common knowledge, Ren also used the power of his own laws to refine the divine artifact that looked like a golden wooden bow. It took nearly 10 days. Ren has initially completed the refinement of the divine artifact. At the same time, he also obtained the basic information of this divine artifact. Hunting divine bow, low-grade divine artifact. Basic attributes. Toughness, 14,300 times that of a normal iron weapon. Durability, never wears out. Passive effects. Endless arrows, this bow can automatically condense and unleash legendary quality powerful arrows. Ignore defense, the arrows unleashed by this bow can ignore the defensive beings below the divine level. Hunting perception, when holding this bow, you can sense the life force within tens of thousands of kilometers around you. Active divine arts. Hunting mark, first tier divine art, releases a hunting mark to mark the opponent, ensuring that the attack will hit. Storm of arrows, first tier divine art, shoots out hundreds of thousands of divine arrows, covering and striking a designated area. Beings below the half-divine grade within the attack range will definitely die. Deadly Arrow, first-tier divine art, shoots out a powerful divine arrow containing the law of hunting, killing the enemy. Beings below the divine level will definitely die. Sure enough, the power of divine artifacts is far beyond that of legendary weapons. Ren exclaimed. It's so powerful. Especially the divine art called Deadly Arrow. Beings below the divine level are simply killed with one arrow. Killing indiscriminately. However, unfortunately, divine artifacts require divine power to operate. Although the power of the laws, which is like a super low-end divine power, can barely be used. But the consumption is extremely huge. Ren estimated that he would exhaust all the power of the laws within his divine fire. He estimated that he could only use this divine artifact to launch one attack. It seems that I can only use it as a trump card for now. Ren thought to himself in his heart. When his future strength improves and the power of the laws derived from the divine fire increases, he may be able to use this divine wooden bow as a regular weapon. But it is definitely not possible now. Another 3 days passed. Ren returned to the Habs manor with Althea. Her husband, who had been away from home for nearly a month, returned. Janice, Jessica, and others came out to greet him. Darling, who is this? Seeing a girl with a perfect face that seemed somewhat unreal beside Ren, Janice and the others were amazed and couldn't help but ask about the origin of this beautiful girl. She is. Ren naturally wouldn't hide Althea's origin from his closest wives. An artificial god? Upon hearing this, Janice and the others looked at Althea with shock in their eyes. They never expected that this perfect and unreal beautiful girl in front of them would have such an astonishing background. She was actually an artificial god created by an ancient wizard civilization. Facing the gaze of Janice and the others, Althea always maintained a blank expression, appearing extremely aloof. In reality, she just didn't know how to deal with this kind of situation. Although Ren had been teaching her the necessary common sense and knowledge on their way back, the time was too short. It would take some time for this goddess, who was like a blank sheet of paper, to completely become no different from an ordinary person. Knowing this, Janice and the others didn't develop any ill feelings towards Althea. They quickly accepted this astonishing girl. 1 month later. As an artificial god, Althea's learning ability far surpassed that of so-called geniuses. Coupled with Ren guidance during this time, Althea had already learned all the common knowledge. Her facial expressions became much richer. Her relationship with Ren also became closer. On a dark and windy night, Ren transformed into a wolf and possessed Althea. Unlike ordinary women. As an artificial god with a 26th level of strength. Even though it was her first time, her combat power was incredibly fierce. Ren was thoroughly satisfied. Chapter 210 Declaring War on the Orc Empire, Fighting the Gods. In the blink of an eye. 3 months have passed. During this time, a major event also occurred on the Roland continent. The 5 major human empires declared war on the Orc Empire. The official reason for the declaration of war was the Orc Empire's invasion of the Kukain Empire and the violation of human territory. However, according to some insider information obtained from Ren, the reality is not so simple. According to the insider information, this joint declaration of war by the 5 major human empires is the result of the guidance of the War Church. The god of war, Caris, in the human god camp, issued relevant prophecies to the War Church, preparing to tear apart and seize the war priesthood of the orcs' main god, Gush, in order to ascend to a powerful divine power. Note, the mastery of the divine priesthood corresponds to the strength of the world's authority. The more people who master the same divine priesthood, the more the power is dispersed. Only a complete and powerful divine priesthood can support a god to achieve a powerful divine power realm. It is said that in order to achieve this goal, the god of war, Caris, also made a promise to the emperors of the 5 major human empires. As long as they can defeat the Orc Empire, he will provide a weak divine power as a reward for the 5 major human empires. Obviously, from the perspective of interests, compared to the official reason of the 5 major empires uniting to seek justice for the Kukain Empire, the insider information is more credible. A storm is coming. Looking at the intelligence collected by the shadow organization in his hand, Ren sighed. Regardless of whether the insider information is true or false, the joint declaration of war by the 5 major human empires against the Orc Empire has become a certainty. Soon, the Roland continent will definitely experience a large-scale war. Not to mention other empires. Nowadays, the Kukain Empire has already started mobilizing and deploying soldiers. They even called on powerful imperial nobles or adventurers to join this war. For this, they have offered extremely generous conditions. From titles, magic potions, to magical equipment. Everything is available. In this situation, the cocaine empire has also sparked a wave of enlistment fever. Many people want to take advantage of this war to make contributions and achieve great success. However, this has little to do with Ren. His strength and status are almost at their peak. The so-called making contributions and achieving great success does not have much appeal to him. If he has the time, he would rather spend more time with his wife and have more children. However, within the Habsburg family, there were quite a few hot-headed descendants who wanted to participate in the war against the Orc Empire. But Ren couldn't allow his children to become cannon fodder in the Battle of the Gods. He stopped them all. 2 months later, the war between the 5 human empires and the Orc Empire officially began. Tens of millions of human armies divided into 3 routes to attack the Orc Empire. In addition, the War Church dispatched a large number of war priests to assist. The joint forces were unstoppable. In just 2 days, they officially invaded the territory of the Orc Empire. However, the Orc Empire was not to be underestimated. They quickly assembled an army of billions of orcs and fought against the 3 human empires. Back and forth, it was quite lively. Benefiting from the war, the Habsburg family's grain business and magic equipment business skyrocketed. They made billions of gold coins in profit every day. It's not an exaggeration to say that they were making a fortune every day. With an extremely abundant cash flow, the Habsburg family's development speed increased even further. Besides this matter, there was also a great joy. After Ren half a year of hard work, Alfia's belly became pregnant. This made Ren extremely excited. After all, it had been over 5 months. During this time, he often exercised with Alfia. Normally, with his super reproductive talent and high success rate, Alfia should have been pregnant long ago. But Alfia's belly remained still. To be honest, he was almost convinced that Alfia, as an artificial life form, couldn't conceive. Never did he expect happiness to come so suddenly. Besides Alfia, Charlotte, Anna, Cecilia, Betty, and the other 4 women also became pregnant. As for the other dozen wives, they were still in the postpartum recovery period. Not suitable for pregnancy. Autumn passed and winter came. In the blink of an eye, 3 months had passed. The Roland continent entered the winter season. The temperature dropped sharply. The sky was filled with heavy snowflakes. The Habus family is also about to welcome a batch of newborns. Valkathi, Iris, Oriane, Freya, Tina, and 8 other wives have been pregnant for 12 months now. Based on the estimated production time of the previous baby boom, the delivery is not far away. Sure enough, 1 week later, Valkathi, Oriane, and Freya were the first 3 women to be sent to the delivery room. Detected the birth of the host's 222nd child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is extraordinary, the martial spirit aptitude is epic, and the evaluation is platinum level. Reward, 500 years of martial spirit cultivation, 100 years of magical cultivation. Detected the birth of the host's 223rd child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is extraordinary, the martial spirit aptitude is extraordinary, and the evaluation is gold level. Reward, 100 years of martial spirit cultivation, rare talent, language proficiency. Detected the birth of the host's 224th child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is high, the martial spirit aptitude is legendary, with a hidden bloodline, holy elf bloodline, a mutated bloodline formed by the combination of elves and golden dragons, naturally possessing talents such as high affinity for holy light and golden armor, and the evaluation is diamond level. Reward, 1,500 years of martial spirit cultivation, 500 years of magical cultivation, 1 legendary talent upgrade card. Among the 3 children, the most outstanding one is undoubtedly the child born to Freya. It has a mutated holy elf bloodline. Its aptitude has reached the diamond level. The other 2 children are much inferior. One is platinum level, and the other is gold level. The 3 children provide a total of 2,100 years of martial spirit cultivation and 600 years of magical cultivation for Ren. In addition, there is a rare level talent and 1 legendary talent upgrade card. The most valuable reward among them is the legendary talent upgrade card. According to the information given by the system, this legendary talent upgrade card can designate a certain epic talent and upgrade it to a legendary level. To know Talents are divided into 6 levels: ordinary, rare, epic, legendary, mythical, and eternal. 0. Seeking flowers. 0. So far, Ren has only obtained one legendary level talent, time reversal. From its effect, there is a world of difference between legendary talents and epic talents. One can imagine how valuable this legendary talent upgrade card is. Claim your reward. Coming back to his senses, Ren couldn't wait to choose to claim the reward. Converting 400 years of Qi talent into magic, accumulating 1,000 years of magical cultivation. After the fusion of cultivation, Ren Qi realm reached the peak of the 22nd stage early. His magical realm smoothly broke through from the limit of the 21st stage to the 22nd stage. His strength skyrocketed. Then came the rare level talent, linguistic proficiency. After the successful fusion of this talent, it merged with the rare level talent Ren had previously obtained, written language proficiency, becoming an epic level talent, omniscience. This talent allows him to understand all languages and scripts without a teacher. It can even trace the origins of information through the traces of all things. It can be said to be a very practical talent. 0. Finally, there is the legendary talent upgrade card. A flash of light. A black card engraved with the patterns of laws appears in Ren's hand. As for how to use this legendary talent upgrade card, Ren is also somewhat conflicted in his heart. Remove the talent of understanding all things that was just fused. He has a total of 5 epic level talents. They are Indestructible Soul, Soul Barrier, Dual Body Fusion, Twin Angel, and Sacred Maxim. Among them, the functions of the talents Indestructible Soul and Soul Barrier lean towards survival and defense, while Dual Body Fusion and Twin Angel lean towards combat. As for Sacred Maxim, it can be considered a versatile ability. Every epic level talent seems to be in need of an upgrade. After a moment of hesitation, Ren finally made a decision. He decided to increase his combat power first. After all, in this world of high magic where gods roam freely, having strong power is the most advantageous guarantee. And ever since he ascended to demigod, Dual Body Fusion and Twin Angel have been limited by their own limits and can no longer keep up with his pace. If he doesn't upgrade them soon, these 2 talents that once contributed greatly to his combat power will probably be completely useless. However, there is only one legendary talent upgrade card. In other words, Ren can only upgrade one of the talents Dual Body Fusion and Twin Angel. After pondering for a moment, Ren finally chose to upgrade the talent Dual Body Fusion. Use the legendary talent upgrade card. The next second, a source energy filled with the aura of laws appears in his consciousness. Under the effect of this source energy, the rune representing the talent Dual Body Fusion becomes more perfect and profound at a visible speed. After more than 10 minutes, that source energy is depleted. A legendary level talent enhanced by the talent Dual Body Fusion is freshly released. Talent Time Doppelganger, legendary. Effect: after using this talent, you can summon a future version of yourself to assist in combat. Note, the future version is yourself 1 year later. And Chapter 211, Greatly Improved Strength, Legendary Suit Supreme Light. I'm going. Ren couldn't help but curse. There's no way around it. The effect of this legendary talent is really amazing. It can directly duplicate a future timeline version of oneself to fight as a clone. You see? With the existence of this system, his progress is extremely rapid. His future self, 1 year from now, will definitely be much stronger than his current self. It's not an exaggeration to say that this legendary talent directly boosts his combat power several times over. This legendary talent upgrade card is really worth it, Ren nodded in satisfaction. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed. Eris and the other 5 wives have all given birth. Detected the birth of the host's 225th child. The child's magic aptitude is epic, Qi aptitude is epic, evaluation is platinum level. Reward: 500 years of Qi cultivation, 1 opportunity to comprehend the light law. Detected the birth of the host's 226th child. The child's magic aptitude is super, Qi aptitude is legendary, hidden bloodline, incomplete golden dragon, awakened, bloodline concentration 50%, naturally possesses golden dragon scales, formidable aura, dragon might, powerful bloodline talents such as the divine domain, evaluation is diamond level. Reward: 1,500 years of Qi cultivation, 500 years of magic cultivation, legendary set, Supreme Light. Detected the birth of the host's 227th child. The child's magic aptitude is high, chi aptitude is legendary, hidden bloodline, incomplete golden dragon, awakened, bloodline concentration 50%, naturally possesses golden dragon scales, formidable aura, dragon might, powerful bloodline talents such as the divine domain, evaluation is diamond level. Reward, 1,500 years of chi cultivation, 1,000 years of magic cultivation, 15% increase in light law comprehension. The quality of this wave of babies is very high. 2 diamond level, 2 platinum level, and 1 golden level. In this situation, the rewards given by the system are naturally very generous. The 5 children have provided Ren with a total of 4,100 years of chi cultivation and 2,000 years of magic cultivation. In addition, there is also one opportunity to comprehend the light law, a legendary set called Supreme Light, and a 15% increase in light law comprehension. Among them, the opportunity to comprehend the light law and the increase in light law comprehension. There's nothing much to say. After all, I've already obtained it several times. The key is that legendary set. You see? On the Roland continent. Apart from the extremely rare demi-artifacts and artifacts, legendary equipment is already the highest level of magical equipment for mortals. For legendary experts, and even demigod experts, a single piece of legendary equipment can greatly enhance their combat power. Not to mention, it's a whole set. The complete legendary set includes weapons, armor, magical accessories, and boots. After wearing them all, they can provide a large number of additional attribute bonuses and more powerful skill effects, far beyond the comparison of ordinary legendary equipment. A set of legendary equipment with top-notch attributes. Its value can even rival demi-artifacts. This level of set. Currently, on the continent, only a few top leaders of the most powerful forces possess it openly. You can imagine how precious it is. Tina's belly is really impressive. Ren was also overjoyed in his heart. This legendary set came just in time. Since his promotion to demigod, the Judgment Night epic set has been of little help to him. It's just that, without suitable new equipment to replace it, he can only make do with it. With this legendary set of equipment, his strength will definitely be able to reach a higher level. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, without hesitation, Ren chose to claim the reward. In order to break through to the next level, he chose to convert all of his 2,000 years of magic cultivation into fighting spirit. The next second, 6,100 years of fighting spirit cultivation merged into his body. However, after stepping into the demigod realm, the cultivation required to advance to higher levels becomes increasingly vast. Even with the fusion of over 6,000 years of fighting spirit cultivation, Ren cultivation still failed to break through to the 23rd level, only reaching the limit of the 22nd level. It would probably take over 1,500 years of cultivation to make the breakthrough. It's too damn difficult. Perceiving this, Ren couldn't help but sigh. At this rate, to break through to the 30th level and reach the peak of godhood would take at least 100 years. Of course, in reality, this speed is already very fast. Most demigods are unable to fully cultivate the demigod realm in their lifetime. If they knew that Ren was able to achieve such a level in just 100 years and still complained about the slow breakthrough speed, they would definitely be envious. After completing the cultivation fusion, the next step is the comprehension of the laws. After complete fusion, Ren comprehension of the law of light reached 71%. He is not far from condensing the divine position at 100%. The tremendous improvement in cultivation and comprehension of the laws has caused the divine fire within Ren to burn even more vigorously. The quantity of the power of the light laws derived from it has skyrocketed, reaching over 400 strands. It has doubled. The quality has also increased several times. This has once again led to a leap in Ren combat power. Finally, there is the legendary set. A flash of light. A set of peculiar equipment, resembling a composition of radiance, appears out of thin air before Ren. It is obvious. This is the Supreme Light set. The equipment given by the system is very easy to refine. In less than 5 minutes, Ren has completely refined it. The next second, he automatically obtains the specific information of this legendary equipment. Supreme Light, Legendary Set. Set parts: Supreme Radiance Helmet, Supreme Radiance Battle Armor, Supreme Radiance Ring, Supreme Radiance Bracers, Supreme Radiance Divine Sword. Passive effects. Radiant Will, your willpower will be as pure as light, granting plus 200% resistance against soul, mind, and illusion magic. Eternal Radiance, wearing this set, you constantly possess an indestructible radiance barrier, reducing incoming damage by 50% to 100%. The higher the attack intensity, the lower the damage reduction. Supreme Blessing, enhances all attributes by 200%, increases light attribute skill damage by 150%. Light Strike, while wearing this set, your attacks automatically carry the effect of a 7-ring light holy sword, with no cooldown. Triggerable skills. Supreme Radiant Shield, 9-ring magic, summons an immortal radiant shield to protect oneself, with defensive power equivalent to a demi-artifact. Supreme Light of Destruction, 9-ring magic, condenses the power of solar flares into a high-intensity beam to strike enemies, instantly vaporizing those below the semi-divine grade and causing massive damage to semi-divine grade powerhouses. Supreme Sanctuary Covenant, 9-ring magic, summons a 12-winged archangel of the semi-divine grade to fight for you. Supreme Annihilation of Light, superdimensional magic, 10-ring, summons an ocean of light that covers everything, turning all things into light. Even deities caught in it will suffer heavy injuries. Chapter 212 Mastering the 9-ring Arcane Art, Mysterious Visitor. Damn. Awesome. Reading the equipment information in his mind, Ren couldn't help but exclaim in amazement. The attributes of this legendary equipment can be summarized in 4 words: explosively strong. It comes with 3 level 9 magic rings and 1 superposition magic. The passive effect is also terrifyingly strong. Compared to it, the Judgment Knight set he is currently using is simply garbage. Although he hasn't seen the attributes of other legendary sets, he can be sure that the Supreme Light set is definitely one of the best among legendary sets. If he were to exchange it for a semi-divine artifact, it would be more than enough. Wearing this legendary equipment, Ren is confident that he can hold his own even against late-stage semi-divine experts. His combat power has increased by more than 10 times. Putting away the Supreme Light set, Ren walked towards the delivery room with a joyful mood. He wanted to reward Tina and the others. After all, without their hard work, he wouldn't be able to obtain such high-quality system rewards. Time flies by in an instant. In the past 3 months, the war between the 5 human empires and the Orc Empire has been raging. The intensity of the war has gradually escalated. Currently, there have been several half-divine grade powerhouses on the battlefield. However, the progress of the war is not significant. Both sides are still in a stalemate. Although the overall strength of the human alliance is much stronger than the Orc Empire, the 5 human empires are not a united force, and everyone has their own thoughts, making it difficult to concentrate their efforts. As for the Orc side, although their overall strength is inferior, they have the advantage of fighting on their home turf, coupled with centralized command, and they are not at a disadvantage in the fight against the human alliance. Up to now, the casualties of the human alliance and the Orc army have exceeded 10 million. Even legendary powerhouses have fallen, 5 of them. And the number of casualties is still expanding at an extremely fast pace. The front lines have completely become a meat grinder for harvesting lives. In order to replenish the troops on the front lines, the high-ranking officials of the Cocaine Empire intend to initiate a second round of war mobilization. They may even conscript powerful imperial nobles to support the front lines. As a Duke of the Empire, Ren will soon be included in the conscription list. Such a hassle. Looking at the news he received from his father-in-law, the governor, Ren also felt somewhat helpless. The tree desires tranquility, but the wind keeps blowing. He really doesn't want to get involved in this war. After all, even if they win the war, the rewards promised by the war god carries even the weak divine power and divine nature are not for him. As for the rewards given by Emperor Cocaine, he doesn't really care for them. With his cultivation level, it's already difficult for mundane things to move his heart. However, if Emperor Cocaine conscripts him to the battlefield, unless he doesn't want to make a name for himself in the Cocaine Empire, otherwise, he really has to go. The second round of war mobilization hasn't even started yet. Let's talk about it when the time comes. Ren doesn't dwell on this matter. After all, nothing has been decided yet. Maybe, in a few days, there will be a breakthrough on the front lines. No support will be needed. Even if he is really conscripted, it doesn't matter. With his current strength, there are not many people who can threaten his life. At worst, he can just go to the front lines and pretend to be busy. Thinking like this, Ren quickly puts this matter behind him and refocuses his attention on the study of arcane knowledge through the five-fold amplification of the time training room. During this period, he has already mastered the secrets of most of the 8th circle arcane arts. He also has some clues about the highly difficult 9th circle arcane arts. Put in more effort. You should be able to master the first level 9 arcane within 3 months. Time flies. 2 months later. Just as Ren was striving to master the first level 9 arcane, a mysteriously extraordinary visitor suddenly came to the Habs Manor. She was a beautiful girl with silver long hair and pale purple skin. This girl seemed to dislike covering her body. Only the vital parts were wrapped in clothing. The rest of her body was exposed to the air. Under the sun's rays, the girl's smooth and tender skin reflected a healthy glow. Dazzling. According to common sense, a girl dressed so revealingly should attract a lot of attention. However, the reality was quite the opposite. Like a non-existent ghost, this girl walked on the bustling streets of Eagle City. No one cast a glance at her. The governance ability of this human lord is excellent, the girl thought to herself. She had traveled to thousands of cities on the Roland continent. Among the cities she had visited, this city's level of prosperity was definitely among the top. What was most rare was, this city was full of vitality. As far as the eye could see, most people had hope in their faces. Completely unlike some cities, seemingly prosperous. In reality, most of the benefits were harvested by the Lord. Most of the lower-class people lived in hardship, with numb faces, completely devoid of anticipation for the future. Like walking corpses. It seems that this is a kind Lord. Thinking about it, I have a very good impression of Ren. She walked around in circles. The silver-haired girl headed towards the Habs Manor in the city center. She didn't come here for sightseeing this time. She had important matters to discuss with Ren. 10 minutes later, the silver-haired girl arrived at the entrance of Habs Manor. She walked straight in. The guard at the entrance, 827, didn't react at all. In his line of sight, there was no one. Not to mention the guard. Even the magic lock set up by Ren had no response. It was as if this silver-haired girl didn't exist at all. She had a smooth journey all the way. The silver-haired girl strode towards the core area of the manor. Someone has infiltrated the manor. In the study, Ren, who was dealing with matters of the territory, suddenly looked up. With his understanding of the law of light, even without deliberately activating it, the omnipresent light would tell him everything around him. In his perception of light, there was a stranger approaching this way. The magic lock has no response. It seems that this stranger is not simple. A legendary existence is absolutely impossible to deceive the elemental wrath magic lock. In other words, this stranger is definitely a semi-divine grade or above existence. Ren couldn't ignore such a powerful intruder. After all, his wife and children live in the manor. If this stranger has malicious intent, then, thinking of this consequence, Ren picked up his weapon and went to check immediately. If there really is an unwelcome guest, he will definitely make that person know what cruelty is. Chapter 213 Incarnation of the Gods, Creating a Semi-Artifact. Under the guidance of light perception, Ren quickly found the unfamiliar visitor. Divine Incarnation. In the moment he saw the silver-haired girl, Ren couldn't help but show a hint of shock in his eyes. His golden dragon pupils detected a very obvious fluctuation of divine power in this girl. If he didn't judge incorrectly, the beautiful girl in front of him is an incarnation of a deity sent to the Roland continent. Why is the divine incarnation here, infiltrating my estate? Sensing the girl's identity, Ren was extremely puzzled. He didn't remember knowing this unfamiliar female deity. In a situation where he couldn't determine the other party's intentions, Ren also became more vigilant. Your Highness, is there something you came to visit for? Ren held the radiant sun longsword, wearing the legendary set Supreme Light, blocking the path in front of this girl's divine incarnation, and asked. Although he couldn't recognize which deity was in front of him. Your Highness is a common respectful title for deities. So there was no need to be disrespectful and offend the deity. You must be Duke Ren. I am Elise Trui. I have something very important to discuss with you this time. Elise Trui slightly opened her red lips and smiled as she spoke. Upon hearing that the other party didn't come to cause trouble, Ren immediately felt relieved. Although restricted by the laws of the Roland continent, divine incarnations cannot exert their true divine-level combat power. Their strength has definitely reached the limit of the 30th rank. Such a powerful existence. He didn't want to be enemies with unless absolutely necessary. Coming back to his senses. Through the name Alice Trui, Ren quickly guessed the identity and background of the deity in front of him. The daughter of the Spider Queen Rose and the Elven Supreme God Corellin. The dark girl with the title of Moonlight Dancer, divine rank, faint. This deity is also the god of the Drow Elves. However, unlike her evil mother, the Spider Queen, she is a deity of the good faction. This gloomy young girl is a deity of the good faction, sheltering all the kind and brave elves who hope to return to a peaceful life on the surface world. They also attempt to free the elf clan from the control of the Spider Queen, and bring them back to the big family of the elves. Indeed, that is the case. The Rose Spider Queen harbors an extreme hatred towards this daughter. If it weren't for the protection of the elf supreme god, Corellon, this dark maiden would have been killed long ago by the powerful and evil Rose Spider Queen. Recalling the information about the mysterious girl in the dark, Ren felt even more relaxed in his heart. The gods of the benevolent camp have very good moral cultivation, as long as it is not intentionally offensive to the other party. Generally speaking, there should be no problem. Confirming that the visitor is not a malicious guest, Ren put away his weapon and curiously asked, "I wonder what business Alice Trumantle has with me?" Upon hearing this, Alice Trui didn't beat around the bush and directly said, "You are the controller of the Dark Realms Zwar Elf City, the Mo Suabuli City, right?" "That's right," Ren replied. It had been many years since he had conquered the Mo Suabuli City. Every year, this city provided him with a large number of rare magical materials unique to the Dark Realm. The former Zwar Elf Grand Mistress of this city, Valkidi, had made a significant contribution to the prosperity of the Habs family. "I hope to establish a temple in the Mo Suabuli City." Alice Trui stated her purpose after hearing Ren's affirmative answer. Upon hearing this, Ren instantly understood. So, this young girl from the Dark Realm wanted to develop followers and expand her influence among the Zwar elves. For deities, followers are the source of power. The more followers there are, the faster the deity's strength progresses. If there are enough followers, achieving powerful divine power is not impossible. Therefore, this gloomy young girl came to visit him in person, which is understandable. To understand the reason for the matter, a glimmer flashed in Ren's eyes as he spoke, "Under the Emerald Crown, what price are you willing to pay for this?" For him at the moment, faith is temporarily useless. But he believes that in the future, he will definitely be able to hold the divine throne high and become a god. He cannot simply let this gloomy young girl take away the faith of tens of thousands of outstanding elves. "I am willing to exchange the preaching rights of the city of Mozablé with 10 divine power crystals." Alicia put forward her own conditions. It has to be said, this goddess is very sincere. Divine power crystals are the currency between gods, formed by pure divine power condensation. Each divine power crystal is roughly equivalent to the power of faith produced by 1,000 devout believers in a year. Its function is also very diverse. Gods can absorb these divine powers to enhance their own strength. Beings below gods can also use divine power crystals to create semi-divine artifacts, or use them as magical materials to release certain powerful spells. For example, the Wish spell. This is a very famous 9th-level spell that can permanently modify reality and fulfill one's own wishes through wishing. Whether it is duplicating spells, creating magical items, or resurrecting the dead, eliminating disasters, this spell can do it. But the more difficult the wish is to fulfill, the greater the price that needs to be paid. If you cannot pay the price, unexpected things will happen. For example, you wish for immortality. Unable to pay enough price. This spell will turn you into immortal gold, effectively fulfilling your wish for immortality. 10 divine power crystals can roughly pay the price of resurrecting the dead twice at this level of wish, or elevate a legendary equipment to a semi-divine artifact. Okay. Seeing that the conditions offered by the goddess Alicia are so sincere, Ren naturally wouldn't be greedy and ask for more, and directly agreed. After all, he still wanted to establish a good relationship with this goddess in his heart. Of course, if he could take it a step further and have this dark maiden bear his child, that would be even better. The child born from a true goddess would undoubtedly have exceptional talent. I wonder what bold ideas are in Ren's mind. Seeing Ren agree so readily, Alistri's impression of him improved even more. Next, each person and god signed a contract with the highest law of the Styx. Contract signed. Alistri kept her promise and handed over the 10 divine power crystals to Hui. How interesting, too. As the condensation of divine power, the divine power crystals took the form of a hexagonal diamond, but had no fixed color. The interior of the crystal was ever-changing, as if containing myriad manifestations of the world. It looked extremely extraordinary. Putting the divine power crystals into the spatial ring, Ren immediately invited Alistri to have afternoon tea. Due to the good impression of Ren, Alistri accepted the invitation. While drinking tea, they chatted casually. The relationship between the two of them instantly became closer. They could barely be considered friends. After finishing afternoon tea, Alistri prepared to go to the city of Mozablé to establish a temple and develop followers. She had no intention of staying at the Habs Manor any longer. Soon, she left. Watching the departure of this goddess, Ren turned back to his study. He began to contemplate how to use the 10 divine power crystals he had just obtained. After careful consideration, Ren finally decided to use these 10 divine power crystals to create a demi-artifact that suited himself. Chapter 214 Integrating Legendary Weapons, Another Magical Use of Rewinding Time. As for how to create this semi-divine artifact, Ren already has a preliminary idea. He currently has 2 legendary weapons in his hands: the Sunfire Divine Sword and the Supreme Radiance Divine Sword. One is an exceptional attribute, and the other aligns with the laws he specializes in. Both legendary weapons are outstanding. However, he is not a dual-wielding warrior. He cannot use 2 weapons simultaneously. If he forcefully uses them, not only will he be unable to increase his combat power, but it may even decrease. Therefore, he wants to merge the 2 legendary weapons, and then use the power of the divine crystal to elevate them into a semi-divine artifact. Although this idea poses an extremely high difficulty in execution, with his master-level forging knowledge and top-tier magic array knowledge, it is not impossible to achieve. If he can succeed, he will obtain a powerful semi-divine artifact that perfectly aligns with himself. The more he thinks about it, the more excited he becomes. Ren immediately takes action. Putting aside his arcane knowledge for now, he dives into the time cultivation chamber. Using his own knowledge, he researches how to perfectly merge the 2 weapons. Half a month later, Ren expends countless efforts and successfully researches a magic array that can merge the 2 legendary weapons. This magic array is his pinnacle work, perfectly combining his current knowledge of master-level forging and top-tier magic array knowledge. He names it the Armament of the Gods. Of course, since it was just researched and has not been truly used yet, Ren is somewhat uncertain about the effectiveness of this Armament of the Gods magic array, and whether it can perfectly merge the Sunfire Divine Sword and the Supreme Radiance Divine Sword into a more powerful weapon. But this attempt still needs to be tried. Practice makes perfect. Anyway, he has the ability to manipulate time and can reverse it. He's not afraid of melting down 2 priceless legendary weapons. With this in mind, Ren immediately took out a large amount of rare magical materials from his spatial ring. He began to set up the divine armed magic array he had developed. Previously, he obtained a large amount of rare magical metal while exploring the ruins of a lost civilization. Coupled with the war spoils he acquired during this period, Ren was extremely wealthy. In his eyes, these extremely rare magical materials from the outside world were just ordinary things. He used them without hesitation, using magical materials worth billions of gold coins. The divine armed magic array finally took shape. After completing the arrangement of the magic array, Ren took out the Sunfire Divine Sword and the Supreme Radiance Divine Sword, preparing for the first weapon fusion experiment. The divine armed magic array has 2 fusion slots, 1 main and 1 auxiliary. The weapon in the auxiliary fusion slot is the fusion material. It is fused into the main fusion slot to enhance the power of the main weapon. He primarily practices the law of light. Coupled with the supreme light being a set, the power will decrease if any piece of equipment is missing. It's obvious how to place the 2 legendary weapons, even without thinking. Main fusion slot, Supreme Radiance Divine Sword. Auxiliary fusion slot, Sunfire Divine Sword. After placing them, with anticipation, Ren activated the divine armed magic array. Buzz. 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 Accompanied by the resonance of magic power. The divine armed magic array burst forth with an extremely rich purple light. A tremendously powerful magical energy fluctuation rose from it. Under the effect of the magic array, the essence of the Sunfire Divine Sword was continuously extracted and fused into the Supreme Radiance Divine Sword. With the continuous absorption of essence, the magical radiance emitted by the Supreme Radiant Divine Sword became even more dazzling. 1 minute. 2 minutes. 3 minutes. Seemingly sensing the impending destruction, the spirited Lytion Divine Sword erupted with immense power, automatically releasing the flame sunburst magic. The next second, a supersized high-pressure fireball emitting infinite heat rose up. Under the influence of this 9th-level magic, the divine armament magic formation was instantly destroyed. The fusion ritual was interrupted. The 2 legendary weapons also suffered a tremendous backlash, sustaining considerable damage. The intensity of the emitted magical radiance dimmed visibly at a rapid pace. The first weapon fusion was a complete failure. Just as the flame sunburst magic was about to unleash its power, Ren snapped his fingers. Time in the entire room began to flow backwards. The sun, which had expanded to its limit, rapidly shrank. The damaged divine armament magic formation visibly restored itself. The damage inflicted on the 2 legendary weapons also rapidly disappeared. 200 strands of the power of the laws were consumed. Ren successfully reversed time to 10 minutes ago, resetting everything back to its original state. It seems that I need to add the function of suppressing the weapon's spirituality in the divine armament magic formation. After completing all of this, Ren began to summarize his previous failed experiences, spending a day modifying the divine armament magic formation. The next day, Ren began his second weapon fusion experiment. This time, it also failed. After extracting all the essence from the Lytion Divine Sword, it automatically disintegrated, triggering a fire elemental riot in the surrounding space, causing the divine armament magic formation to be destroyed. Modify. Experiment. Summarize the failed experience. Then modify again. After repeating this cycle more than 10 times, Ren finally fused the 2 legendary weapons together. It was a large sword with a red and white intertwined body, covered with patterns on the blade. As soon as it appeared, the naturally emitted intense light burned the divine armed magic array to ashes. Orichalcum, mithril. These extremely hard and rare magical metals. They only lasted less than 2 seconds before being completely evaporated by the light emitted naturally from this heavenly sword. Even Ren, who was a demigod knight, felt a strong heat. It seems that the fusion this time was very successful. Seeing the power of this fused weapon being so strong, Ren immediately couldn't wait to hold it in his hand, using the power of the laws to refine it. After completing the recognition of the master, Ren obtained the specific attribute information of this weapon. Unnamed, extreme legendary weapon. Basic attributes. Sharpness, 9,999, 9,999 times that of a normal sharp sword. Toughness, 9,999, 9,999 times that of a normal iron tool. Durability, never wears out. Passive effects. Light and fire immunity, immune to attacks from gods and below of the fire and light elements. Solar power, when wielding this sword, fire and light attribute skills are enhanced by 3,000%. Solar blessing, when wielding this sword, all attributes increase by 1,000 points, and it carries the fire of the sun when attacking, with power comparable to an 8th ring magic. Automatic enemy defense, due to its own spirituality being enhanced to the extreme, this large sword already possesses simple intelligence and can counterattack enemies on its own, with combat power equivalent to a 21st rank transcendent. Triggerable magic. Sunfall, Super 9th ring magic, condenses a sun with a diameter of over 10 kilometers to cause devastating damage to a designated area, with power 10 times that of a normal 9th ring magic. Sunbeam, Super 9th ring magic, condenses a light energy beam with a temperature of over 100 million degrees, causing catastrophic damage to a designated enemy. Summon projection of the Fire Elemental Lord, Super 9th ring magic, summons a projection of a Fire Elemental Lord with the strength of the 28th rank to fight for you. Note, each summon requires giving 1,000 flawless grade flame gems as payment to the Fire Elemental Lord, otherwise, the Elemental Lord will permanently refuse your summons. Apocalyptic Heavenly Fire, Super 9th ring magic, summons a giant meteor formed by countless sunfires, evaporating and destroying an area of 10,000 kilometers in diameter. Chapter 215, Demi-Artifact Sun God Sword, called by the Emperor. Perfect. Ren nodded in satisfaction. It was not in vain that he spent so much time and effort studying the Divine Armament Magic Array. The various performance aspects of this fused weapon have reached the pinnacle level of legendary equipment. Its attributes also perfectly match the laws he specializes in. With this weapon, his combat power can be increased by at least 10 times. After admiring it for a while, Ren did not rush to give this weapon a name. After all, the upgrade of the weapon has not been completely finished yet. Next, he still needs to use divine power crystals to push this weapon to the limit of legendary quality, to elevate it to a demigod artifact. Thinking of this, Ren immediately started to get busy again. He took out the divine power crystals from the spatial ring. Ren used the power of the laws to activate them, turning the divine power crystals from solid into flowing liquid energy. Then he fused them into the longsword in his hand. #. 2 pieces. 3 pieces. As the divine power crystals continued to fuse, the natural aura emitted by the weapon became stronger and stronger. The 5th piece of divine power crystal fused in. This longsword broke through its original quality limit. It began to undergo a transformation, ascending to a higher level. By the time all 10 pieces of divine power crystals were completely fused, this great sword underwent earth-shattering changes. Its appearance changed from red and white to dark gold. Numerous bright law patterns resembling the sun also appeared on the blade. It looks dignified and domineering. With an excited mood, Ren lost a 7-ring arcane to identify magical items. Unnamed, semi-divine artifact. Basic attributes. Sharpness, 15,000, 15,000 times that of a normal sword. Toughness, 13,500, 13,500 times that of a normal iron tool. Durability, never wears out. Passive effects. Sun's protection, holding this sword grants immunity to magic below the 8th ring, and also reduces 60% of damage from magic attacks above the 9th ring. Infinite radiant blessing, holding this sword increases all attributes tenfold and continuously draws energy from the sun to replenish oneself. Solar incarnation, the weapon can transform into a sun form and attack enemies on its own. Triggerable magic. Solar ray, super 9th ring magic, condenses a light energy beam with a temperature of over 100 million degrees, causing massive damage to the designated enemy. Fusion fireworks, super level magic, 10th ring, summons a high-mass sun in a designated area for detonation. The fusion reaction will annihilate everything into nothingness. The closer to the explosion area, the stronger the force. The core area's power is enough to threaten weak divine beings. Can be used once a month. After use, the weapon can absorb solar energy to recharge. Solar storm, super level magic, 10th ring, summons a high-temperature solar storm that sweeps everything. Its power is enough to destroy a small plane. Can be used once a month. After use, the weapon can absorb solar energy to recharge. Fuck. Ren couldn't help but curse. His eyes were full of excitement. So awesome. After transforming into a semi-divine artifact, this weapon has made a leap in improvement. Although the passive effects and the number of usable magic have decreased, but the quality has increased by more than 10 times. Take the infinite radiant blessing as an example. All attributes increase tenfold, and it can also be used as a power bank from the sun. It's like activating in unlimited firepower mode. Besides that, not to mention those 2 super level magic, it directly gives him 2 super trump cards. His combat power has undergone a qualitative change. Take off. Ren had a joyful expression on his face. Holding such a powerful demigod artifact, even if he were to face a high-level demigod, he had confidence in winning the battle. If he could also elevate his cultivation to the 30th level. In the entire Roland continent, who else could be his opponent? It can be said, the day of him being invincible in the world is not far away. Don't be conceited. This world is vast. Being invincible in the world is only within this small piece of land in the Roland continent. Outside the Roland continent, there are still gods, divine anomalies, and ancient evil creatures, these superstandard existences. Thinking of this, Ren's excited mentality instantly returned to calm. As a man with a golden finger, his perspective naturally couldn't be so shallow. Being invincible in the Roland continent can at most be considered a small goal. becoming the king of the gods, achieving the title of the strongest in the universe, that is his true goal. 0. Seeking flowers. His journey is still long. Now is not the time to be proud and complacent. Calming down again, Ren gave this demigod artifact a name, Sun God Sword. After adapting to the new weapon, Ren once again immersed himself in the study of the 9-ring arcane arts. 1 month later, with the help of the time cultivation chamber's time acceleration, combined with his previous accumulation, Ren successfully mastered his first 9-ring arcane art, Freedom Art. As the name suggests, this 9-ring spell is specifically used to break free from restraints. He is not lacking in combat power or survival ability now. The only fear is being manipulated by certain spells and being exiled into the rift of time and space. Forever lost. And this spell happens to be able to deal with this situation. As long as this spell is cast. Whether it is the spatial exile of the high-level banishment spell or the imprisonment of the maze spell, they will all be invalidated. It greatly compensates for his shortcomings. Just as Ren is preparing to redouble his efforts and master the other 9 arcane arts, a group of envoys from the imperial court of the Kukan Empire arrived at the Habsburg Manor. These people came to convey the orders of the Kukan Emperor to him. Due to the obstruction of the frontline battlefield offensive, the Kukan Emperor decided to carry out the second war mobilization. At the same time, he called for the support of strong individuals to assist the army in defeating the Orc Empire. And Ren is among the participants in this mobilization. Regarding this, Ren was mentally prepared long ago. After all, several months ago, he had already received some news from his father-in-law, the governor. Now it's just a matter of implementation. It seems that I have to go to the battlefield. Seeing off those court envoys, Ren thought to himself. The orders of the imperial emperor. He cannot openly defy them. There's no other way. He can only go to the front lines and go through the motions. Arrange family and territory affairs. In the worried eyes of his wives, Ren went alone to the Kurik fortress. That is the gathering point for the support army this time. According to the information conveyed by the court envoys, he needs to go to the Kurik fortress first, and then follow the army to the battlefield of the Orc Empire. Chapter 216 Destroy the Orc Empire? The Elf Empire joins the battle. Kurik fortress is located in the province of Kili. It is approximately 230,000 kilometers away from the province of Ren. Such a long distance. Even with full speed, it would take over a week to fly to Ren. I don't want to endure hardships along the way. Ren chooses to directly take the teleportation array to get there. Although Kurik Fortress is a military stronghold, there is no direct teleportation array set up. But there are nearby cities. As long as you take the teleportation array to reach the surrounding cities, then rush to Kurik Fortress, you can save a lot of time and distance. Thinking like this, Ren immediately changes direction and heads straight to the capital of the province of Ren, the city of Debite. After years of development, Debite City has already connected to the teleportation array network of the Kukan Empire. It is naturally not a problem to teleport to the cities around Kurik Fortress. Arriving at Debite City, with the dual identity of the governor's son-in-law and the imperial duke, Ren quickly obtained priority use of the teleportation array. The person in charge of the teleportation array didn't even collect any money. They even specially cleared the area for Ren. They drove out the group of people who were originally going to use the teleportation array. In the awe and envy of others, Ren walked into the teleportation array, accompanied by a dazzling blue light. Ren figure disappeared into the teleportation array. Everything spun around. 1 second later, Ren arrived at the city closest to Kurik Fortress, Meteor City. This city is less than 2,000 kilometers away from Kurik Fortress. With Ren's speed, he can reach it in less than an hour. 1 hour later, Ren successfully arrived at Kurik Fortress. A magnificent military stronghold appeared before his eyes. He walked to the gate of the fortress. Halt! Who goes there? Seeing a stranger walking towards them, the soldiers guarding the gate immediately stopped Ren. This is a military restricted area. It is not a place where anyone can come and go freely. Facing the soldiers' obstruction, Ren presented the imperial decree of Emperor Kukain and his own noble medal. Greetings, Duke Ren. Upon learning Ren identity, the soldiers guarding the gate immediately showed awe on their faces. They immediately saluted Ren. Then they sent someone to inform the commander of the Kirik fortress. A few minutes later, a middle-aged man wearing magical battle armor hurriedly walked out with his subordinates. The highest commander of Kirik fortress, General Alisk. Greetings, Lord Ren. The middle-aged man greeted Ren respectfully. As the highest commander of the fortress and the highest-ranking general leading the support army, he showed no sign of arrogance in front of Ren. Because he knew very well that the person before him was someone he absolutely couldn't afford to provoke. A demigod powerhouse, an imperial duke. Regardless of which identity, it was not something he could ignore. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, General Alisk respectfully welcomed Ren inside. They entered the fortress. Groups of extraordinary soldiers were undergoing intense training. The number was so large. It seemed endless at a glance. General Alisk, when will the army depart? Watching this scene, Ren seemed to remember something and suddenly turned to Alisk to ask. According to the Emperor's command, we will depart within 10 days at the latest to support the frontline battlefield. Alisk replied. 10 days. Hearing this, Ren frowned slightly, lost in thought. It seemed that the situation on the frontline battlefield was not very good. Otherwise, there wouldn't be such an urgent need to deploy. In this situation, it seemed a bit difficult for him to slack off. It seemed he would have to act as a firefighter and put out fires everywhere. I hope it's not as bad as I imagine. Thinking of this, Ren sighed inwardly. He didn't want to risk his life for the interests of gods and the Emperor. Unknown to Ren, his thoughts of slacking off and fishing were apparent. Alisk led Ren to a magnificent mansion. This is the Lord's Manor. Kirik Fortress is the best place to live. Go inside. Ren found that there were already quite a few people inside. Each one exuded a strong aura. Obviously, these people, like him, were all strong individuals summoned by the Emperor to support the front lines. Ren also saw several familiar figures among them. They were all nobles he had met at the previous reward ceremony. He didn't rush to greet these people. Walked through the long corridor. Led by General Alisk, Ren quickly arrived at his temporary residence. In the noble world, the hierarchy is clear. As a duke and a demigod powerhouse, the residence assigned to Ren by Alisk was naturally the top and most luxurious. The main house in the center of the Lord's Manor is Ren residence. Of course, it's said to be top-notch luxury. In reality, it's not that luxurious. At most, the living space is more spacious. After all, Kirik Fortress is a military stronghold, not a place for indulgence. Even the Lord's Manor has very basic facilities. It can't be compared to the noble villa where Ren previously lived in the imperial court. However, Ren didn't mind. He's not the kind of noble who indulges in pleasure. As long as the temporary residence is clean and tidy. He sent Alisk away. Ren immediately went to find other familiar nobles to exchange information. In the past few days, he had been studying arcane knowledge, neglecting the situation on the battlefield of the Orc Empire. Now that he has been summoned to the battlefield, he naturally needs to understand the situation. In the blink of an eye, 10 days have passed. The deadline set by Emperor Kukun has arrived. Inside Kirik Fortress, all the armies and strong warriors gathered here immediately set off. Forming long lines like a dragon, they swiftly advanced towards the direction of the Orc Empire. The distance from the Kirik Fortress to the border of the Orc Empire was quite far. More than 100,000 kilometers in total. Even if the entire support army rode on Warcraft warhorses, it would still take more than 20 days to reach the frontline battlefield. Due to the intense situation on the front line, the support army, covered in dust, only rested for 1 day before being thrown into this massive war. However, as a demigod warrior, Ren himself didn't have to personally engage in combat like the ordinary soldiers. Most of the time, just by commanding the army, the demigod warrior on the side of the Orc Empire could be deterred and restrained. With the addition of this living force from the support army, the situation on the front line quickly improved. 1 month later, the support armies from the other 4 empires also arrived one after another. The strength of the human alliance was greatly supplemented and strengthened. In this situation, the human side quickly gained overwhelming advantage on the frontline battlefield. In a major battle, the human alliance successfully defeated tens of millions of elite orc armies. Advancing and capturing cities along the way, they headed straight for the Orc Empire's third and fourth cities, preparing to achieve a decisive victory. It seemed that the previous major battle had completely crushed most of the military power of the Orc Empire. The human alliance did not encounter much decent resistance. They advanced like a broken bamboo. However, just when the situation on the battlefield was extremely favorable, Ren had a faint sense of unease in his heart. These days had been too smooth. He didn't believe that the Orc Empire would be so weak. Just the outcome of one major battle wouldn't completely defeat them. There must be some conspiracy behind this. In fact, that was indeed the case. 5 days later, the human alliance, which had penetrated deep into the territory of the Orc Empire, encountered a large army's ambush. The soldiers of this army were also peculiar. Not only were there various orcs, there were also a large number of elves. Obviously, the Elven Empire, which hadn't participated in the continent's conflicts for a long time, had joined the war. And they joined on the side of the orcs. Chapter 217, The Lord of the Orcs arrives, and the allied human forces are destroyed. On this day, in the morning, Ren followed the Human Alliance army in attacking the important city of the Orc Empire, Grey City. At first, everything went smoothly. The Orc army stationed in Grey City was not large. There were only a few 100,000. Under the fierce attack of the Human Alliance army, it was quickly taken down. The city was plundered. The Human Alliance army continued to advance towards the Orc Empire's capital, Ugnuk. However, not long into the march, the Human Alliance army fell into an ambush. Countless orcs and elves suddenly appeared from the void, surrounding the Human Alliance army. Kill! 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 Orc warriors, charge with me! Kill all these damn humans! Before the Human Alliance army could react, the orcs and elves rushed towards them directly, catching the Human Alliance army off guard. For a moment, the Human Alliance army suffered heavy losses. There was no time to think about why this large army suddenly appeared, why the elves suddenly joined this war. Seeing the battlefield situation rapidly developing in an unfavorable direction, the commander of the alliance immediately requested Ren and the other 03 demigod powerhouses to turn the tide of the battle. The situation was urgent. Ren and the others naturally wouldn't refuse. They immediately prepared to attack the incoming orcs and elves. However, the other side seemed to have anticipated this move long ago. Just as Ren and the others were about to take action, more than 10 demigods appeared on the opposite side. 6 orc demigods, 5 elf demigods. The number was almost twice that of the humans. In the supreme coronation of the mighty Caris, you are the guide of war, the invincible lord of the armies. Seeing the unfavorable situation, the Archbishop of the War Church, who fought alongside the Human Alliance, immediately unleashed his trump card, summoning the incarnation of the war god Caris. Accompanied by an incredibly passionate hymn of the gods, a spatial gate leading to the divine realm, the battlefield of war, opened. A valiant knight clad in golden battle armor, wielding a golden lance, emerged from it, radiating an immensely powerful aura. Just when everyone thought that the incarnation of the war god could turn the tide, the opposing side also summoned a one-eyed, axe-wielding orc. Ren's golden dragon eyes saw a strong and formidable divine aura emanating from him. Clearly, this is also an incarnation of a deity. Judging from his appearance, he should be the orc chief deity Gush. What the F*** is this? Seeing the opponent's luxurious lineup, Ren couldn't help but curse in his heart. He never expected things to develop to this extent. It would have been fine if there were just a dozen demigods involved. But even the incarnation of the orc chief deity personally appeared. You should know, this orc chief deity possesses powerful divine power. Even though his incarnation's power is suppressed by the laws of the plane, limited to the 30th level, his strength is absolutely incomparable to the incarnation of the war god Caris, a deity of medium power. It's like comparing a boss template to an elite template. Even if their levels are the same, an elite monster cannot defeat a boss, unless a miracle happens. Otherwise, the incarnation of the war god Caris would find it difficult to defeat the incarnation of the orc chief deity. Thinking of this, Ren decisively chose to turn and run. The incarnation of the orc chief deity plus a dozen demigods. The outcome of this battle has already been determined. Even if the incarnation of the war god Caris descends, it would be impossible to turn the tide. Not running now. They might not be able to escape later. In fact, not just Ren. At the moment they saw the opponent's luxurious lineup, the other demigod powerhouses also made the same move to run. No one thinks they can win. Not running and waiting to die? Are they stupid after reaching this level of cultivation? They might do something stupid like throwing their lives away for nothing. However, the opponent has carefully set up this situation. They naturally have big ambitions. How could they let Ren and the others escape easily? They immediately released the spatial anchor, fixing the surrounding space, preventing Ren and the others from using spatial movement to escape. Guish transformed into a figure holding a battle axe, charging towards Kairos incarnation. And the more than 10 demigods all made their move, chasing and killing Ren and the others. Since the opponent's numbers are twice as many as ours, almost every demigod on the side of the human alliance has encountered attacks from 2 opposing demigods. Ren is naturally no exception. A half-orc demigod and an elven female demigod rushed towards Ren. Get out of my way. Seeing this, Ren did not hesitate to activate the 9th ring magic of the Supreme Light set, Supreme Destruction Light. The next second, several dazzling sun rays condensed out of thin air. Carrying a terrifying high temperature of tens of millions of degrees, they attacked the 2 fat gods. The speed was astonishing. Being attacked so quickly and fiercely. The 2 demigods were also a bit flustered. Their pursuit speed suddenly slowed down. And Ren did not intend to continue entangling with them, although he is not afraid of these 2 demigods. But now the most important thing is to leave this place of controversy. Otherwise, if it provokes the incarnation of Gush, then it will be completely finished. After releasing the attack, Ren didn't even check the result. Using the power of the light rule, he turned himself into a stream of light. Run with all his might. In the blink of an eye, Ren's figure disappeared from the battlefield. As for the 2 demigods chasing after Ren, the orc demigod clearly wasn't good at speed, so he gave up directly. But the elven demigoddess was unwilling. She chose to continue the pursuit. Her figure flickered, and she quickly caught up with Ren, who was fleeing. Except for Ren, the other 6 human demigods ran away. 2 unlucky ones who were not good at speed and had average strength were held back tightly. In the end, they were beaten to death by the orc and elven demigods, seeing their own high-level combat power running away and dying. The legendary strongmen in the human alliance also wanted to escape when they saw the situation was not good. Unfortunately, they were too slow. They couldn't escape the pursuit of the orc and elven demigods. Except for a few lucky ones who managed to escape. All the others fell. 5 hours later, 70 million elite human soldiers were completely wiped out. The war priests and archbishops who accompanied the army were not spared either. Except for the army that stayed behind to prevent the rear from being blocked. The human alliance army was almost completely annihilated. Blood flowed like a river, staining the earth red. The bodies piled up like mountains. The scene can be described as extremely tragic. Chapter 218. The elf demigod who came after her is immune to equipment from time to time. On the other side, Ren has fled to a place tens of thousands of kilometers away. Phew. Finally safe. Completely away from that cruel and dangerous battlefield, Ren breathed a sigh of relief. This time was truly too dangerous. If he had been trapped on the battlefield, by the time the incarnation of the Orcish main god resolved the incarnation of the war god Caris, he would most likely be done for. Part of the human alliance army is stationed in the rear, ensuring smooth logistics and retreat routes. After escaping the danger, Ren immediately flew towards the location where this part of the human alliance army was stationed. On the way, while rushing, with nothing else to do, he began to ponder why the elven race would participate in this war and choose to help the orcs. You see, due to the previous struggle for the position of the continent's overlord, coupled with the stark differences in civilization between the 2 races, the elven race and the orc race have always looked down on each other. The relationship is quite bad. Calling them mortal enemies is not an exaggeration. Normally, the elven race would never help the orcs. The large number of elven soldiers appearing in the orc army, as well as the 5 elven demigods, all indicate that the elven empire has now reached some kind of agreement with the orc empire and has sided with the orcs. This puzzles Ren. Perhaps it was the actions of the 5 great human empires that made the elven empire feel threatened. After pondering for a moment, Ren also had a rough guess in his mind. This is a very simple reason: when lips are gone, teeth will be cold. This time, the 5 great human empires have united to annihilate the Orc Empire. If the Orc Empire is destroyed, humans will become the sole dominant force and truly become the continent's overlords. By then, as a foreign race, the Elven Empire's situation will naturally become worse. Who knows? They might also be wiped out by the human empires, just like they did to the Orcs. From this perspective, the assistance of the Elven Empire to the mortal enemy Orc Empire is completely reasonable. It's simply too logical. If my guess is correct, it is probably impossible for the 5 great human empires to destroy the Orc Empire, Ren thought to himself. With the help of the Elven Empire. Unless the 5 great human empires go all out. Otherwise, they won't be able to do anything to the Orc Empire. Of course. Whether the Orc Empire is destroyed or not, he doesn't really care. Anyway, even if the Orc Empire is destroyed, he won't be able to claim the divine reward given by the war god Caris. Just as Ren was flying on his way. Chi! Suddenly, a piercing sound came from behind Ren. An arrow made of mithril, invisible to the naked eye, shot at Ren's head at an incredible speed. Empowered by the formidable forces of nature. The power contained in this arrow is enough to pierce through a mountain range. The penetrating power is so strong that it reaches its limit. If it really hits, even if Ren doesn't die, he would be skinned alive. Supreme Radiant Shield. Feeling the imminent danger, Ren quickly activated the defensive magic of the Supreme Light set to defend himself. The next second, a round white energy shield, exuding an aura of resilience and immortality, instantly enveloped and covered him. That incredibly powerful magic arrow landed on this shield. Boom! A loud roar resounded. The air trembled. An immensely powerful hurricane, centered around Ren, swept in all directions. After a moment of stalemate, the colliding magic arrow and the radiant shield dissipated at the same time. After blocking the attack, Ren immediately turned his head to find the person who attacked him. It's you. Looking at the elf demigoddess in front of him, Ren's face showed a hint of surprise. He thought he had already shaken off all the pursuers. Who would have thought? They caught up again. However, I really don't know if they are too reckless or if they see him as an easy target. This elf demigoddess actually chased after him alone. Human, surrender obediently. Seeing Ren block her seemingly inevitable attack, Wena's eyes flashed with surprise. Immediately, she bent her bow and aimed at Ren again. In her eyes, Ren is only a 22nd level demigod, 3 levels lower than herself. He definitely couldn't be her opponent. Ignoring the words of the elf woman, Ren carefully assessed her. Indeed, the elves are known for their attractive appearance, and this elf demigoddess is unbelievably beautiful. Her form-fitting magical leather armor fully accentuated her curves. Her skin was fair as jade. A pair of round and firm long legs reflected a charming halo under the sun. Combined with her ethereal temperament, giving people the feeling of a forest after rain, fresh and natural. Among all the women Ren had seen, this elf demigoddess's appearance could easily rank in the top 5. Among my wives, there isn't a pure-blooded elf yet. If I could marry her and bring her home, I would definitely have highly talented offspring with powerful mutated bloodlines. Thinking of this, a hint of fiery desire flashed in Ren's eyes. Die. Seeing Ren completely ignoring her words and giving her a provocative look, Wena couldn't help but show a hint of killing intent in her eyes. Without hesitation, she launched a fierce attack towards Ren. The bowstring trembled. In less than 2 seconds, she shot out hundreds of magic arrows. Like a torrential rain, covering every inch of Ren's body. She wanted to turn it into a hedgehog. So irritable, Ren remained calm in the face of such fierce attacks. He unleashed the power of the sacred maxims to distort reality. The next second, these powerful magic arrows disappeared as if they were erased by an eraser, just like pencil marks. They vanished without a trace. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, when Lena widened her eyes, her beautiful eyes filled with disbelief. Her angry strike was easily deciphered by the human demigod whose strength was far inferior to her own. There's nothing impossible. Ren calmly spoke. To prevent any further complications, he decided to take down this elven demigoddess as quickly as possible. Time manipulation ability, activate. The next second, An inexplicable force swept through the surrounding space and time, pressing the pause button on the flowing time. However, Ren, Li Lijiao, was surprised to find that the elven demigoddess within the time-stop domain was completely unaffected. She still maintained her ability to move. Coming back to his senses, he saw the pendant on the elven woman's neck suddenly emit a dazzling light, resisting the power of time. Ren immediately understood what was going on. Obviously, this elven demigoddess carried a powerful magic equipment that was immune to time-stop. In the Roland continent, time-stop was known as the strongest ninth circle spell. Once used, it almost meant the end of the battle. Such a powerful spell naturally had many people trying to find ways to defend against it. The most effective method among them was to carry a piece of magic equipment that was immune to time-stop. However, this kind of equipment was extremely expensive. Coupled with the fact that the main material, time sand, was extremely difficult to obtain. This also resulted in a very limited number of time-stop immune equipment in the Roland continent. So far, he had never encountered one. Ren never expected that he would see one on this elven demigoddess today. Chapter 219 Capture the elf demigod and shake the Kukan Empire. It seems that this female elf's identity is not simple. Ren thought to himself. Ordinary demigods do not have the qualifications to possess time-stopping equipment. This woman's status in the elven clan is definitely very high. Just as Ren was speculating about the identity of the female elf. Time pause. Looking at the frozen scene around her, Wena was also shocked. She never expected that this human in front of her would actually master the highly difficult 9-ring magic of time pause. If it weren't for the time pendant given to her by her mother that she carried with her, she would probably be killed instantly by this human. As Ren continued to display one extraordinary ability after another, Wena also realized that this human was extremely extraordinary. A freakishly powerful combatant with endless tricks up his sleeve. She couldn't help but feel the urge to retreat. Transforming into lightning, she swiftly shuttled through the forest, running in the direction away from Ren. Trying to run? Dream on. Seeing this scene, Ren immediately used dragon transformation, turning into a golden dragon, and chased after Wena in the direction she was fleeing. The dragon wings trembled. The distance between the two of them rapidly decreased before the naked eye. Seeing Ren suddenly transform into a golden dragon and chase after her, Wena was extremely shocked. While running away, she bent her bow and strung an arrow. Shoot out powerful magic arrows to intercept Ren advance. And Ren completely ignores it. After transforming into a golden dragon, his defense greatly increases. Facing these attacks, Ren doesn't even bother to dodge. Activate defense skills. Endure the arrows and quickly advance. When approaching within a range of 10 kilometers, Ren immediately unleashes the power of the divine incantation, distorting reality, imprisoning her for 300. However, the next second, a burst of powerful magic energy erupts from Wenera's luxurious magic equipment, automatically dispelling the imprisonment effect. Seeing that all negative statuses are ineffective, Ren also doesn't waste effort. Decides to forcefully take down this elven demigoddess with absolute strength. Accelerate the frequency of the dragon wings vibrations again. In less than 10 seconds, cross a distance of 10 kilometers. The next second, the golden dragon form of Ren opens its mouth. After a slight buildup of power, a platinum-colored beam of light, carrying the power to purify everything, rapidly strikes towards Wenera. I felt an extremely terrifying energy fluctuation coming from behind. When Lena immediately used magical equipment to perform spatial jumps, attempting to dodge this attack. However, it was in vain. Under the law of causality, the attack must hit. This beam of light turned in the air and continued to chase after Wenlena. Unexpectedly, Ren attack even had a navigation function. Boom. I didn't react at all. Wenlena was hit by this holy breath, which was imbued with a large amount of the laws of light. She was directly blasted several kilometers away. Fortunately, her luxurious legendary equipment reduced most of the breath's power, coupled with the tenacity of a half-god powerhouse. Wenlena was not in mortal danger. She coughed up a few mouthfuls of blood. Wenlena endured the intense pain and quickly got up from the ground. Ren? She wanted to escape from Ren pursuit as soon as possible. Unfortunately, it was too late. Ren? Ren had already rushed in front of her. When Lena had just gotten up from the ground. Ren, comma? Ren, in the form of a golden dragon, reached out its claw and grabbed her. The immense power firmly imprisoned when Lena. Comma? Damn human, let me go. Comma? Encountering this situation for the first time, when Lena's face was filled with fear. Comma? For a moment, everything was in chaos. Comma? She used all her strength to struggle desperately. Ren? She wanted to break free from Ren control. But it was obviously in vain. As an archer. Comma? Ren? Even though she had reached the demigod level, her muscular strength was far from being comparable to Ren, who was a power-type fighter. Comma? No matter how she struggled, she couldn't shake him even a bit. Ren was too lazy to waste time talking to this obviously pampered female elf. Ren? Ren directly stripped off all of her magical equipment. Sleep. He fully activated the power of the holy incantation. Without the protection of magical equipment. Comma? When Lena, in a state of panic, couldn't resist the power of the holy incantation that distorted reality. Comma? She instantly lost consciousness and fell into a deep sleep. Quickly capture this female elf. Ren, comma? Ren summoned a star whale and threw her into the star whale's internal space. Then he continued to flee. Comma? The pursuit of this half-god elven woman made him realize that he was not completely safe yet. Half an hour later. Ren? Ren had already arrived at the rear base of the human alliance. In front of him appeared a scene of devastation. Millions of human soldiers lay in pools of blood. Completely devoid of life. In addition to this, Ren also saw the figures of orcs and elves inside. It was obvious. When the human alliance army was ambushed and surrounded, the human soldiers responsible for defending the retreat route were also attacked by enemy forces. Now they have been completely wiped out. We need to leave quickly. Realizing this, Ren immediately turned and flew towards the direction of the Kukan Empire. The human alliance army was completely finished. Staying in the territory of the Orc Empire would be completely meaningless. On the contrary, it would be very risky. Once discovered and surrounded by the Orc Empire's powerful beings, they would definitely be beaten to death. Avoiding the marching route of the Orc Empire's army. After one day, Ren returned to the territory of the Kukan Empire. At this time, the Orc Empire's army had already launched a full-scale counterattack against the Kukan Empire. Most of the border areas of the Kukan Empire had fallen. It was in chaos. There was no other way. Ren could only go to the governor's mansion of the border province. Then, through the military communication magic array of the governor's mansion, he would convey the information about the ambush of the frontline army by the Orc and Elf Alliance to the imperial capital of the Kukan Empire. Upon receiving the information from Ren, the high-ranking officials of the Kukan Empire attached great importance to it. Although it was extremely difficult to believe in the alliance between the Elf Empire and the Orc Empire, the sudden loss of contact with the frontline army and the Orc Empire's attack on the border indicated the authenticity of this information. Understanding the seriousness of the situation, the Emperor of Kukan issued the highest mobilization order and sent the 6 elite Imperial Knight Orders to the front line. At the same time, the provincial garrisons and strong individuals were also conscripted. As for Ren, he also received the orders from the Emperor of the Kukan Empire to command the border army and resist the sudden attacks of the Orc and Elf Alliance, to buy time for the arrival of the main army. Upon receiving this order, Ren was speechless. He just wanted to slack off and enjoy life. How did he suddenly become the person in charge of the border defense line? This was such a difficult task. The Orc Empire had been so badly beaten by the Human Alliance army. They would definitely seek revenge. The Kukan Empire, which was closest to the Orc Empire and shared the most borders, would undoubtedly bear the greatest pressure. In this situation, to make him lead a border army of less than 2 million and stop the Orc army's attack, waiting for reinforcements to arrive? It's probably just a dream. Difficult to handle. Thinking of this, Ren felt a headache. However, the orders have all been given. There's no way to refuse. Can only find a way to try to complete it as much as possible. Garrisoning the city and waiting for reinforcements is definitely not going to work. What city can withstand the fierce attacks of more than 10 demigods from the Orc army? Thinking it over, Ren decided to learn from the successful experiences of great figures in his past life and engage in guerrilla warfare, harassing and delaying the orc army's advance. Next, under Ren leadership, the border army of over 1 million played a game of hide-and-seek with the orc army, using the group invisibility magic equipment confiscated from the semi-god beings, combined with his own talent of manipulating the fog of destiny, which can interfere with the astrology's surveillance and targeting. The million-strong border army moved around the border province like ghosts, perfectly implementing the spirit of guerrilla warfare: retreat when the enemy advances, harass when the enemy stays, attack when the enemy tires, pursue when the enemy retreats, while crazily harassing the orc army. They also seized the opportunity to devour hundreds of thousands of isolated and detached orc troops. Under Ren tactical command, the million-strong border army miraculously delayed the advance of tens of millions of orc and elven soldiers. However, this miracle did not last long. 5 days later, the orc army, sickened by Ren's cunning maneuvers, searched every inch of the border province. Under this thorough search, the million-strong border army naturally couldn't hide. After their position was exposed, tens of millions of orc army surrounded them. No suspense. The million-strong border army was ultimately annihilated. Only Ren remained. With his own powerful strength, he alone fought his way out of the encirclement. Successfully escaped. There's no way. It's not that he didn't want to escape with his soldiers, but the enemy's strength completely overwhelmed their own. It's impossible to lead the army out. If they ran late, if the orc main god incarnated, it would be game over for him too. After this battle, all resistance forces in the border province were completely wiped out. The orc army advanced rapidly, capturing more than 10 provinces in one fell swoop, shaking the Kukarn Empire. Chapter 220 Land Cessation Compensation, Emperor Kukan and #039 saw operation. As news spread of the orc army capturing over 10 provinces, the entire Kukan Empire was filled with fear and unease. This is 1/5 of the empire's territory. At this rate, the Kukan Empire seems to be in danger of being completely defeated. They have sensed the crisis of their nation being destroyed. The high-level officials of the Kukan Empire are also anxious. They immediately accelerate the speed of mobilizing troops and gather more soldiers and horses, attempting to intercept the offensive of the beast-human army. At the same time, we sought help from the other 4 human empires. After all, the Orc Empire and the Elf Empire joined forces. The Kukan Empire is definitely no match for them. If we don't seek help soon, the empire will truly perish. We received a plea for help from the Kukan Empire. The reactions from the other 4 empires were also very swift. A prompt response will be given soon. Agreed to send troops to assist the Kukan Empire in fighting against the alliance of the Orc Empire and the Elf Empire. There are 3 factors that led to such a straightforward agreement. First, this incident was caused by all 5 major empires together. Second, if the armies of the orcs and elves are allowed to destroy the Kukan Empire, the power of the human forces will greatly decline. Everyone understands the principle of when the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. Third, when the Kukan Empire requested assistance, they also made veiled threats. If the 4 major empires refuse to support and remain indifferent, the Kukan Empire does not rule out the possibility of surrendering and turning to the side of the orcs and elves. By then, the orcs and elves will be able to use the territory of the Kukan Empire as a springboard to attack their own territories. This is unacceptable to the 4 major empires. After agreeing to send troops, the 4 major empires also acted very quickly, swiftly dispatching a large number of elite soldiers to support the southern Kukan Empire. The alliance of the 5 human empires versus the Elf Empire plus the Orc Empire. In the coming period, the Kukan Empire is undoubtedly engulfed in war. Today, the human alliance has recaptured a province. Tomorrow, the Orc and Elven empires will launch a fierce attack to retake it. Both sides are engaged in intense battles, with the situation being extremely deadlocked. Such a fierce large-scale war. Even Ren, who is determined to stay out of it, is extremely busy. He frequently takes action, fighting against enemy demigods. In the process, Ren forcefully kills a 22nd level orc demigod and severely injures 3 mid-level demigods above level 24. His reputation soars. Having suffered such a big loss, they realize Ren's incredibly strong combat power. Afterwards, when facing Ren again, both the humans and elves deploy 3 or more mid-level demigods to support each other. Regarding this, Ren also knows when to stop. He doesn't continue to kill other demigods, stimulating the sensitive nerves of the opposing side. If he were to expose all his cards, he is confident in defeating the 3 mid-level demigods working together. He might even find the right opportunity to kill them all. But doing so would attract too much attention. He would definitely end up on the Orc and Elven Empire's hit list. It might even provoke the intervention of the Orc's main deity. By then, he would be in danger. There are no substantial benefits. To risk so much for a fleeting reputation, only a fool would do that. To be honest, if it weren't for achieving some merits, to avoid being held accountable for the potential destruction of the human alliance, he would have long continued to stay out of it. How could he be so high profile, killing an Orc demigod and severely injuring 3 others? After accumulating enough merits, Ren immediately resumed his slacking off mode. Each time he took action, it was mainly to engage in close combat, to restrain the opponent's semi-divine combat power. This high-intensity large-scale war lasted for nearly 3 months. Neither side gained much advantage, and neither could do anything to the other. Coupled with the enormous consumption brought about by the war, both sides did not want to continue fighting. After some negotiations, the 5 human empires officially reached a ceasefire agreement with the Orc Empire and the Elven Empire. This large-scale war, with its massive scale and fierce fighting, ended in a whimper like this. In this war, the Orc Empire and the Kukarn Empire suffered the greatest losses. After all, the main battlefield was the territory of these 2 empires. Regardless of the loss of soldiers and supplies, almost 1/3 of their territory was turned into wasteland. It would be difficult to recover for several decades or even hundreds of years. However, the Orc Empire suffered slightly less losses than the Kukarn Empire. Because according to the ceasefire agreement signed by both sides, the Orc Empire could select 3 provinces from the occupied areas as compensation. And what about the Kukarn Empire? In order to quickly end this war with no benefits and avoid more territories being attacked by the flames of war, the losses were even more severe. 0. Asking for flowers. In the end, they could only grit their teeth and agree to this condition. It has to be said, the Kukarn Empire really suffered a huge loss this time. They didn't gain any benefits, suffered heavy military losses, and had to cede territory as compensation. Such a big defeat has already shaken the foundation of the empire. The internal public opinion pressure within the empire is also very high. Many imperial nobles have begun to question the ability of the Kukarn royal family. In order to ensure the dignity and rule of the royal family, Ren naturally became the scapegoat for Emperor Kukarn. After all, Ren followed the human alliance in attacking the Orc Empire and did not die in battle. In addition, his status was high enough to participate in the entire war. As the scapegoat for the war's failure, it couldn't be more appropriate. Just like that. Not only did Ren not receive any commendation for killing the enemy demigod and delivering intelligence. Instead, he was held accountable. Even his title was reduced by 1 level, from Duke to Marquis. Of course, Emperor Kukain also knew that the war's failure had little to do with Ren himself. He had privately spoken to Ren as well. Once the storm passed, he would find an opportunity to restore Ren title. At the same time, he also provided Ren with many rare magical materials that were hard to find outside. Even so, Ren still felt very unhappy about being the scapegoat for others. He didn't want to get involved in this war caused by the divine beings in the first place. But he was conscripted by the emperor. Not only was he involuntarily dragged into it, but he also received such a result after putting in a lot of effort. Who could feel at ease with this in their heart? With the system as his golden finger, he lacked almost nothing. He didn't care about those so-called compensations at all. Thinking like this, Ren's goodwill towards the Kukain imperial family completely turned into a negative number. If there is a chance in the future, he wouldn't mind stabbing the Kukain imperial family. Or, after having enough strength, pulling them down and making the Habs family the imperial family of the Kukain Empire. Adjusting his mood, Ren left the imperial capital of the Kukain Empire, Zydra City. He had been away from home for half a year. Now that the war was over, if he didn't return home soon, his wives would be worried. Chapter 221 The Elf Royal Family, The First Kiss of the Elf Princess. Kadela City, the Imperial Palace. Your Majesty, Marquis Ren has already left. It seems that his mood is not very good. A figure shrouded in darkness reported the situation to Emperor Cocaine with a hoarse voice. Upon hearing this, Emperor Cocaine lightly tapped the table, his expression devoid of joy or sorrow. No emotional fluctuations could be discerned. He had already anticipated this outcome. By making Ren the scapegoat, he naturally knew that it would provoke Ren dissatisfaction. But he still did it. Because it was the best solution. If a weighty scapegoat was not presented, the failure of this war would severely undermine the dignity of the royal family, thus affecting the royal family's rule over the empire. Moreover, Ren development was progressing too quickly. In this war, Ren, who had only recently been promoted to a demigod, killed a 22nd rank orc demigod. If he wasn't made the scapegoat, Ren's reputation would undoubtedly skyrocket. Coupled with his astonishing rate of progress in strength. Given time, who would have the final say in the Habu's empire? In his view, making Ren bear the blame for the failure of the 763 war was a win-win situation. It not only avoided damage to the dignity of the royal family, but also suppressed Ren development momentum, preventing Ren from influencing his rule over the Cocaine Empire in the future. Emperor Cocaine's precise calculations were unknown to others. At this moment, Ren had already set foot on the journey back home. 3 days later, Ren returned to the Habu's manor. "My dear, are you okay?" Seeing her husband return, Janice and the others came out to greet him. Their eyes were filled with excitement and joy. Ren had been conscripted to the battlefield. For the past half-year, they had been extremely worried. After all, this war was truly terrifying. Just the demigod powerhouses alone. It was said that more than 5 had fallen. If Ren had also perished on the battlefield, then I'm fine. You still don't know my strength? As long as I don't want to die, no one can keep me. Feeling the genuine concern from his wives, Ren also felt warm in his heart. The frustration he had felt due to Emperor Cocaine's manipulations was instantly swept away. After freshening up and changing into new clothes, after a long half-year, Ren finally sat down with his wives to have lunch together. The atmosphere at the dining table was very warm. It's been such a long time since they last saw each other. Janice and the others also missed Ren very much. They competed to serve Ren food at the table. If it weren't for Ren's big appetite, his stomach would have burst. After lunch, Ren took a walk in the garden with his wives. After some affectionate moments, Janice and the others couldn't help but ask Ren about his battlefield experiences during this time, if he encountered any danger. But Ren didn't want his wives to worry. When telling the story, he downplayed all the dangerous experiences. As he spoke, Ren, who was engaged in a heart-to-heart conversation, couldn't help but complain to his wives about Emperor Cocaine's sneaky move of making him take the blame. Upon hearing this, Janice and the others immediately got angry. They all cursed Emperor Cocaine and felt that their husband was being treated unfairly. Getting angry harms one's health. More than 10 of Ren's wives were still pregnant. They didn't want their unborn babies to be affected by these unpleasant things. After coming back to their senses, Ren quickly comforted his wives' emotions. After more than 10 minutes, his wives' emotions finally calmed down. Then, Ren took his wives to soak in the hot springs. Not even 2 minutes passed. The sound of exciting play echoed in the air above the hot springs. The next day, after breakfast, Ren was about to go to his study to handle estate affairs. However, halfway there, Ren seemed to remember something and suddenly stopped. "I almost forgot about that elf demigoddess," Ren muttered to himself. After capturing the elven demigoddess, he threw her into the spatial interior of the Star Squad. Because he was busy dealing with the war afterwards, he forgot about her. If he hadn't returned home now and had some free time, he wouldn't have remembered this. It's about time to deal with this elf. Thinking like this, Ren summoned the star whale and walked into its spatial interior to bring out the elf demigoddess. Because Ren had put her to sleep with a sacred incantation before, he also sealed her powers with a magical item. Therefore, even after half a year had passed, the elven woman, fat goddess, remained in a coma. If it weren't for the insanely powerful divine body of a demigod, she hadn't eaten for half a year. This forgotten elven woman, Ren, had long starved to death. He carried the elven woman into the study and cast another imprisoning spell. After confirming that the elven woman had no possibility of resistance, Ren finally lifted the power of the divine incantation and awakened her. She slowly opened her eyes. When Lena's gaze was somewhat confused. As her memories quickly returned, she soon understood her situation. It was quite obvious. She had been captured by this human in front of her. What do you want in order to release me? Before Ren could speak, when Lena, who had calmed down, asked directly. Since this human in front of her hadn't killed her, he must have some ulterior motive. It's simple. Become my wife, give birth to 100 children for me, and I'll let you go. Seeing when Lena's directness, Ren wasted no time and immediately answered with a smile. Upon hearing this, when Lena was instantly stunned. She never expected Ren to propose such a shameless condition. Don't even think about it. I will never marry you, this shameless human, let alone bear your children. Regaining her senses, when Lena spoke with a face full of anger and embarrassment. Number 0. This human just wanted to treat her as a plaything. Miss Elf, it seems you haven't realized your situation yet. I'm not asking for your opinion. Ren pinched when Lena's smooth and tender chin and spoke lightly. Immediately, he lowered his head and kissed her. Feeling the sensation of lips, when Lena couldn't help but widen her eyes. Her pure emerald eyes were filled with disbelief. This was her first kiss that she had preserved for hundreds of years. And it was taken away so recklessly by a shameless human? 2 seconds later, sensing something intruding, when Lena instantly snapped out of her daze. And without hesitation, she bit down hard. I want to bite that thing off. However, Ren had already anticipated when Lena's actions. He directly reached out his right hand and pinched when Lena's cheeks, preventing her from biting. After enjoying the tea for a few minutes, Ren finally let go of Lena. At this moment, when Lena's pretty face was already red. You despicable human, I will definitely kill you. Recovering from her daze, when Lena's gaze towards Ren was filled with fury. It seemed like she wanted to completely crush Ren. Seeing that when Lena was still so unyielding, without any nonsense, Ren lowered his head again and applied his punishment to her. This time it lasted even longer. They savored the tea for more than 10 minutes. After this session ended, when Lena was noticeably more obedient, she only stared at Ren with resentful eyes, without saying any more words of wanting to beat or kill Ren. After Ren's criticism and education, she understood that doing so would not benefit her in the slightest. Instead, it would only anger Ren even more and make her suffer even more. I am the Grand Princess of the Elven Empire, the next Elven Empress. As long as you are willing to let me go, I can give you a semi-divine artifact as a reward. Forcing herself to calm down, when Lena spoke again. In her words, not only did she reveal her identity to intimidate Ren, she also offered extremely generous conditions to entice Ren. Elven Grand Princess? Upon hearing this, Ren was also surprised. Although he had already guessed that this female elf's identity was not simple. But he didn't expect it to be this extraordinary. However, after the shock subsided, he became even more interested in this beautiful and charming female elf. Elven royal bloodline, noble lineage. And she was also a semi-divine grade powerhouse with a strength of the 25th rank. If he could have a child with her, they would definitely be able to give birth to a diamond-level offspring. As for Lena's coercion and temptation, Ren completely ignored it. After all, it was just a mere semi-divine artifact. How could it compare to the fragrance of this elven princess? Chapter 222 Bet with the Elf Princess, Love Contract. I'm sorry. I don't need a demi-artifact. I said it before. If you want me to let you go, it's simple. Just become my wife and have children for me. Considering you are the princess of the Elven Empire, I can reduce the number of children to 50. Ren spoke up. A cheap expression crossed his face. Seeing this, while Lena was speechless, she also felt a surge of anger in her heart. In her opinion, this human is still not letting go, just wanting to extract more benefits from her. As for Ren really wanting to have children, ignoring the temptation of the demi-artifact, she absolutely wouldn't believe it. After all, it's too outrageous. That is a demi-artifact. Even demigod powerhouses would fight over such a peerless treasure. How could it be compared to having children? Normal people would choose the demi-artifact, not force her to have children. Unfortunately, Wenlina didn't realize that the person she encountered was abnormal in the first place. What do you want in order to let me go? Just say it. Taking a deep breath, Wenlina said coldly. She secretly made up her mind. Once she escapes, she will make this greedy person pay. I already said it just now. Marry me and help me have children. Ren repeated again, seemingly sensing that the elven princess didn't believe his words. Ren chose to take direct action, once again tasting the lips of the elven princess. At the same time, his hands began to remove the armor on Wenlina's body. Perhaps because he knew her noble identity, Ren felt that this experience was particularly enjoyable. One word: smooth. Very smooth. Feeling the unrestrained actions of Ren, Wenlina was dumbfounded. She didn't expect this human to actually play for real. The previous words were not an excuse to seek more benefits. Just the thought of being possessed and played with by this human, and having to bear dozens of his children. The mentality of this elven princess instantly collapsed. She immediately struggled frantically. However, the power within her had already been sealed by Ren. To break through the seal, it would take at least several hours. Coupled with the effect of the imprisonment spell, her struggling movements were very weak. Instead, it seemed like teasing. Ren became even more excited, feeling the fabric on his body becoming less and less. Wenlina felt completely hopeless. She immediately decided to ignite the divine fire and commit suicide. As the eldest princess of the Elven Empire, even in death, she would die with dignity. She would absolutely not let this damn human succeed. Sensing the determination in Wenlina's eyes, Ren temporarily stopped his actions. At this moment, Wenlina's clothes were extremely disheveled. Under the partially covered clothing, a hint of fair and delicate skin was revealed. Combined with her stunning and ethereal face, it was dazzling and enchanting. If you want me to let you go, but don't want to marry me and bear my children, how about we make a bet? Appreciating the breathtaking beauty in front of him, Ren spoke. From the probing attacks just now, he had already figured out the character of this elven princess. She was quite fierce. There was no chance of quickly and directly conquering her. He had to rely on detours, like boiling a frog in warm water. What kind of bet? Upon hearing this, Wenna, who had already decided to commit suicide, felt a significant reduction in her desire to die. There is hope. Who would want to die? It's simple. We'll spend some time together. If you develop feelings for me during this time, if you fall in love with me and have a child for me, that would be best. If you don't like it, I won't force you. At that time, I will let you leave directly. Ren said straightforwardly. Upon hearing this, Wenna could hardly believe her ears. It all depends on her own feelings? This bet is too simple. You're not tricking me, are you? Coming back to her senses, Wenna instinctively felt that there was deceit involved and questioned Ren. She couldn't believe that this audacious and despicable human would be so kind. If you don't believe me, we can make a vow. Facing the questioning of this elven princess, Ren spread his hands and said honestly. A look of whether you believe it or not. Upon hearing this, Wenna's doubts were significantly reduced. However, she still felt that something was not right. Forget it. This bet is too disadvantageous for me. Let's just have a child directly. The weather is nice today, it's a good time to have a child. Seeing Wenna's hesitation, Ren decided to push her further, taking on an attitude of backing out. Continuing to approach Wenna. Seeing Ren's actions, Wenna instantly panicked and shouted, "No! I'll bet with you. Or forget it." Upon hearing this, Ren did not directly agree. Instead, he wore a reluctant expression. "No way. If you continue to insult me, I will self-destruct with divine fire," Wenlina said resolutely. Upon hearing this, Ren also agreed reluctantly, with a face full of resignation. Next, after confirming the contract repeatedly without any issues, Wenlina decisively signed the bet with Ren. According to the content of the contract, Wenlina needs to spend half a year with Ren. After half a year, if Wenlina doesn't fall in love, Ren will release her. After signing the contract, Wenlina had a smile on her face. Even if she were to die and jump into a volcano, she would never fall in love with this detestable human. There is absolutely no possibility. In her opinion, she has already won this bet. And Ren, while appearing to be at a loss, he was secretly laughing in his heart. This naive and sweet elf princess fell for it. He is not a fool. How could he play such a losing bet? He dared to do this because he naturally had 100% certainty of winning. When he signed the magic contract just now, he quietly spent 8,000 years of cultivation value from the system store to purchase a love god contract. This contract is blessed with the power of love. As long as their strength does not reach the level of a deity, the man and woman who signed this contract will gradually fall in love with each other over time. He quietly disguised it as a normal magic contract and signed it with Wenlena. Now the contract is complete. If nothing unexpected happens, this princess of the elf empire is already in his grasp. This elf princess is still too naive. Who can win the bet has already been determined before the bet takes effect. Looking at Wenlena, who thinks she has already won, Ren smugly thought to himself. To let him let go of such a delicious delicacy that has been delivered to his mouth? That's impossible, all right. Chapter 223 Legendary Talent, Time Acceleration. In the blink of an eye. 2 months have passed. During this time, Ren spends every day with Wenlena. As time goes by, the power of the love contract gradually becomes apparent. After continuous observation, Ren can clearly perceive that Wenlena's dislike towards him is diminishing. She even gazes at him absent-mindedly, like a young girl in the throes of spring. If things continue like this, in less than half a year, he will successfully win over this elven princess and have her bear his child. Regarding her own changes, Wenlena, who is determined to win the bet, naturally does not remain oblivious. At first, she thought that Ren had used some evil magic on her, distorting her mind. However, she quickly dismissed this speculation. Because in the magic contract they signed earlier, she had already added relevant clauses. If Ren had truly used mind-altering magic on her, the magic contract would have been triggered long ago. How is this possible? Could it be that I have really fallen for this human? Excluding external factors, Wenlena can hardly believe the growing fondness she feels for Ren in her heart. To be honest, this doesn't seem impossible. After spending this time together, Wenlena discovered that this human who always wants her to bear his child is actually quite outstanding. Handsome in appearance, coupled with his unique confidence that shines like the sun. His charm is enough to rival the most handsome male elves of their race, and even surpass them. As for his strength, there's no need to mention it. She has personally experienced it. As the most talented daughter of the elves, she has rarely suffered defeat in her self-cultivation. However, when facing Ren, who is 3 ranks lower than her, she was completely powerless. It shows just how astonishing this human's combat power is. When Ren's future cultivation improves, his strength will undoubtedly become even more terrifying. He might even contend for the position of the strongest in the Roland continent. Marrying this human doesn't seem bad at all. Recalling the shining points of Ren, this shameful thought suddenly arises in Wenlena's mind. Under the influence of the power of love, Wenlena's acceptance of marrying Ren is increasing. Time flows like water. In the blink of an eye, another 2 months have passed. Until today, Melita, Jessica, Lifa, and the other 17 wives have been pregnant for nearly 12 months. Based on the previous situation, it can be inferred that the time of delivery is not far away. The Habsburg family is about to welcome a huge wave of babies. 1 week later, Jessica, Lifa, Katie, Serena, and Emick were the first 5 women to complete childbirth. Detected the birth of the host's 228th child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is extraordinary, the fighting spirit aptitude is extraordinary, and the evaluation is gold level. Reward: 100 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 20 years of magical cultivation. Detected the birth of the host's 229th child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is extraordinary, the fighting spirit aptitude is epic, and the hidden bloodline is incomplete golden dragon, already awakened, bloodline concentration 30%, naturally possessing golden dragon scales, powerful bloodline talents such as fierce aura, dragon might, evaluation is platinum level. Reward: 500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 300 years of magical cultivation, 1 opportunity to comprehend the light law. Detected the birth of the host's 230th child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is epic, the fighting spirit aptitude is epic, and the hidden bloodline is incomplete golden dragon, already awakened, bloodline concentration 40%, naturally possessing golden dragon scales, powerful bloodline talents such as fierce aura, dragon might, evaluation is platinum level. Reward, 500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 1 opportunity to comprehend the light law. These 5 children are average. Although there were no diamond level offspring. But with the blessing of the golden dragon bloodline, their overall aptitude is still good. 3 gold level and 2 platinum level. This wave of baby boom provided Ren with 1,300 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 380 years of magical cultivation, and 1 opportunity to comprehend the light law. In order to break through the realm of cultivation, Ren converted all 380 years of magical cultivation into fighting spirit. With the promotion of 1,680 years of fighting spirit cultivation, the originally 22nd stage limit of fighting spirit cultivation quickly broke through and reached the 23rd stage. After completing the breakthrough, Ren also used the opportunity to comprehend the law. After it was over, his comprehension of the light law increased from 71% to 74%. The strength of the law power derived from the divine fire in his body was once again enhanced. After absorbing this wave of system rewards, Ren's strength has roughly doubled. Feeling the increasingly profound fluctuations in Ren aura, when Lena, who was staring at Ren in a daze, was full of question marks on her face. What's going on? How did this human suddenly break through the realm without cultivation? This is too outrageous. Regarding when Lena's doubts, Ren didn't show any intention to answer. After all, maintaining a sense of mystery appropriately helps enhance one's charm. Come here and give me a kiss. Without giving Lena a chance to ask questions, Ren happily pulled her into his arms. He kissed her deeply. Regarding Ren actions, when Lena resisted symbolically for a moment before enjoying it peacefully. After 4 months of being together, she had gradually fallen in love with this man. Therefore, she didn't mind Ren's intimate actions at all. On the contrary, she felt delighted in her heart. Feeling Lena's cooperation, Ren also felt joyful in his heart. It seems that the elf princess will soon be eaten. Another month passed. The remaining 12 wives also gave birth one after another. Detected the birth of the host's 233rd child. The child's magic aptitude is legendary, and the martial spirit aptitude is epic. Hidden bloodline, incomplete golden giant dragon, already awakened, bloodline concentration 69%, naturally possesses golden dragon scales, fierce aura, dragon might, and other powerful bloodline talents. Evaluation, diamond level. Reward, 1,500 years of martial spirit cultivation, 500 years of magic cultivation, plus 15% comprehension of the light law. Detected the birth of the host's 234th child. The child's magic aptitude is epic, and the martial spirit aptitude is epic. Hidden bloodline, incomplete golden giant dragon, already awakened, bloodline concentration 40%, naturally possesses golden dragon scales, fierce aura, dragon might, and other powerful bloodline talents. Evaluation, platinum level. Reward, 500 years of martial spirit cultivation, 100 years of magic cultivation. Detected the birth of the host's 235th child. The child's magic aptitude is epic, and the martial spirit aptitude is legendary. Hidden bloodline, incomplete golden giant dragon, already awakened, bloodline concentration 70%, naturally possesses golden dragon scales, fierce aura, dragon might, golden domain, and other powerful bloodline talents. Evaluation, diamond level. Reward, 1,500 years of martial spirit cultivation, 500 years of magic cultivation, legendary talent time acceleration. Chapter 224 Traveling through the timeline, the elf princess fell. I have to say, the quality of this wave of babies is exceptionally high. Among them, Melita and Elsa have given him a pleasant surprise. They directly gave birth to 2 diamond level heirs. 2 diamond level, 4 platinum level, 6 gold level. In this situation, the rewards given by the system are naturally very generous. The 12 children have provided Ren with a total of 5,600 years of chi cultivation and 3,500 years of magic cultivation, as well as 15% comprehension of the law of light and a legendary level talent. Among them, the talent that Ren values the most is the legendary talent time acceleration. The power of a legendary level talent goes without saying. In addition, This talent is also the enhanced version of his world's blessing after leveling up time manipulation, the final piece of the puzzle. In other words, by just integrating the legendary talent of time acceleration, he can completely supplement his ability to manipulate time. Claim the rewards. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Ren couldn't wait to choose to claim the rewards. To maximize his benefits, Ren chose to first specialize in the improvement of Qi cultivation. The next second, a tremendous amount of Qi energy merged into his body. Under the push of this Qi cultivation that reached a staggering 10,100 years, Ren, who had just recently achieved a breakthrough in his cultivation realm, began to rapidly advance again, surpassing the 757th stage. Half an hour later, his cultivation realm broke through two small realms in succession, reaching the late 23rd stage. The quality of Qi in his body improved significantly after integrating all his cultivation. Next is the reward for comprehension of the law of light. Countless mysteries about the law of light merged into his mind. Ren's comprehension of the law of light increased rapidly until it reached 89%, then it stopped. Just 11% more comprehension of the final rule, and I will meet the standard to condense the divine occupation of light. A hint of excitement flashed in Ren's eyes. You see, the divine occupation is the authority of the gods. Its importance is beyond doubt. If he can elevate his comprehension of the law of light to the level of condensing the law of light, undoubtedly, he will pave the way for his promotion to godhood in advance. Coming back to his senses, Ren took a deep breath. He began to receive the final system reward, the legendary talent, time acceleration. This talent is completely opposite to the time reversal talent he obtained earlier. It can accelerate designated objects or creatures in time, if there is enough driving force. This talent can even accelerate a person or thing to the end of their life, causing their life force to be depleted and perish directly. Its power is so strong that it is worthy of being a legendary grade quality. A ball of energy filled with the breath of the world's origin appeared in Ren's mind. 15 minutes later, his soul gained a rune representing the flow of future time, the law of time. As soon as this rune appeared, the law rune representing time manipulation, world protection, instantly showed a huge anomaly. Like a hungry wolf seeing fresh meat, it directly rushed towards the law rune representing time acceleration. The two law runes collided and automatically began to merge. As time passed, the incomplete law rune representing time manipulation became more and more perfect. Half an hour later, the two law runes completely merged. The law rune of time manipulation finally became complete. Time manipulation. Effect: after activating this ability, one can manipulate the flow of time, performing operations such as pausing, reversing, and accelerating time, and even allowing oneself to travel through timelines. Consumption: every 10 strands of the power of the laws can temporarily stop, reverse, or accelerate time by 1 minute. Traveling through timelines, whether going to the future or the past, requires 200 strands of the power of the laws per minute. Note: to upgrade this ability, one needs to condense a lower-level time divine occupation. Time travel? Reading the talent information that automatically appeared in his mind, Ren was filled with surprise. The completed time manipulation did not disappoint him. The ability had greatly improved. Not only did the consumption decrease by half, but unexpectedly, a time-traveling ability appeared. The absurdity of this ability goes without saying. As long as there is enough power of the laws, he could directly transform into a time traveler with this ability, freely traveling through the past and the future. Any enemy, he could strangle them in the bud. One can imagine just how insane this ability is. It's a good ability, but it's too restricted. Ren sighed in his heart. Traveling through timelines consumes 200 strands of the power of the laws per minute. In other words, even if he exhausts all the power of the laws in his body, he can only travel back 2 minutes or forward 2 minutes. To become a time traveler who can freely travel through timelines, it is almost impossible. Of course. Even so, time travel is still an extremely powerful ability. With the improvement of strength, the effect of this ability will undoubtedly become stronger and stronger. 1 month later, due to the recent addition of 17 newborns in the Habs family, Ren has been busy taking care of the children. At the same time, he is helping the newly delivered wives recover their bodies. Some overlooked Wenna. However, Wenna didn't mind. On the contrary, under the influence of the love contract, She saw how devoted Ren was to his wife, taking care of her every need. Her fondness for Ren increased significantly. It was like the last straw that broke the camel's back. Wenna completely fell for him. Her heart was filled with thoughts of Ren. On the last day of their 6-month agreement, Wenna made a bold move and sneaked into Ren's room at night. She completely disregarded the flag she had set earlier, saying she would never fall for Ren. She stood in front of Ren's door. Wenna's heart beat faster and faster. She took a deep breath. Finally, she gathered the courage to open the door and walk in. There was a sound at the door. Naturally, Ren didn't fail to notice. However, to prevent scaring Wenna away, he continued to pretend to be asleep. No movement at all. Unaware that Ren had already discovered her. With a nervous yet hopeful heart, Wenna quickly slipped into Ren's bed. What happened next, needless to say. The meat was willingly delivered to his mouth. If he still didn't eat it, then is he still a man? With Wenna's exclamation. Immediately after, the incredibly beautiful music began to play in Ren's room. The rain on the banana leaves didn't stop all night. Chapter 225. The Elf Princess is pregnant, and the Elf Queen strikes. In the blink of an eye. 3 months have passed. During this time, Ren would take Wenlina to do harmonious exercises together every day. Under Ren's diligent cultivation, Wenlina became pregnant. Along with her, there were also 13 other wives who became pregnant, such as Angelina, Larissa, and Charlene. As for Layla and Murphy, who had also completed their postpartum recovery, they were currently in a critical period of cultivation. Therefore, Ren did not let the 2 women get pregnant. Besides that, his first wife, Janice, has been clamoring to have a few more children recently. Nowadays, with Ren's strong support, Janice has become a 13th level mage. Her lifespan has greatly extended. There is no worry about lifespan. Seeing other sisters continuously giving birth and expanding the family. Janice, who hasn't given birth for a long time, also wants to fulfill her duty as the head wife of the Habs family. Regarding Janice's small request, naturally, Ren couldn't refuse. 2 weeks later, Janice also became pregnant. 1 year later, the Habs family will have at least 15 new babies. Winter has passed, spring has come, and everything is reviving. In the blink of an eye. 2 months have passed. On this sunny morning, with nothing to do, Ren is preparing to take his wives out for a spring outing. The location is the Blue Moon Lake near the Blue Moon City. The natural scenery of Blue Moon Lake is very beautiful. It is very suitable for sightseeing and picnics. And the mermaid Cecilia can also take this opportunity to visit her fellow clan members. It can be said to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. An hour later, Ren and his entourage arrived at Blue Moon Lake in a grand manner. They found a shady area near the lake. Then, Janice and the others immediately started working enthusiastically. Personally build a luxurious campsite. Meanwhile, Ren took Wenlina and went to the nearby forest to hunt. Prepare the ingredients needed for the picnic later. Half an hour later, Ren and Wenlina ventured deep into the forest. They quickly hunted dozens of tender and delicious monsters. After obtaining enough ingredients, the 2 immediately headed towards the campsite. However, just halfway there, Ren suddenly had the idea of having a wild adventure with Wenlina in the forest. Upon hearing her husband's idea, Wenlina was dumbfounded. This is too embarrassing. What if someone sees them? Thinking of this, Wenlina quickly shook her head and refused. However, she couldn't resist Ren's persuasion. Ren persisted and Wenlina eventually gave in. They set up a magic circle for invisibility and soundproofing. The 2 embraced each other. With a muffled groan from Wenlina, a deep and pleasant symphony echoed in the forest. Just as the 2 were enjoying their unique pleasure, in a forest over 1,000 kilometers away, a figure exuding a noble aura, manipulating a magic compass in her hand, as if searching for something. Judging from her long ears, this figure is from the elven race. Wenlina's location is in the front left, she said. Seeing the magic compass, which is used to locate the bloodline of the elven royal family, react, Hilso's face showed a hint of joy. After searching for so long, finally, she found a trace of her daughter. A year ago. In order to prevent humans from dominating and encroaching on the living space of the elves, The Elven Empire reached an alliance and mutual assistance agreement with the Orc Empire. Subsequently, her daughter Wenlina led a group of elven demigods to the Orc Empire to help the orcs resist humans. However, while chasing after a demigod human, Wenera suddenly disappeared. She has yet to return to the Elven Empire. If it weren't for the magic item that displays Wenera's life status being intact, she would have thought that her daughter had already perished. However, although she knew that her daughter had not perished, as the Elven Empress, she needed to stay in the Empire at that time, overseeing the war affairs with the 5 human empires. She simply couldn't leave. She could only send her subordinates to search for her daughter's whereabouts. Unfortunately, there was no news at all. Until now. After ending the war with the human empire and handling all the important affairs of the empire, Hilsa, who had some free time, couldn't contain her anxious heart. She personally took action to search for her missing daughter, Wenera. Efforts paid off. After searching day and night for over 2 months, she finally found her. With a joyful heart, Hilsa immediately activated her combat skills and swiftly headed towards the direction where Ren was. In just a few minutes, Hilsa crossed a distance of over 1,000 kilometers. The moment she found her daughter, Wenera, the scene before her eyes directly stunned Hilsa. 0. Asking for flowers. As a demigod powerhouse at the 28th rank, Hilsa naturally couldn't be deceived by the invisibility and soundproofing magic array set up by Ren. Through the magic array, Hilsa saw a human pressing her precious daughter, Wenera, against a tree. That scene made her blush and her heart race. Damn bastard. Regaining her senses, a strong killing intent immediately appeared on the beautiful face of the Elven Empress. In her eyes, humans are not good people. This human must have used some evil magic to control her daughter, turning her precious daughter into a plaything. Thinking of this, Hilsa's anger soared in her heart. Immediately, a silver longbow-shaped semi-divine artifact was taken out from the spatial ring. The bow was bent and the string was set. Swoosh. In the next second, 0. An arrow with an extremely sharp edge shot out. The speed of this arrow was so fast that it was indescribable. It was shot out a second ago. And in the next second, it appeared in front of Ren head. Time pause. Feeling a strong sense of death crisis, alarm bells rang in Ren mind. Decisively activating the ability to manipulate time, he paused the flow of time around him. Under the effect of this tremendous power, everything fell into a state of stillness. The astonishingly powerful arrow was no exception. Finally, it stopped less than a centimeter behind Ren head. Time ability? Seeing such a bizarre scene, Hilsa's face also showed a hint of astonishment. She never expected that the human who defiled her daughter would possess such a rare and formidable ability. After withstanding the fatal blow, Ren immediately covered Rena's body with his clothes. Then he quickly put on his equipment and angrily searched for the person who had ambushed him. He wanted to tear that person who disturbed his mood into pieces. However, when he saw the attacker, he was also stunned. Elf? Ren couldn't believe it. The habitat of the elves was millions of kilometers away in the Silvermoon Forest. How could there be elves appearing here? Could it be this female elf came to find Rena? It was indeed possible. After all, Rena was the elven princess. As such an important figure, the Elven Empire would naturally not ignore it. In the next second, Rena's reaction also confirmed his speculation. Mother, stop. Chapter 226 Elf Queen, am I going to be a grandma? Mother. Seeing Hilsa's figure, Wenlina couldn't help but widen her eyes and let out a cry of surprise. Immediately, she blushed and hid behind Ren. There's no way. Her current state is truly embarrassing. Just the thought of her recent scene with Ren possibly being seen by her mother. Wenlina couldn't help but feel a sense of shame and anger. Mother? Hearing Wenlina's words, Ren couldn't help but show a hint of shock on his face. Although he had guessed that this elven woman might be looking for Wenlina, he never expected that she would be Wenlina's mother. In other words, this elven woman is the highest ruler of the Elven Empire, the Elven Queen. After knowing the other party's identity, Ren couldn't help but take a few more glances. Different from the naive and sweet elven princess, 220. This elven queen is a queen-type beauty with a mature and elegant demeanor. Her features are delicate and fair. Every part is just right. Like the most perfect piece of art. Her figure is also extremely attractive. Well endowed and curvaceous. A standard S-shaped curve. She looks like a fully ripe peach. Coupled with an inviolable noble temperament that she naturally exudes. She is simply irresistible. According to their relationship, the elven queen in front of him is still his mother-in-law. Damn human. Feeling Ren's unabashed gaze, Hilsa's face grew colder. However, she did not shoot an arrow at Ren again. This human has the ability to pause time, and long-range attacks are completely ineffective against him. She naturally wouldn't waste her efforts doing this kind of useless work. Transforming the silver longbow, a semi-divine artifact in her hand, into a longsword. Afterward, Hilsha held the longsword and killed Fuan. What the F***ck? Seeing his mother-in-law wielding a sword to kill him, Ren instinctively used his time manipulation ability, wanting to control her. However, the elven queen also wore magic equipment that was immune to time stop. Ren time pause technique was completely ineffective against her. Of course, it is also possible to pause Hilsha's time. After all, the intensity of his complete time manipulation ability has undergone a qualitative change. Breaking through the time stop immunity equipment is not a problem at all. However, if he does that, it will consume too much power of the laws. Even if Ren exhausts the power of the laws in his divine fire, he can only stop her for 1 or 2 seconds at most. In a situation where he can no longer kill her. This obviously doesn't have much meaning. There's no way. Ren can only wield the sun god sword and face his mother-in-law, the elven queen, head-on. Bang. 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 In less than a second, the two have already exchanged hundreds of blows. As time goes by, Ren quickly falls into a disadvantage. As the elven queen, Hilsha's strength is much stronger than Ren. The luxury of her equipment is not inferior to Ren either. Coupled with the fact that his time manipulation ability is blocked, Ren is naturally no match. If it weren't for having the bloodline of a golden dragon, with muscle strength far surpassing that of an ordinary demigod. Plus the invincible effect of the mirror flower, water moon world's protection. Ren is probably already injured. Mother, stop. Don't fight. Seeing Ren in the face of Hilsa's attack, Wenlina's face was full of worry. She hurried over and embraced her mother, stopping her from attacking. She has completely fallen in love with Ren. Her heart is completely tied to Ren. The two of them even have a love child. She absolutely cannot watch her mother kill Ren. Wenlina, you. Feeling Wenlina's actions, Hilsa's face was full of disbelief. Her precious daughter is actually defending this human in front of her. Could it be? Her daughter hasn't been controlled by that human with magic. Instead, she willingly joined with him? Thinking of this, Hilsa's pupils contracted, her mind shook violently. She immediately disregarded attacking Ren. Turning her head to look at Wenlina embracing her, she asked with a serious expression, "What is going on? Did this human force you? Did he forcefully take possession of your body?" "No. Mother, I am willing. I love him." Wenlina answered without hesitation. "Wenlina, do you know what you're saying? You are the Grand Princess of the Elven Empire, the next Elven Empress. How can you fall in love with a human?" Hearing this answer, Hilsa angrily reprimanded. Her face was full of disappointed frustration. "I can give up being a princess, give up being the empress. I just want to be with Ren." Upon hearing this, Wenlina firmly replied. The time she spent with Ren was the happiest time in her life. As long as she can be with Ren and not be separated from him, she is willing to give up her inheritance of the Elven Empire. "No. I absolutely will not agree to you doing this." Seeing her daughter so stubborn, Hilsa was also infuriated. This foolish daughter has really been poisoned by that human. She is actually giving up becoming the Elven Empress for a man. "I am pregnant with Ren child." Upon hearing her mother's lack of support for her decision, Wenlina became anxious. She immediately revealed her pregnancy, wanting to express her attitude. "You're pregnant?" Hilsha instinctively looked at her daughter's belly. Although the outline was not clear, there was indeed a slight bulge. Realizing that her daughter was telling the truth, Hilsha was dumbfounded. This happened too quickly. They had only been together for a short time, and she was already pregnant? She was about to become a grandmother? This sudden news almost fried Hilsha's CPU. Come with me to the Elven Empire. Regaining her senses, Hilsha, with a dark face, directly grabbed Wenlina's hand, ready to forcefully take her away. From Wenlina's words just now, she had already realized that her beloved daughter was determined to be with this human. Reasoning was futile. They could only resort to force. Regardless, she would not allow her daughter to be with a human. It would make Wenlina lose her eligibility to inherit the Elven Empire. It might even lead to Wenlina being expelled from the Elven race, bringing shame to the Elven royal family. No. I don't want to go back. Seeing her mother's actions, Wenlina immediately struggled with all her might. She didn't want to be separated from Ren. However, as the Elven Queen, Hilsha's strength was clearly much stronger than Wenlina's. Under absolute power suppression, Wenlina's struggle had little effect. And at this moment, Ren took action. Chapter 227, Summon the Future Clone and Push Back the Elf Queen. You cannot take Wenlina away. Without hesitation, Ren stepped forward and blocked Hilsa's path. As a man, he could never allow his wife to be forcibly taken away. Get out of the way. Disgust filled Hilsa's face. If it weren't for this damn human, her obedient daughter wouldn't have ended up like this. If it weren't for the sake of her daughter's face, she would have killed Ren long ago. As long as you return my wife to me, I will immediately leave your sight. Facing Hilsa's scolding, Ren remained unmoved. There was no way he would let his mother-in-law take Wenlina away today. Otherwise, he would never see Wenlina and their unborn child again. Upon hearing Ren's words, anger flashed in Hilsa's eyes. In her opinion, not holding Ren accountable for seducing her daughter was already a great favor. Now this damn human dared to obstruct her from taking her daughter away. Truly, he was tired of living. Go to hell. Without hesitation, Hilsa lifted the silver sword in her hand and swung it at Ren with all her might. A sharp silver sword energy came rushing towards Ren. Blessed by a demi-artifact, this sword energy was extremely powerful. Wherever it passed, even space distorted and collapsed. Invincible divine shield. Facing the terrifying attack from the Elven Queen, Ren remained extremely calm, showing no signs of panic. The next second, a pale golden shield emitting an indestructible aura enveloped Ren. Boom. The silver sword energy landed on the shield. A violent energy roar resounded. The air trembled. An extremely powerful storm swept through everything. After a moment of stalemate, the shield and sword energy cancelled each other out. They turned into pure energy and dissipated in the air. Blocked this attack. Ren immediately launched a counterattack. Activated time manipulation ability. At the cost of exhausting all the power of the divine fire within his body, the vast power of time instantly descended. Under the envelopment of this immense power of time, even if Hilsa carried time-stop immunity equipment, it was useless. Directly frozen in place. Did not waste the brief time-stop time. Ren immediately took action and rescued Wenera from the hands of the Elven Queen. After completing all this, the time stop ended just right. Regained the ability to move. Hilsa discovered that her daughter inexplicably left her control and appeared behind Ren. She immediately understood what had just happened. Obviously, that human just now used time stop ability and took away her daughter. Damn human, hand over my daughter. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Hilsa looked at Ren, her expression cold. Her patience was almost at its limit. Impossible. Ren completely ignored the killing intent emanating from his mother-in-law. Resolutely chose to refuse. Holding the sword in front of Wenera, showing no intention of giving in. To be honest, if it came to a life-or-death battle, he was not afraid of this Elven Queen. After all, he still had several tricks up his sleeve. Whether it was the Sun God Sword or the super-level magic from the Supreme Light Set, or the fatal arrow from the artifact hunting divine bow, all were enough to unleash a powerful destructive force beyond the norm. However, this Elven Queen was Wenera's biological mother. Also his mother-in-law. He shouldn't use these dangerous methods against her. In case he really kills her, then he would be too sorry for Wena. Exclude these methods. The only thing Ren can use is the legendary talent, Future Clone. Whoosh. 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 Accompanied by the sound of flowing water. A river of time emerges, somewhere between reality and illusion. A figure with a face identical to Ren walks out from it. Judging from the aura. In fact, its strength is much stronger than the current Ren, reaching the 25th level. Controlling this future clone. Ren stares at the elf queen, the two sun god swords ready to strike. Feeling Ren's silent threat. Hilso's face turns pale. She never expected that this human would have such astonishing means. Connecting to the future. Pulling the future self into the present time to assist in the battle. One Ren is already difficult to deal with. And now, there is an even more powerful future Ren. Two demigods with powerful time abilities fighting together. Even if her strength surpasses the opponent's level, she has no confidence in winning. She understands that she cannot take her daughter away today. Hilsa glares fiercely at Ren and Wenna hiding behind him. Snorting coldly. Leaving with frustration and resentment. Without looking back. Darling, you're amazing. Watching her mother leave. Wenna jumps up excitedly and kisses Ren. She really thought she was going to be taken home by her mother just now. Before falling in love with Ren. She couldn't wait to go back. But now. She just wants to stay with Ren and live like this. As long as you don't want to leave me, no one can take you away from me. Ren gently touched Wenna's head and said softly. Aha. Wenna nestled in Ren's arms and nodded happily with a face full of contentment. Enjoying the strong sense of security her husband brought her. After a moment of tenderness, Ren and Wenna walked towards Blue Moon Lake. They had been delayed for so long, it was about time to go back. If they didn't return soon, Janice and the others would start to worry. After more than 10 minutes, Ren and Wenna returned to Blue Moon Lake with their prey. At this moment, Janice and the others had already set up the camp. They were skinning, cutting, and cleaning the prey. After finishing the preparations, Ren and his wives enjoyed the beautiful lake scenery, the refreshing breeze, and had a barbecue picnic. It was simply delightful. Until the sun set. Ren and his group finally ended their outing. They embarked on the journey back home. Janice and the others had a great time today. Only Ren felt a bit regretful. Finally, he had the chance to go on an outdoor adventure with Wenna. But it was interrupted by his mother-in-law halfway through. His anger was not released, which made him feel uncomfortable. So, as soon as they returned home, Ren took his wives to the hot spring pool for a bath together. Not long after, the harmonious melody of passion began to resonate in the air above the hot spring. In the blink of an eye, another 3 months had passed. Althea, Charlene, Anna, Cecilia, and Betty, who were pregnant before. Calculating the time, their bellies were already 12 months old. In other words, the Habsburg family was about to welcome a new batch of babies. Chapter 228. The protagonist Halo? The precarious Kulkan Empire. 2 weeks later, Xiao Lin, Anna, Cecilia, and Betty gave birth one after another. Detected the birth of the host's 245th child. The child's magic aptitude is extraordinary, and the fighting spirit aptitude is extraordinary. Evaluation, Gold level. Reward, 100 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 50 years of magic cultivation. Detected the birth of the host's 246th child. The child's magic aptitude is epic, and the fighting spirit aptitude is legendary. Hidden bloodline, Golden Archangel, a mutated bloodline formed by the fusion of the Golden Dragon and the Seraphim, possessing innate divine armor, holy blessings, divine protection, and other bloodline talents. Evaluation, Diamond level. Reward, 1,500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 500 years of magic cultivation, legendary talent, Lucky Aura. Detected the birth of the host's 247th child. The child's magic aptitude is high, and the fighting spirit aptitude is extraordinary. Evaluation, Gold level. Reward, 100 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 30 years of magic cultivation. Detected the birth of the host's 248th child. The child's magic aptitude is epic, and the fighting spirit aptitude is extraordinary. Hidden bloodline, Dragon Mermaid, a mutated bloodline formed by the fusion of the Golden Dragon and the Mermaid Royal Clan, possessing innate ocean blessings, high-level holy light affinity, dragon descendant physique, and other bloodline talents. Evaluation, Platinum level. Reward, 500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 10 years of magic cultivation. Although the number of babies in this batch is small, their aptitude is still good. 4 babies. 1 diamond level, 1 platinum level, and 2 gold levels. In this situation, the rewards given by the system will naturally not be lacking. In addition to the guaranteed 2,200 years of fighting spirit cultivation, there are also 680 years of magic cultivation and 1 legendary level talent. Claim the reward, Ren silently muttered in his heart. As usual, he converted all his magic cultivation into battle chi. He fused 2,880 years of battle chi cultivation. Ren battle chi realm smoothly advanced from the late stage of the 23rd rank to a near-perfect level. It is estimated that by fusing another 2,000 years of battle chi cultivation, he will be able to break through to the 24th rank. As for that legendary talent, it has already merged into Ren body along with his cultivation. He briefly recalled. Ren quickly received the talent ability information given by the system. Lucky Halo, legendary quality? Effect, greatly increases one's own luck value, increases the probability of encountering good things in daily life, has an extremely small chance of triggering the effect of wishes coming true, and can also increase the probability of turning bad luck into good luck when facing a crisis. Awesome. Recalling the information given by the system, Ren also felt a bit excited. There's no other way. This legendary talent is too amazing. It can actually increase his good luck. The importance of luck goes without saying. If luck is bad, even drinking cold water can cause toothache. Just walking on the road carefully can be killed by the aftermath of a battle with a strong opponent. But if luck is good, who knows, he might pick up a divine artifact just by going out. Not to mention, this talent comes with the effect of making wishes come true and turning bad luck into good luck. It's simply a weakened version of the protagonist's halo. And having this legendary talent will greatly increase the probability of Fuen giving birth to a highly talented child in the future. By then, he will be able to obtain more and better system rewards. The speed of his strength growth will also be further improved. Take off. Feeling the law rune representing the lucky halo in his body, the corners of Ren's mouth almost reached his ears. After the excitement, Ren refocused his attention on his wife. As the 4 wives gave birth one after another. Among this group of pregnant wives, only Althea has not given birth yet. Ren is full of expectations for this pregnancy. This is his first child with this artificial goddess. Now with the blessing of the lucky halo. Who knows, it might give him a big surprise. In Ren's anticipation. In the blink of an eye. 2 months have passed. This is Althea's 14th month of pregnancy. So far, there is still no sign of the baby being born from this goddess's belly. Regarding this, Ren is not anxious at all. On the contrary, the anticipation in his heart has grown stronger. Although it is not necessarily true that a longer pregnancy will result in a better child. But a longer pregnancy means that the baby has absorbed more nutrients. In this situation, even if the child's aptitude is poor, it won't be too bad. After confirming that there is no problem with the baby in Althea's belly, Ren increased Althea's nutritional supplements. And then quietly waited for the birth of this child. This wait lasted for 10 months. Ren was so anxious that he could see through. There is still no sign of this child being born. If it weren't for using magic to confirm that the baby in Althea's belly is developing well, with a stronger life force, he would have thought that the child had died in the womb. Instead of waiting for the child in Althea's belly to be born, Ren received some bad news. War is coming. 2 days ago, the 4 major human empires collectively declared war on the Kukarn Empire. The army has already reached the border of the Kukarn Empire. According to the intelligence collected by Ren, the 4 major empires are preparing to join forces to divide the Kukan Empire. Several years ago, the war against the Orc Empire ended in failure. The losses suffered by the 5 human empires were not insignificant. But the Kukan Empire suffered the greatest loss. Nearly half of its territory was devastated. The military losses were even more severe. They still haven't recovered from it. If it weren't for the presence of a demigod powerhouse, the Kukan Empire would have long fallen and ceased to be an empire. Controlling a large amount of wealth and resources, yet their strength is so weak. Naturally, this has attracted the attention of other empires. If they can completely swallow up the Kukan Empire, the 4 major empires will not only be able to make up for the huge losses caused by the previous war, but their national strength will also be further enhanced. With such great benefits, who wouldn't be tempted? That's exactly it. After several years of recuperation. After recovering from the previous war against the orcs, the four major empires immediately formed a secret alliance and launched an attack on the southern Kukan Empire. A typical case of taking advantage of your weakness to take your life. Once this news spread, the entire Kukan Empire was instantly enveloped in an atmosphere of turmoil. There's no way around it. The military strength of the Kukan Empire is currently at a low point. Even if they invest resources without regard to cost, it will take more than 10 years to recover to its heyday. In this situation, for the weakened Kukan Empire to resist the joint attack of the four major empires. 1 word, difficult. 3 words, extremely difficult. Chapter 229, The Scourge Knights, Emperor Kulkan, who was personally conquered by the Emperor. Kukarn Empire, Imperial Palace. Damn it. These damn bastards who betrayed the alliance and stabbed us in the back. News of the joint attack by the four major empires reached Emperor Kukarn. Emperor Kukarn could no longer maintain his usual calm and dignified demeanor, and he angrily roared in frustration. Along with his anger, he also felt immense regret. If he had known that things would develop to this extent, he would never have participated in the war against the Orc Empire. Not only did he fail to obtain divinity, it also led to a significant decline in the empire's strength. Now, the empire has become a piece of fat in the eyes of the other four major empires. It's simply a huge loss. After venting his frustration, Emperor Kukarn quickly regained his composure. Being angry now would be of no use. He must find a way to resolve this major crisis. Otherwise, the Kukarn Empire, which has been passed down for thousands of years, may be destroyed in his hands. Completely vanished. Send envoys to negotiate with the four major empires. Dispatch 5 Imperial Knight orders to the border to guard against the invasion of the four major empires' coalition forces. After a moment of contemplation, Emperor Kukarn quickly issued orders. His train of thought was clear. If this national crisis could be resolved through negotiations, that would be the best outcome. If not, then he would do everything in his power to fight against the four major empires' coalition forces. After all, the four major empires are not united. They only temporarily came together due to immense interests. As long as he can inflict significant damage on the enemy, the Kukarn Empire will have a glimmer of hope. While Emperor Kukarn was desperately thinking about the survival of the empire, on the other side, Ren was feeling a headache. To be honest, he didn't care whether the Kukarn Empire would perish or not. Because the previous actions of Emperor Kukarn, which made him the scapegoat, had already left him feeling cold-hearted. But under a fallen nest, there are no intact eggs. The Habuz family lives on the land of the Kukan Empire. Once the Kukan Empire is destroyed, it will be divided by the four major empires. The Habuz family is bound to be greatly affected. He does not want his hard-earned family fortune of over 100 years to be taken away by people from the four major empires. Of course, Ren doesn't have too much worry in his heart either. With his combat power comparable to that of a high-level demigod, as long as he is willing to surrender to a certain empire, it should not be a problem to protect the existing assets of the Habuz family. If things really don't work out, he can still use the star whale to escape with his wife, children, and property. Anyway, with his current strength, he can survive wherever he goes. It's not a problem at all. Thinking like this, Ren's mood suddenly brightened. Eat, drink, sleep as usual. Maintain the same pace of life as before. Not at all affected by the fearful atmosphere outside. Half a month later, the peace negotiations between the Kukan Empire and the four major empires completely broke down. According to the rumors circulating in the Kukan court, the negotiation process was extremely difficult. As the Kukan Empire took the initiative to seek peace and requested the four major empires to withdraw their troops. The four major empires, who held absolute initiative, showed great appetite. They demanded 50% of the Kukan Empire's territory and a large amount of treasures from the Kukan Empire. If these conditions were really accepted, the Kukan Empire would be completely finished. It would immediately fall into the abyss and never be able to climb back up. Therefore, the Kukan Empire could only choose to refuse. After the negotiations broke down, the war immediately began. The four major empires each sent 5 million troops, forming a coalition army with a total number of 20 million. Using the Andri Empire and the Seleucid Empire as springboards, they attacked the Kukan Empire. But the Kukan Empire had long been prepared. 5 elite imperial knight orders and 8 million Qi warriors were stationed at the border, always on guard against the attack of the coalition army of the 4 major empires, coupled with the advantage of fighting on their home turf. For a while, the joint forces of the 4 empires were unexpectedly blocked by the Kukarn Empire's army outside the border. However, Emperor Kukarn did not feel happy. He was well aware this is far from enough. Only by inflicting a heavy blow on this joint force with absolute superiority can the 4 empires be deterred. To resolve the crisis of the Kukarn Empire's destruction, it seems that the Order of Condemnation Knights must be mobilized. Emperor Kukarn tapped the table, thinking to himself, a rotten ship still needs 3 pounds of nails. Although the military strength of the Kukarn Empire has declined, the Kukarn royal family still holds a considerable amount of hidden power. For example, the Order of Condemnation Knights. This force is a secret ace that the royal family has secretly cultivated at great cost. Although there are only a little over 500 members, each one is a strong individual. Even the weakest has the strength of a top-level Sky Knight. There are also more than 20 legendary knights. The general who leads this knight order is also a member of the royal family, with the strength of a demigod at the 26th level. In addition, all members of the Order of Condemnation Knights have also practiced a powerful legion combat technique that allows them to share power and share damage. Combining the two, they are capable of directly confronting a 29th level demigod. It can be said, this is a powerful armed force that can determine the outcome of a battle. Just as Emperor Kukarn secretly mobilized the hidden military power of the royal family, preparing to deliver a heavy blow to the joint forces of the 4 empires, Ren was not idle either. The current chaotic situation in the outside world has greatly increased his sense of crisis. In order to quickly enhance his strength for possible future crises, he exercises with his wives every day. Under Ren's unremitting efforts, 11 of his wives, including Iris, Oriane, and Freya, have all become pregnant. If nothing unexpected happens, in a year, the Habsburg family will be able to welcome a new baby. As for the other dozen or so wives, they are either in a critical period of cultivation or in the postpartum recovery period. It is not suitable for them to get pregnant for now. Like this, 1 month has passed. After this period of fierce fighting, the 4 great empire allied forces have gained a partial advantage, successfully penetrating into the territory of the Kukan Empire. The heavily damaged Kukan Empire army can only retreat to the second line of defense, struggling to hold on. If this continues, in less than half a month, the Kukan Empire army will be completely annihilated. The unfavorable situation on the front lines has made the pessimistic mood within the Kukan Empire increasingly intense. Just when everyone thought the Kukan Empire was about to be finished, a powerful knight order of over 500 people, like a divine army descending from the heavens, launched a surprise attack on the 4 great empire allied forces from the rear. Caught off guard, the formation and deployment of the 4 great empire allied forces were completely disrupted. Seizing the opportunity, the Kukan Empire army launched a counterattack. Caught in a pincer attack, the 4 great empire allied forces suffered heavy casualties. Direct losses amounted to nearly half of their forces. Even a demigod-level powerhouse fell. After a brilliant comeback, the Kukan Empire's army did not give the 4 great empire allied forces a chance to catch their breath, reclaiming all the previously lost cities and territories in one go. At the same time, they drove the 4 great empire allied forces beyond the Kukan Empire's border. With the momentum of a great victory, the Kukan Empire restarted negotiations, attempting to force concessions from the 4 great empires. Negotiations and ceasefire. However, the Kukan Emperor underestimated the determination of the 4 great empires to divide the Kukan Empire. Even after suffering such a huge loss, the 4 great empires still showed no signs of stopping. They began to mobilize more forces to support the frontline army. The intensity of the war escalated once again. In the face of this, the Kukan Empire had no choice but to fight to the end. To cope with the increasingly dire situation, the Kukan Emperor decided to personally lead the troops. At the same time, all imperial nobles were forcibly conscripted to support the frontline battlefield. P.S. Today's writing is a bit stuck, the plot is written with some difficulties. The author needs to organize the outline and supplement the inspiration. I will strive to update more tomorrow. Chapter 230. Heading to the imperial capital, the Church of War joins the war. The decision of Emperor Kukarn caused a huge uproar within the Kukarn Empire. After all, this was the first time since the establishment of the Kukarn Empire that the emperor personally took to the battlefield. This action undoubtedly indicated that the Kukarn Empire had truly reached a life-or-death crisis. Upon receiving this news, the nobles who received the mandatory conscription order felt less resentment in their hearts. If the Supreme Emperor himself was going to the battlefield, what reason did they have to refuse? Therefore, all the nobles set off and gathered in the imperial capital as quickly as possible. Inside the Habs manor. That Emperor Kukarn is truly despicable. He blamed you for the previous defeat in the war, and now he wants to conscript you to the battlefield. Janice and the others said angrily. In their opinion, Ren should not go this time. Otherwise, it might end up like last time, where they worked hard in the war but received no rewards and ended up taking the blame. I will definitely go. Ren did not act impulsively. He was well aware that unless he and the Habs family no longer wanted to have a place in the Kukarn Empire, he absolutely could not openly defy the Emperor's order. The current Emperor Kukarn was like a ferocious beast forced to the edge of a cliff. The level of danger was off the charts. Anyone who dared to go against him would undoubtedly face the Emperor's thunderous strike. Although the military strength of the Kukarn Empire had greatly weakened, the Kukarn royal family, with a heritage of nearly 10,000 years, still held many powerful forces and hidden cards. Not long ago, the powerful Knight Order that suddenly appeared and reversed the situation on the border battlefield is the clear evidence. Moreover, let's take a step back. Even though he is confident in his own strength and unafraid of the threat of the hidden cards of the Kukarn Empire, but he still has a big family to take care of. Ren himself may be able to withstand the Emperor of the Kukarn Empire's assassination head-on. But the Habsburg family will definitely suffer heavy casualties. Of course, he still has another option. Take his wife and children and escape directly on a star whale. Run away to a place far from the Kukarn Empire and start anew. However, unless absolutely necessary, he will definitely not choose this path. The losses would be too great. Without a prosperous and vast territory to support them, the development speed of the Habsburg family will sharply decline. There may even soon be a situation where they have nothing left to eat and insufficient resources for cultivation. Darling, you must be careful. Understanding her husband's considerations, Jenny and the others no longer persuade Ren, but instead express their worries with concerned faces. They understand very well. Everything he does is for the family. Don't worry. I'll be fine. You take care of the family, and I'll be back. Ren says with a smile. With his strength, unless he deliberately seeks death, it is almost impossible for anyone to harm him. After all, if he can't win, can't he just run away? Taking care of family affairs. Under the worried gaze of his wives, Ren leads 30,000 Habsburg family knights towards the imperial capital. The reason for bringing such a large family army is also because of the Emperor of Kukarn's order. According to the conscription order, apart from the imperial nobility, who require support on the front lines, each noble family is required to contribute a certain number of troops to replenish the frontline personnel, based on the size of their title. The higher the title, the more troops are required. Ren was demoted recently, but Emperor Kukain restored it later. As an imperial Grand Duke, Ren naturally requires a considerable number of troops. 30,000 mid-level knights are the minimum deployment standard for a duke. However, for the Habsburg family, this is already quite a lot. Compared to other ducal families, the Habsburg family rose too late. They lack a solid foundation. Up to this day, the Habsburg family's knight order has only a little over 60,000 people. It can be said that this wave of war conscription directly depleted half of the Habsburg family's knight order. If they were completely wiped out on the battlefield, the Habsburg family's knight order would definitely suffer a major blow. Due to the urgent military situation, in order to quickly gather all the troops, the emperor spared no expense and used billions of magic crystals from the national treasury reserves, opening the large military teleportation gates sealed in various provinces of the empire. After arriving at the governor's mansion in the province of Lancelot, Governor Laska led Ren and others to the front of the teleportation gate. It was a gigantic space gate, 50 meters long and 600 meters wide. Overall, it appeared in a deep blue color, emitting an extremely intense magical aura. It was obvious This was an extremely powerful magical creation. Without wasting any time, under Ren command, the Habsburg family knights lined up and entered this gigantic teleportation gate. Soon, the figures of Ren and his group disappeared into this teleportation gate. The world spun, space shifted. In the blink of an eye, Ren and the others arrived at the barracks in the imperial capital, Zadila City. After going through identity checks, led by a respectful legion commander, Ren and the others arrived at a new independent barracks. This would be their temporary residence. 0. In fact, Ren's status was high enough to receive such treatment. During this time, there were a terrifying number of nobles and noble armies gathering in the empire. In this situation, the availability of independent barracks for residents was naturally scarce. Ordinary nobles could only have their family soldiers set up camp on open ground. They might even have to resort to seizing land due to the lack of nearby open spaces. Ren had the Habu's family knights settle in the barracks for rest and recovery. Ren turned around and went to find other familiar nobles to exchange information. This war was of great importance. He needed more information to avoid making mistakes in judgment. After a conversation, Ren gained quite a bit. For example, Emperor Kukain promised to establish the war church as the state religion and successfully obtained the full support of the war church. The four empires each dispatched a high-ranking demigod to enhance the strength of the allied forces. Next, it will be a fierce battle between dragons and tigers. Ren judged in his heart based on this information. The war church should not be underestimated. Although they suffered losses in the Orc War, the war church's strength remained very powerful, with many experts. With this strong support, the Kukain Empire's strength greatly increased. And the determination of the four empires to divide the Kukain Empire was very resolute. They jointly sent 4 high-ranking demigods and millions of chi warriors. Both sides were in a deadlock. They had put all their chips on the table. It could be foreseen how intense this war would be. To be continued. Chapter 231, The Eve of the Decisive Battle. Empress Andri, who visited late at night. 5 days later. All the noble families of the empire have gathered in the imperial city of Zydra. The nobles are leading their respective armies to the training grounds in formation. Then, Emperor Kukain, dressed in dark golden battle armor, walked up to the highest platform in the training grounds, surrounded by a group of royal knights. Greetings, Your Majesty. On the training grounds, everyone bowed in unison. Emperor Kukain waved his hand in acknowledgement. With a heavy and solemn gaze, he scanned the nobles and soldiers below. Everyone, our Kukain Empire has been established for over 8,000 years. A few years ago, we made a pact with the 4 major empires to jointly attack the Orc Empire. But now, those 4 empires shamelessly betrayed the alliance treaty and invaded our Kukain Empire. Now our Kukain Empire is facing a life-or-death situation. Do you dare to join me in facing the enemy? Emperor Kukain's voice seemed to possess a certain kind of magic. In an instant, it stirred the emotions of everyone present. Passionate blood surged from their hearts. Fight! 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 Millions of people shouted in unison. Their fighting spirit soared, echoing through the sky. After the pre-war mobilization was completed, Emperor Kukain gave the order. The supersized teleportation gate leading to the border opened. One by one, the soldiers marched in an orderly manner. Several hours later, everyone arrived at the border province of Rhode, which was tens of thousands of kilometers away from the imperial camp. The Rhode province borders the territories of the Andri Empire and the Soloco Empire. It is the main battlefield of this war. After a day of rest, then, under Emperor Kukain's command, the support army joined forces with the frontline army and launched an attack on the Andri Empire. He wanted to eliminate the remnants of the 4 major empire coalition forces before the enemy reinforcements arrived, to alleviate the pressure of the subsequent war. In order to achieve this goal, Emperor Kukan has almost deployed all his forces. In this situation, even Ren, as a semigod powerhouse, often needs to personally join the battle. Facing the crazy onslaught of the Kukan Empire's army, the 4 major imperial coalition forces stationed at the border of the Andri Empire suffered heavy losses. In less than a week, the 4 major imperial coalition forces were defeated by the Kukan Empire's army. Except for a few semigods who managed to escape, nearly tens of millions of soldiers were annihilated. After dealing with the four major imperial coalition forces, Emperor Kukan did not intend to withdraw his troops. Instead, he continued to advance, invading and capturing territories within the Andri Empire. Obviously, this emperor intends to bring the war to the land of the Andri Empire, to retaliate against the invasion of the Andri Empire. However, the Andri Empire is not to be trifled with. Its national strength is much stronger than the declining Kukan Empire. They quickly mobilized soldiers to fight against the Kukan Empire's army, and firmly block and restrict them in the border area. Seeing that they couldn't gain much advantage, Emperor Kukan decisively withdrew his troops and returned to the province of Rod. While waiting for the arrival of the war church, the Andri Empire's army did not pursue them either. They were left alone to face the Kukan Empire's army. Even if they could win, they would undoubtedly suffer heavy losses. They didn't want to follow in the footsteps of the Kukan Empire, becoming the second declining empire. Both sides didn't want to fight and chose to temporarily cease fire. The battlefield rarely calmed down in this standoff. Soon, 5 days had passed. The support troops from the three major empires arrived one after another. They joined forces with the Andri Empire's army to form a new four major imperial coalition. Their overall strength was more than 10 times stronger than the previous coalition forces. And the support from the war church has arrived. The newly appointed war archbishop led the great imperial war priests and appeared in the barracks of the Kukan Empire's army. Both sides are preparing for an attack in full swing, preparing for a decisive battle. A battle to determine the outcome. In such a tense atmosphere of war, time passes bit by bit. After the war meeting concluded, Ren returned to his residence to rest. Just as he entered, Ren discovered the presence of an unidentified person in his room. It seemed that the person knew that Ren had already noticed them. This unfamiliar presence no longer concealed their traces. The void fluctuated like the surface of water. A woman wearing a black magic cloak walked out from it. Isabella? Seeing the appearance of this woman, Ren couldn't help but show a hint of surprise on his face. He never expected. The person who appeared in his room was none other than Empress Andri, whom he had met before. You see, currently, the Andri Empire and the Kukan Empire are enemies. This Empress Andri infiltrated the Kukan Empire's army alone. If she were to be discovered, she would probably not survive. I wonder what business Her Majesty the Empress has with me in the middle of the night. Regaining his senses, Ren couldn't help but curiously ask. Venturing into the enemy's camp and appearing in his room, he didn't believe it was a coincidence. Clearly, this Empress came specifically for him. I hope you can join the Andri Empire. In response to Ren's inquiry, Isabella didn't beat around the bush and directly stated the purpose of her visit. This is her second attempt to recruit Ren. The first time was a perfect opportunity, witnessing Ren effortlessly slay the ancient red dragon, and discovering his formidable combat power. I wanted to win Ren over to my side. This time, she wanted to quickly take down the Kukan Empire. As the Grand Duke of the Kukan Empire, a semi-divine powerhouse. If Ren were to betray us in the final battle, it would undoubtedly deal a heavy blow to the Kukan Empire's army. At that time, the balance of victory and defeat would completely shift towards the four major empire alliance. With this significant contribution, the Andri Empire would naturally reap the greatest benefits from this feast of dividing the Kukan Empire. I wonder what conditions Her Majesty the Queen is willing to offer me? Understanding Isabella's intention, Ren did not directly refuse as he did before. After all, he couldn't bear to stay in the Kukan Empire any longer. Last time, the Kukan Emperor blamed him for the failure of the war. It made him feel extremely cold. Although the Emperor secretly gave him many good things to appease him. But Ren's intuition told him that the Southern Kukan Emperor had developed a sense of fear towards him. After all, his strength had progressed too quickly, posing a serious threat to the rule of the Kukan Empire's royal family. The struggle for power was extremely cruel. If it weren't for the sudden war, the Kukan Emperor would definitely continue to suppress his development momentum, and even resort to some extreme measures. In this situation, continuing to be loyal to the Kukan Empire's royal family, wouldn't that be foolish? Seeing that Ren did not refuse her recruitment, Isabella's eyes brightened, and a hint of joy appeared on her face. She immediately stated her conditions. As long as you are willing to join the Andri Empire, I can promise you a noble title and 3 provinces as your fiefdom. In addition to marrying the eldest princess of the empire, you can freely choose 10 other outstanding princesses to bring home. The first recruitment attempt failed. After returning to the Andre Empire, she had someone investigate Ren. Naturally, she knew about Ren's preference for beautiful women and his special fetish for having children. That's why she specifically offered 10 outstanding princesses as a bargaining chip to recruit Ren. Chapter 232 Ren, Queen Isabella, give me a baby. I have to say, the conditions set by Her Majesty the Queen are indeed very generous and tempting. Bestowing a noble title. Granting the territory of the 3 provinces. Allowing him to choose 10 outstanding princesses from the royal family. Regarding this, Ren naturally cannot help but be moved. Your Majesty, the conditions you have offered are very generous. But I have one request. As long as you are willing to agree, I will agree to join the Andre Empire. After thinking for a moment, Ren spoke up. What request? Upon hearing this, Isabella asked curiously. I want you to marry me. Ren looked directly at Isabella and spoke. From the first time he met this unparalleled beautiful empress of the empire, he had this idea in his heart. But at that time, his strength was not enough, and there was a significant gap in their identities. That's why he didn't make a move. Now that he finally found a chance to possibly obtain this empress, he would naturally not let it go. You want to marry me? Isabella was instantly stunned. She never expected Ren to have such audacity. Not satisfied with marrying 10 princesses from the royal family, he even wanted to bring her, the empress, home. Change your condition. After coming back to her senses, Isabella hesitated for no moment and chose to refuse. Although she had a good impression of Ren, marrying him was obviously impossible. And besides, she was the empress of the Andre Empire. In order to uphold the imperial legacy, she could not marry into a family. Even if she had someone she liked, they would have to marry into her family to become a prince. Then help me have a few children. Hearing Isabella's direct refusal, Ren did not insist and spoke again. Upon hearing this, Isabella was instantly stunned. What did he take her for? If he's not her husband, he still wants her to help bear children? Is he dreaming? However, in order to prevent Ren from making even more shameful demands, Isabella did not directly refuse. 2. It's not impossible. As long as you can kill the emperor of the Kukan Empire, I will bear children for you. Isabella smiled coquettishly and spoke. In her opinion, Ren was absolutely incapable of fulfilling this condition. You should know. The emperor of the Kukan Empire possesses the formidable power of the 29th rank. Even she herself does not have the confidence to win. How could Ren, with only the power of the 23rd rank, possibly deal with such a super powerful being? Even with the powerful ability to pause time, it is still impossible. As the ruler of the empire, the Emperor Kukan must have magical equipment that is immune to time stop. No problem. Ren readily agreed. Although he knew that the Empress proposed this harsh condition to make him back down. But he did not believe that he had no hope of killing the Emperor Kukan. He had many powerful cards in his hand. Even against a high-ranking demigod of the 29th rank. As long as he took a direct hit, he would definitely not be able to withstand it. Could he really have a way to kill the Emperor Kukan? Seeing Ren readily agreeing without hesitation, Isabella couldn't help but show a hint of surprise. If this is true, then does she really have to have a child for Ren? Thinking of this, a blush unconsciously appeared on Isabella's pretty face. She wanted to take it back. But considering her reputation and the need to win over Ren, she couldn't say it out loud. When the final battle comes, I will take the initiative and, together with other demigods, besiege and kill Emperor Kukan. In this way, Ren won't be able to fulfill this condition. Thinking like this, Isabella didn't dwell on this matter. After negotiating the terms and reaching a consensus, the two of them signed the Styx contract on the spot. The contract was established. After achieving their goal, Queen Isabella didn't stay for long. After all, this is the enemy's camp. The longer she stays, the more danger she exposes herself to. She bid farewell to Ren. Queen Isabella then activated her unique void stealth magic and disappeared in the room. And Ren, as usual, went straight to bed to rest. As if nothing had happened just now. Everything was normal. 5 days later, the Kukan Empire's army and the four empires' allied forces were ready for the final battle. This grand war that attracted the attention of all forces in the Roland continent officially began. The two armies directly deployed their forces on the plain. Tens of millions of soldiers gathered together. Like an ocean, as far as the eye can see, an extremely intense aura of killing began to spread, reaching the sky. Kill. 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 Charge with me. Kill all these Kukan Empire soldiers. They confronted each other for a moment. The four imperial armies, which held the advantage in strength, launched the first attack. More than 30 million extraordinary soldiers marched towards the battle formation composed of soldiers from the Kukan Empire. In terms of both quantity and quality, the soldiers on the side of the Kukan Empire were much inferior to the four imperial armies. Under normal circumstances, the side of the Kukan Empire was undoubtedly destined to be defeated. However, just at this moment, the Archbishop of War, 147, took out an incredibly magnificent horn. And then blew it. The deep and loud sound of the horn instantly resounded throughout the battlefield. The next second, the aura of the Kukan Empire soldiers soared rapidly. This was the semi-divine artifact of the War Church, the war horn. As an auxiliary type semi-divine artifact, the effect of the war horn was very simple. Blow the horn, and it would bestow 12 enhancement buffs on the soldiers under its command, such as high morale, fearless courage, extraordinary strength, extraordinary agility, and so on. Under the effect of the war horn, more than 10 million soldiers of the Kukan Empire managed to withstand the attack of the more than 30 million powerful enemy forces, without falling behind in the slightest. Soldier against soldier, general against general. Just as the soldiers were fighting each other, the demigods on both sides were not idle either. Under the leadership of their respective commanders, they sought out their opponents and engaged in combat. Due to the tremendous destructive power of the demigod powerhouses, both sides tacitly set the battlefield far away from where the soldiers were fighting, to avoid the aftermath of the battle from harming their own soldiers. Ren was also the same. He randomly found an enemy demigod to fight, silently biding his time on the sidelines, waiting for the right moment to make a decisive move. A final blow. Little did Ren know that he was secretly betraying his allies and even had his own life at stake. At this moment, the Emperor of Kukarn had already confronted Empress Andri. Chapter 233 The Twists and Turns, the Shocked Queen Isabella. Over the battlefield, Emperor Kukain is facing off against four high-ranking demigods led by Isabella. Emperor Kukain 16, surrender. With the four great empires united, your Kukain Empire cannot possibly win. As long as you are willing to give up your rule over the Kukain Empire, I can guarantee that the wealth of the Kukain royal family will not be plundered. Isabella, holding the starry scepter and wearing the void robe, spoke seriously. Although our side has an absolute advantage in strength, she also doesn't want to push Emperor Kukain into a corner. If victory can be achieved without bloodshed, without fighting, that would be the best outcome. Not only would it greatly reduce the potential losses, but it would also allow for a quick takeover of the Kukain Empire's territory and resources. As for the astonishing wealth possessed by the Kukain royal family, compared to these interests, it is simply not worth mentioning. Hee. Isabella, stop with the nonsense. If you want to seize control of the Kukain Empire, show some real skills. Otherwise, all of you will die here today. Upon hearing this, Emperor Kukain sneered. The dark golden greatsword, a half-god artifact, in his hand pointed towards Isabella and the others. There was no intention of compromise whatsoever. This line should be said to you. Since you're not willing to surrender with dignity, today you will not leave here alive. Upon hearing Emperor Kukain's arrogant tone, completely disregarding them, Isabella's face immediately turned cold. Without hesitation, she waved the starry scepter in her hand. A tremendously powerful magical energy gathered. In the next second, countless strands of black lines, as thin as hair, suddenly appeared. From all directions, they swiftly attacked Emperor Kukain. These black lines may seem ordinary, but in reality, they are composed of temporal rifts. The cutting force is unparalleled in the world. As long as it touches something, it will cut it in half. Any object will be severed with a single slash. Facing the direct confrontation of this 9-ring space magic cutting, which cuts through space, For ordinary demigod powerhouses, they definitely won't be able to handle it. Isabella's attack seems to have sounded the horn of offense. The other three 27th level demigods each displayed their techniques and attacked Emperor Kukarn together. Facing the siege of 4 high-level demigods, Emperor Kukarn showed no weakness. His sword danced in his hand, slashing out powerful techniques, engaging in battle with Isabella and the others. In the demigod stage, the later it gets, the greater the increase in strength, with a cultivation level reaching the 29th level, plus an extremely luxurious set of magical equipment. Emperor Kukarn, facing 4 opponents alone, did not fall behind. For a moment, they were actually evenly matched. However, Isabella and the other 4 are not to be underestimated. As time passed, the coordination between the 4 of them became more and more tacit. The pressure on Emperor Kukarn also grew. If this continues, it's only a matter of time before Emperor Kukarn is defeated. Understanding this, a decisive look flashed in Emperor Kukarn's eyes. Without hesitation, he activated his trump card, Divine Blessing. Some time ago, in order to gain the support of the War Church, he not only promised to make the War Church the only sect in the Kukarn Empire, but also joined the War Church himself, worshipping the god of war. Thanks to this, he received the favor of the war god, Kairos, and gained the opportunity to borrow the power of the war god once. Supreme God of War, Kyries, you are the ruler of war, the lord of invincible armies. Please bestow your favor upon your most loyal disciple, granting me the power to overcome all obstacles. Emperor Kukan defended against attacks while reciting prayers. With the final line of the prayer uttered, an immensely powerful war god's blessing descended upon Emperor Kukan. Under the influence of this divine power, Emperor Kukan's aura rapidly soared. In an instant, his strength reached the limit of the Roland plane, the 30th stage limit. The intensity of his aura caused the surrounding space to distort, with faint signs of collapse. Everyone perish, feeling the vast and mighty power surging throughout his body. Emperor Kukan smirked coldly and immediately switched from defense to offense. Wielding a large sword, he launched the most fierce attack towards Isabella and the others. The divine blessing had a time limit. Before the divine power blessing ended, he intended to slay all his enemies. Emperor Kukan's strength would suddenly increase by more than tenfold. Isabella and the others were simply no match for him. Less than 10 minutes into the battle, a high-ranking demigod fell into Emperor Kukan's hands, followed by the second, the third. Even the strongest Isabella suffered serious injuries. Seeing all her teammates fall, a hint of despair flashed in Isabella's beautiful eyes. 4 high-ranking demigods combined their forces but still couldn't defeat Emperor Kukan. Now, only she remained. Clearly, there was no hope left. The outcome was already determined. It seems that I have won this war. With a loud laugh, Emperor Kukane infused his divine power into the large sword in his hand, preparing to kill Isabella. However, just at this moment, chirp, an arrow cut through the sky. Carrying an aura of hunting and killing, it shot towards Emperor Kukane's heart. Its speed was as fast as lightning, reaching its limit. A first-tier divine spell, the arrow of certain death. Feeling the threat of death, Emperor Kukane instinctively wanted to dodge. However, it was useless. Under the law of causality, the guarantee of a hit, this arrow seemed to have eyes, taking a turn and piercing Emperor Kukane's heart directly. If it weren't for the protection of the god of war's divine power, enduring this blow, Emperor Kukane would undoubtedly have been killed instantly. However, even so, Emperor Kukane was not in a good state. His divine power depleted, his realm regressed to the 29th level. At the same time, he suffered serious injuries and kept spitting blood. Seeing this earth-shattering change, Isabella, who had already been desperate, suddenly showed a hint of surprise on her beautiful face. She thought she was doomed to die. Who would have thought that someone would suddenly strike a heavy blow to Emperor Kukane, changing her fate of death, completely reversing the situation of the battle? Who did it in the end? With a curious and grateful mindset, Isabella looked towards the direction from which the arrow came. The next second, an expression of shock couldn't help but appear on her beautiful face. Chapter 234 Killing Emperor Kukan, the war is over. Ren? After seeing the person who made the move clearly, Isabella couldn't help but show an expression of disbelief on her face. She never expected that the person who saved her life would be Ren. A half-god strike at the 23rd level severely injured Emperor Kukan, who was blessed with divine power. It's simply unbelievable. If she hadn't seen it with her own eyes, she wouldn't have believed it at all. Are you okay? Flying in front of Isabella, Ren asked with concern. He had originally planned to wait for Emperor Kukan's divine power to be exhausted before releasing a fatal arrow to kill him. However, Isabella and the others were defeated too quickly. Seeing Isabella about to be killed, he couldn't help but make a move. After all, Isabella was the woman he considered his wife. The woman who would give birth to his children in the future. I'm fine. Facing Ren's genuine concern, Isabella felt warm in her heart. An unusual emotion couldn't help but rise in her heart. Sensing the change in attitude of Empress Isabella, Ren felt delighted. Just as he was about to say something else. Ren, how dare you betray me, betray the Empire of Kukan. Emperor Kukan, not far away, roared at Ren with anger. He never expected that the person who had just attacked him from behind would be Ren, one of his own. Traitors are more despicable than enemies. Encountering betrayal, Emperor Kukan was furious to the extreme. Why wouldn't I dare? Your Majesty, when you made me the scapegoat and suppressed me, you should have thought that this day would come, Ren said without any remorse, sneering. As the saying goes, a ruler sees his subjects as mere grass and weeds, while subjects see their ruler as a sworn enemy. Everything the emperor had done before undoubtedly pushed him to the opposite side. Since that's the case, naturally, he would face the backlash. Hearing this, Emperor Kukan's anger grew even stronger, but he couldn't say anything. After all, suppressing Ren was indeed true. He thought he had concealed it well. Who would have thought that Ren would still find out? However, he didn't think he had done anything wrong. Ren's progress in strength was too fast. His potential was extremely strong. It posed a serious threat to the ruling position of the Kukan imperial family. For the sake of the inheritance of the Empire of Kukan, he had to do this. You are such an emperor. The Kukan Empire's time to end has come. Seemingly sensing the thoughts in the heart of Emperor Kukan, Ren sneered. As if being poked at a sore spot. Emperor Kukan was instantly completely enraged. I want you dead. Forcing down the injuries on his body. Emperor Kukan was like a raging lion. His eyes flickered with terrifying killing intent. In his hand, the semi-divine artifact, the Great Sword, emitted a dazzling light. In an instant, the weather changed. Countless dark clouds appeared out of thin air, shrouding the entire sky. The next second, like a world-ending calamity. Boom. 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 Countless lightning bolts, carrying the power to destroy everything, struck towards Ren. Super 9 ring magic, infinite lightning storm. Be careful. Seeing this, Isabella quickly reminded. Then, bracing his heavily injured body, he prepared to help Ren share the attack. Don't worry. This level of attack can't hurt me. You should first recover from your injuries. Blessing Isabella with an invincible divine shield. Then, Ren took the initiative and rushed towards the lightning. Countless lightning strikes imbued with the power of the thunder law struck Ren. However, like a mud cow entering the sea, it couldn't cause the slightest bit of damage to Ren. Under the protection of the world's blessing, the effect of mirror flower, water moon. All damage turned into illusions. In Isabella's shocked eyes, Ren forcefully withstood the infinite lightning storm magic and counterattacked Emperor Kukan. The radiant chi rapidly circulated, wielding the storm great sword in a swift manner. Whoosh! 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 Hundreds and thousands of dazzling light sword energies whistled through the air. Like a violent storm, slaughtering towards Emperor Kukan. The sword energy was like light. Its speed was so fast that one couldn't dodge it at all. This damn traitor, how could he be so strong? Seeing Ren withstand billions of thunderbolts and still have the strength to launch a fierce attack on himself, Emperor Kukan's face grew increasingly gloomy. Immediately, he launched a defensive technique. However, I don't know if Ren lucky aura is at play. Kukan Emperor's chi circulation was disrupted, and his defensive techniques were hindered. Suddenly, his injuries flared up. Under the disturbance of his injuries, Kukan Emperor's execution of his battle techniques slowed down. Without the protection of defensive techniques, Thousands of bright sword chi mercilessly fell upon Kukan Emperor. With the blessing of the supreme light set and the demigod artifact, the sun god sword. The power of this strike is several times stronger than ordinary ninth ring magic. Taking this strike head-on, Kukan Emperor, who was already heavily injured, couldn't bear it in an instant. Even though he is a 29th rank demigod with a body possessing strong immortality characteristics, he can't withstand such frequent and fierce attacks. Cough, cough, cough. The sound of weak coughing up blood resounded. Feeling the rapid depletion of life force within his body, Kukan Emperor understood that he probably couldn't hold on for much longer. However, before his death, he must kill the traitor Ren. If it weren't for this damn guy's betrayal, by now, he would have successfully led the Kukan Empire to victory in this war, instead of being on the verge of defeat and falling to such a state. Thinking of this, Kukan Emperor looked at Ren with an intense killing intent. Almost materialized. Without hesitation, Emperor Kukarn began to exhaust the essence of Qi and divine fire. Then he infused all his power into the demigod artifact, the great sword in his hand. Under such immense power, the demigod artifact named Thunder God's sword began to emit a terrifying and horrifying aura. Time pause. Seeing Emperor Kukarn's last-ditch counterattack, Ren's pupils contracted. Subconsciously using time manipulation, he wanted to interrupt Emperor Kukarn's actions. However, previously, Ren had expended a large amount of the power of the laws, using the divine technique of the gods hunting divine bow, the arrow of annihilation. There were less than 100 strands of the power of the laws remaining in his body. There wasn't enough power of the laws to activate. The power of time manipulation couldn't break through the time-stop immunity equipment and affect Emperor Kukarn at all. Traitor, die. Pouring all his strength into the Thunder God's sword, Emperor Kukarn, with full intent to kill, launched the 10 rings superposition magic of the Thunder God's sword Void Thunderstorm. The next second, centered around Ren, countless black thunderbolts filled with a destructive aura surged out from the void, completely enveloping and submerging him. In an instant, the entire sky turned into a sea of thunder. Several seconds later, the effect of the Void Thunderstorm magic ended. Within its attack range, there was only a huge black void after the space was annihilated. Everything turned into nothingness. Ren figure also disappeared without a trace. Just when Emperor Kukain thought he had successfully killed the traitor, as if time had reversed, Ren figure appeared again. Not only was his body unharmed, even his aura had doubled compared to before. How is this possible? Seeing this scene, Emperor Kukain's eyes were filled with disbelief. This was a transcendent magic that could threaten the gods. Just a demigod of the 23rd rank. Why could he withstand it unscathed? However, Ren had no intention of explaining to Emperor Kukain. After stepping out of the void, he drew his sword for the first time and beheaded Emperor Kukain. With endless unwillingness and doubt, Emperor Kukain fell into eternal sleep. He's finally dead. Seeing this scene, Isabella breathed a sigh of relief. Then, as if remembering something, her face instantly turned crimson. Ren successfully killed Emperor Kukain. According to the previous contract, she would bear Ren child in the future. In other words, she would be Ren woman from now on. While feeling shy, she surprisingly didn't resist much in her heart. As the Empress of the Empire, she was undoubtedly proud. Ordinary men were beneath her notice. Otherwise, she wouldn't have remained single for so many years. However, Ren's powerful performance just now conquered her, making her feel the first stirrings of love. Unknown to Isabella's thoughts, Ren collected all the equipment from Emperor Kukain's body. Then, he and Empress Isabella carried out the final cleanup together, ending this war. Without Emperor Kukain, the top combat force, the fate of the Kukain Empire's army goes without saying. Except for the Habs Knights under Ren command, the rest of the Kukain Empire's army was completely wiped out. This highly anticipated decisive battle ultimately ended in the Kukain Empire's tragic defeat. Chapter 235. The Kukan Empire perished and married 12 noble daughters. The emperor is dead. The army has been completely defeated. This news is like a bolt from the blue for the Kukain Empire. It is nothing short of a catastrophe. The Kukain Empire instantly falls into chaos. In this situation, The advance of the four major Imperial Alliance armies is going smoothly. They conquer cities and territories along the way, unstoppable. In less than half a month, the Cocaine Empire is completely destroyed. All territories are occupied by the four major Imperial Alliance armies. The Cocaine Empire is completely annihilated. It becomes history. After incorporating the Cocaine Empire into their fold, the four major Imperial Alliance armies immediately begin to take over the wealth of this land. And the wealth of the Cocaine Empire is mostly controlled by the Cocaine royal family and nobles. In this situation, the Cocaine royal family and nobles naturally become the first targets of settlement. Under the terrifying military might of the four major Imperial Alliance armies, the Cocaine royal family and nobles have no resistance. If they are sensible, they surrender their land and wealth and may be able to keep their lives. If they are not sensible and resist forcefully, they are all killed. Among them, the Cocaine royal family suffers the most tragic fate. As the rulers of the empire, the royal family possesses the most resources and wealth. Naturally, they are the primary focus of the four major Imperial Alliance armies. Except for a few who manage to escape decisively, the Cocaine royal family is almost completely wiped out. The great settlement lasts for over a month. After it ends, the four major Imperial Alliance armies have successfully taken over the Cocaine Empire. The once noble families have fallen into the dust. Their status, wealth, and titles are all gone. Unable to accept such a cruel reality, many nobles choose to commit suicide. Many influential families crumble overnight. Among the numerous noble families of the Cocaine Empire, the only exception is the Habuz family. Despite the drastic changes in the outside world, the territories of the Habuz family remain peaceful. No soldier from the four great Empire Alliance would dare to cause trouble in the Habuz family's territories. Even the four great Empire Alliance specifically hands over a portion of the plundered wealth to the Habuz family. This has made other unfortunate noble families of the Cocaine Empire envious. At the same time, they curse Ren and his ancestors 18 generations back in their hearts. Because they know that this is the Habuz family's lord pledging allegiance to the Andri Empire and killing the Cocaine Emperor. That's why they receive such special treatment. In their eyes, Ren's current happiness is completely built upon their suffering. If it weren't for Ren's sudden betrayal, the Cocaine Empire would not have perished, and they would not have fallen to their current state. However, the nobles can also understand Ren's betrayal. Everyone knows very well who is responsible for the failure in the previous Orc Empire war. Ren became the scapegoat. It was entirely the result of deliberate suppression by the Cocaine Emperor. If the Cocaine Emperor can do A, then Ren can naturally do B. In the Roland continent, a world where strength is respected, there is no such thing as an emperor who is supreme and unquestionable, where the ruler can demand the death of his subjects and they have no choice but to die. Therefore, after calming down, many imperial nobles who have lost everything gather in the Habuz family's territories to establish relationships with Ren. There are countless imperial families who want to form a marriage alliance with Ren. Many influential families bring their most outstanding daughters to the Habuz manor, allowing Ren to choose freely. They hope to cling to a powerful figure and maintain their family legacy. Regarding this, Ren is naturally very happy. After all, the golden finger he possesses can only be activated by having children. The more excellent girls he marries, the faster his strength will improve. After careful selection, Ren gained 12 more wives. These 12 wives are all direct descendants of top noble families in the past. Not to mention their high appearance and outstanding temperament. Qualifications are extremely excellent. Each one of them has at least an epic level cultivation qualification. There is even one with a legendary qualification among them. Under normal circumstances, women with such qualifications from prestigious families would never marry outside. But now, they have all married him. In the blink of an eye. Another 2 months have passed. After this period of negotiation, the four major empires have completely divided the Cocaine Empire. Among them, the Andri Empire contributed the most and made the greatest contribution. They obtained the largest piece of the cake. They acquired 21 provinces, as well as a large amount of resources and wealth. As long as they fully digest these benefits, the national strength of the Andri Empire will leap from the middle to the top among the 5 empires. No, now it's the 4 major empires. Of course, the other 3 empires also gained a lot of benefits. They each received more than 10 provinces of land, and they also gained a lot of other resources and wealth. After the spoils were divided, the coalition of the four major empires disbanded on the spot. They each went to their own territories allocated by their respective countries. With the officials sent from above, they transformed these new territories, requesting flowers to truly bring them under the control of the empire. Ren doesn't really care about the outside storms. After all, it has little to do with him and doesn't affect him. Instead of paying attention to that, it's better to pay more attention to his wives. After this period of hard work, Ren successfully impregnated all 12 newlywed wives. Along with them, Princess Elsa, Serena, Yimik, and 8 other wives also became pregnant. In other words, 1 year later, the Habs family will welcome 20 new babies. This made Ren very happy. This undoubtedly made Ren very pleased. Apart from this matter, I wonder if it is influenced by Ren lucky aura. The Habsburg family has recently had a series of happy events. Princess Melita, the silver wolf, who has been diligently cultivating, successfully broke through the bottleneck. Relying on the infinite divine fire constructed by Ren, she ignited the divine fire and ascended to the rank of demigod, becoming the second demigod powerhouse in the Habsburg family. The progress of Anna, Cecilia, Tina, and Elsa's strength is also very significant. Especially Anna, Elsa, and Tina. Their innate talents and bloodlines are excellent, coupled with the assistance of the time training room. Their cultivation speed is astonishingly fast. They have successively reached the peak of the 15th stage. If nothing unexpected happens, they will be able to enter the legendary realm and become legendary powerhouses this year. The Habsburg family is becoming stronger and stronger. Ren feels a great sense of accomplishment about this. At the same time, a sense of crisis arises in his heart. His wives are cultivating at such a fast pace. He cannot fall behind. Otherwise, if his cultivation level is surpassed by his wives, it would be very embarrassing. It would be a loss of his identity as the head of the family. Thinking of this, Ren immediately decides to work harder during this period of time. Have more children. Obtain more system rewards and enhance his own experience. Apart from those who are already pregnant, he still has 13 wives who haven't conceived yet. Such a good field is being wasted like this, it's too wasteful. He must work hard to sow the seeds. Thinking like this, Ren once again starts to struggle hard. 1 month later. Calculating the time. Now, the 15th wife, Wanera, Angelina, and Lalesia, are already 12 months pregnant. If nothing unexpected happens, the time of delivery is not far away. The Habsburg family is about to usher in a wave of a massive baby boom. Chapter 236, The Birth of a Divine Grade Heir, Mythological Talent Space Manipulation. 2 weeks later. Lalesia, the first to become pregnant, and Charlene gave birth one after another. Half an hour later. The cries of 4 babies could be heard from the delivery room. Lalesia and Charlene each gave birth to a pair of twins. Detected the birth of the host's 249th child. The child's magical aptitude is extraordinary, and the martial spirit aptitude is epic. Evaluation is platinum level. Reward, 500 years of martial spirit cultivation, 1000 to go to the border. Detected the birth of the host's 250th child. The child's magical aptitude is high, and the martial spirit aptitude is epic. Evaluation is platinum level. Reward, 500 years of martial spirit cultivation, 100 years of magical cultivation. Detected the birth of the host's 251st child. The child's magical aptitude is epic, and the martial spirit aptitude is epic. Hidden bloodline, golden dragon mermaid, a mutated bloodline formed by the fusion of a golden dragon and a mermaid, naturally possessing divine protection, ocean blessings, and other bloodline talents. Evaluation is platinum level. Reward, 500 years of martial spirit cultivation, 500 years of magical cultivation. Detected the birth of the host's 252nd child. The child's magical aptitude is epic, and the martial spirit aptitude is epic. Hidden bloodline, golden dragon mermaid, a mutated bloodline formed by the fusion of a golden dragon and a mermaid, naturally possessing divine protection, ocean blessings, and other bloodline talents. Evaluation is platinum level. Reward, 500 years of martial spirit cultivation, 500 years of magical cultivation. It's unknown whether it's the influence of the lucky or a talent. The aptitude of these 4 children is quite good. The system's evaluation for all of them has reached platinum level. In this situation, The rewards given by the system are also quite generous. The 4 children have provided Ren with a total of 2,000 years of martial spirit cultivation and 1,200 years of magical cultivation. After receiving all of them, Ren martial spirit realm smoothly broke through from the late stage of the 23rd rank to the 24th rank. The magical realm also broke through from the early stage of the 22nd rank to the middle stage of the 22nd rank. His strength increased several times over. The improvement in cultivation realm also made the divine fire within Ren burn even more vigorously. The power of the derived light law reached an astonishing 630 strands, completely overwhelming demigods of the same level. The advantages brought by the perfect promotion are undoubtedly evident. In the blink of an eye, another month has passed. Following Charlene and Lalicia, 11 other wives, including Janice, also gave birth to Ren offspring. 5 boys, 6 girls. Thanks to the bloodline of the Golden Dragon and the Lucky Aura, the aptitude of these 11 babies is quite good. Although no diamond-level offspring appeared, there were 8 platinum-level offspring. Only 3 golden-level offspring. In this situation, the rewards given by the system are naturally very generous. The 11 children provided a total of 4,300 years of chi cultivation and 2,000 years of magic cultivation for Ren, as well as some martial arts techniques and item rewards. After receiving them all, Ren chi cultivation realm has once again made a breakthrough. Promoted from the early stage of the 24th rank to the middle stage of the 24th rank. The magic realm has also been promoted to the middle stage of the 22nd rank. The double improvement in cultivation has once again increased the upper limit of the power of the laws produced by his divine fire. His strength has significantly improved. As for those martial arts techniques and item rewards, there is almost no use for them. Ren directly handed them all over to the system store for recycling. A total of system currency equivalent to 1,500 years of cultivation was obtained. Due to the previous purchase of the love contract and the elf princess routine, Ren accumulated system currency was almost completely depleted. Even with this income, the account only has a little over 2,000 points. Can't buy anything useful. Therefore, he chooses to continue saving it for future needs. After Janet and the others completed their production, among this batch of pregnant wives, only Wenlena and Angelina remained unfinished in production. Princess Wenlena, the elf, is pregnant and giving birth for the first time. Ren is looking forward to the child in her belly. And Angelina, needless to say, this silver dragon girl has never disappointed him. The aptitude of each litter is extremely powerful. Oh, almost forgot. Besides the 2 girls, there is also Alfia. Alfia has been pregnant for almost 3 years now. Even though Ren provides a large amount of highly nutritious magical food every day, various gentle and rare magical plants and medicines, there is still no sign of the child in Alfia's belly being born. Ren has been waiting for a long time. To be honest, this is the first time he has seen a baby with such a long gestation period. However, he has a strong premonition. This child's aptitude is definitely extraordinary. It is highly likely to receive a system evaluation of diamond level or above. In Ren anticipation, 2 months passed in the blink of an eye. On this day, Ren is walking in the garden with Wenlena. Hiss. 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 Suddenly, Wenlena holds her belly, showing a painful expression. Wenlena is going into labor. Seeing this scene, Ren immediately realized that this was a sign that Wenna was about to give birth. Without hesitation, he picked up Wenna and quickly sent her into the delivery room. Then he waited quietly outside the delivery room. This time, the labor process was particularly long. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. 5 hours later. Finally, the cry of a baby came from the delivery room. Wah! With this cry, the light in the air changed direction and converged towards the inside of the delivery room. The entire city of Xiangying fell into darkness as a result, transformed into a realm without light. Fortunately, the duration was not long. 10 minutes later. As if satisfied after a meal, the baby in the delivery room no longer devoured the light. The sunlight returned to Xiangying City. Seeing this scene 2.0, Ren, Jenny, and the others who had rushed over couldn't help but widen their eyes and show astonishment. Coming back to their senses, Ren was filled with joy. Such an amazing birth anomaly. This child from this birth is definitely extraordinary. And the system prompt also confirmed his thoughts. Detected the birth of the host's 264th child. The magical aptitude of this offspring is sub-god level, and the martial spirit aptitude is legendary. Hidden bloodline, Sun Elf, a mutated bloodline formed by the perfect fusion of the Golden Dragon bloodline and the bloodline of the High Elf royal family, naturally controlling the power of the sun, possessing abilities such as light manipulation, sun's blessing, devourer of light, etc., evaluated as dawn level. Rewards: 5,000 years of martial spirit cultivation, 2,000 years of magic cultivation, legendary martial spirit aptitude, divine grade bloodline upgrade card, mythical talent, space manipulation. Chapter 237 Born Legendary, Ambition to create a family of gods. Morning sun level heir? Upon hearing the system prompt in his ear, Ren's face was filled with excitement. The first heir with a diamond level or higher evaluation has been born. According to the information unlocked by the system, diamond level or higher system evaluations are divided into morning sun, starry sky, radiant moon, and daybreak. Being able to obtain these evaluation levels for an heir is not an exaggeration to be called a naturally gifted divine child. Compared to heirs below the diamond level, they are completely different existences. This can be seen from the rewards issued by the system. Morning sun level heir. Just the minimum cultivation reward alone has reached 7,000 years. 5,000 years of Do-Chi cultivation, 2,000 years of magic cultivation. The other three rewards are even more valuable. Legendary level Do-Chi aptitude, divine grade bloodline upgrade card, mythical talent, space manipulation. Among them, the legendary level Do-Chi aptitude can greatly enhance his Do-Chi aptitude. At the same time, it greatly increases the quality of the system's reward for Do-Chi cultivation, allowing his cultivation breakthrough speed to soar more than 10 times. And the divine grade bloodline upgrade card is even more powerful. It can upgrade his own bloodline strength to divine grade, which is the level of a deity. This is a qualitative change. The difference between a divine grade bloodline and a non-divine bloodline is obviously enormous. If he possesses a divine grade bloodline, Ren's essence of life and combat power will undoubtedly skyrocket. At the same time, the aptitude of future offspring will also reach a higher level. One can imagine how valuable this reward is. As for the mythical talent, space manipulation, that goes without saying. Time is king, space is sovereign. According to the information given by the system, this talent can bestow upon Ren the ability to freely manipulate space. Just like the world's blessing of time manipulation that he possesses. It can be seen how powerful this talent is. Suppressing the excitement in his heart, Ren didn't rush to claim the reward. After all, this wave of rewards is really generous. It will take quite some time to fully digest them. Now is clearly not the time. Wah, wah. The incredibly loud cry of a baby resounded from the delivery room once again. For now, Ren put aside the thought of receiving the system's reward. He walked quickly towards the delivery room. He couldn't wait to see what his first dawn-level offspring would look like. Entering the delivery room. At this moment, when Lena was holding the child and breastfeeding, her face was filled with the radiance of motherhood. Ren, look, this is our child, a boy. This little guy perfectly inherits the power of light from both of us since birth. Seeing her husband walk in, when Lena said happily. Although she didn't know the exact aptitude of this child. But judging from the anomaly at the child's birth, this child's aptitude is definitely much stronger than hers. To give birth to such an outstanding child. As a first-time mother, when Lena was also very proud and delighted. It's all thanks to you. When Lena, you've really worked hard this time. Without rushing to see the child, Ren said gently. Not hard at all. Feeling her husband's concern, when Lena's face was filled with happiness. The two of them exchanged sweet words for a while. Only then did Ren start to examine the child in Lena's arms. This child looks no different from a normal young elf. Pointed ears, fair skin, handsome features. The only difference is a special birthmark in the shape of a sun on the center of the forehead. It doesn't look ugly. On the contrary, it gives off a magnificent and majestic feeling. Reaching out, he held the child in his arms. As soon as he touched it, Ren felt a scorching sun-like aura emanating from the child. He checked the child's body briefly. Ren made an astonishing discovery. Not only does this child possess immense magical power equivalent to that of a 10th level mage, but it also possesses a trace of the power of the sun's laws. In other words, This child is a natural legendary powerhouse. By following the usual cultivation process, he can easily break through into the legendary realm. There is no need to comprehend the laws. Wow! Is this the Morning Star level successor? So terrifying. Ren couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. You see, most 15th level powerhouses struggle their whole lives to comprehend the laws and break through into the legendary realm. But his child is born with the laws already within him, directly guaranteed to become a legend. It has to be said. The gap between people is even greater than the gap between humans and dogs. My son has the potential to become a god. With such formidable talent, as a father, Ren is naturally very happy. At the same time, a sense of ambition rises within him. He wants to have more children with the potential to become gods. To make the Habu's family into a divine family. Eternal and immortal. Of course. This goal is arduous and far-reaching. After all, children with the potential to become gods cannot be born just by wishing for it. So far, he has only produced one offspring of this level. One Lena, you must be hungry after working so hard for 527. Come, obediently drink these magic nourishing potions to replenish your vitality. Calm down. Ren put down the child in his hands. He brought in a bowl of fragrant magic nourishing potions from outside and personally fed them to Wenlena, one mouthful at a time. This is the great contributor and precious treasure of the Habs family. He must take good care of her. Feeling the thoughtful care from her husband, Wenlena, who had just given birth, felt extremely happy. Her love for Ren deepened. Half a month later, after recovering from the physical depletion caused by childbirth, Ren immediately decided to seclude himself and digest this wave of system rewards. Of course, on the surface, Ren's reason was that he had recently felt something and was preparing to seclude himself for cultivation and breakthroughs. After all, the existence of the system is his biggest secret. It absolutely cannot be known by anyone else. Even his wife. Such an extraordinary and heaven-defying thing. If it were accidentally leaked, I'm afraid all the gods in the entire universe would gather. By then, it would be a complete disaster. Arranging the affairs of the territory and the family. Without delay, Ren directly entered his exclusive seclusion room. Chapter 238 Divine Grade Bloodline. Sun Dragon. Close the gate. Activate the protective magic circle. Sit on the soft cushion in the center of the seclusion room. Receive the legendary level chi talent. Ren silently recited in his heart. As soon as the words fell. Whoosh. The next second, Ren felt a sudden surge of special energy filled with infinite life force, continuously transforming his own body. Under the influence of this power, the impurities in his body were expelled frantically. At the same time, his perception of the power of the laws skyrocketed. It was as if wiping off a layer of frosted glass. Ren felt that his comprehension of the laws had become much easier. After the complete integration of the legendary chi talent, the next step was cultivation. Convert all magical cultivation into chi cultivation. A total of 7,000 years of chi cultivation merged into Ren body. As mentioned before, the chi cultivation given by the system is calculated based on Ren own talent. 1 year of chi cultivation with legendary chi talent is equivalent to more than 10 years of epic chi talent. In other words, the 7,000 years of chi cultivation that Ren is currently receiving is equivalent to the previous 70,000 years with epic talent. An immense and unimaginable chi energy appeared in Ren chi si out of thin air. It rapidly merged into his chi origin. Under the push of this massive energy, the cultivation realm that had just been promoted not long ago began to advance rapidly. Mid-stage of the 24th rank. Late stage of the 24th rank. Limit of the 24th rank. It continued to soar until it reached the mid-stage of the 25th rank before stopping. The tremendous improvement in cultivation realm made Ren immortal divinity and divine fire even stronger. Compared to before, his strength had increased by at least 3 times. I'm getting closer and closer to the half-god perfection. Adapting to the surging power within his body, Ren nodded in satisfaction. Indeed. Taking the quality route is the way to go. The system reward obtained by a high-quality heir has led to such a tremendous improvement in his strength. If it were an ordinary heir, even if he had 100 or 1,000, he would not be able to achieve this. After sighing with emotion, Ren claimed the other 2 rewards as well. A collection of rule runes filled with spatial aura appeared in his soul. Then, Ren discovered that he could directly touch the existence of space. It was as if space had transformed from nothingness into substance. After some attempts, opening spatial doors, folding space, cutting space. These were all effects that could only be achieved with advanced spatial magic. For him now, it was as easy as breathing. In an instant, Ren went from being completely ignorant to becoming a master of spatial magic. Lastly, there was the Divine Grade Bloodline Upgrade card. Accompanied by a burst of white light, a dark golden card appeared before Ren. As for how to use this Divine Grade Bloodline Upgrade card, there was no need to think too much. It would definitely strengthen the Golden Dragon bloodline. After all, that was the only bloodline he could enhance. Without hesitation, Ren picked up the Divine Grade Bloodline Upgrade card and used it on the Golden Dragon bloodline. The next second, under the influence of some mysterious power, the Golden Dragon blood within Ren's body began to boil gradually. It condensed and refined continuously, ascending towards a higher level. FT 20%, 30%. In this process, Ren's physical strength rapidly increased. At the same time, the Golden Dragon blood in his body continuously transformed into a semi-material, semi-energy state of colorful blood. Half a month later, Ren's body underwent earth-shattering changes. Endless light and heat surged out from him, constantly radiating from his body. His body was surrounded by a corona halo resembling a star. He emitted an unparalleled dragon's might that surpassed all things. Like a dragon god who controls the sun. At the moment when the Golden Dragon blood completed its transformation, Ren automatically became aware of the information about his upgraded bloodline. Stellar Dragon, also known as the Dragon of the Sun, a low-level divine grade bloodline. Introduction: a giant dragon born with the ability to master the laws of the sun, it can continuously enhance its own strength by absorbing solar energy. Once it reaches adulthood, it is equivalent to a star itself, with extremely powerful combat power, capable of easily fighting weak divine beings and resisting weaker divine beings. It has to be said, the power of a divine-grade bloodline is terrifying. Far from being comparable to legendary dragon species like the Golden Dragon. After obtaining the bloodline of the Stellar Dragon, Ren's physical and spiritual strength alone increased by more than 50 times. In addition to this, he also gained a series of exclusive talents and dragon language magic of the Stellar Dragons. Among them, the abilities that Ren valued the most were Stellar Control, Stellar Dragon Body, and Stellar Annihilation. Stellar Control, Stellar Dragon exclusive talent? Effect: as a Stellar Dragon, you are one with the sun. You can manipulate solar celestial bodies and turn them into weapons to attack enemies. Stellar Dragon Body, Stellar Dragon exclusive talent? Effect: your body is like the sun, capable of automatically fusing and generating immense energy. As long as you don't exceed a certain limit, you will have almost unlimited energy. Additionally, you can enter the fusion overload mode, transforming into the true form of the Crimson Lotus Dragon God and temporarily increasing your strength by 20 times. Note: fusion overload mode will consume a large amount of lifespan, please use with caution. Stellar Fireworks, Stellar Dragon exclusive superlevel magic, 10th ring? Effect: create a small stellar object, collapse it into a miniature black hole, and devour all enemies. The effects of these three abilities are truly extraordinary. The first one allows him to manipulate solar celestial bodies and use stars as weapons. The second one grants him unlimited energy, enabling him to activate an infinite firepower mode and enter a state of explosive growth, temporarily increasing his strength by 20 times. The third one is even more outrageous. It allows him to directly create miniature black holes to devour enemies. To know. Black holes are the most terrifying celestial bodies in the previous universe. They have extremely strong gravity. Even light cannot escape. Anything swallowed by them will completely disappear in the universe. It's like seeing a leopard through a tube. You can imagine how earth-shattering the power of this super magic is. If it hits head-on, even ordinary gods would probably perish on the spot. Of course, releasing such a powerful magic is naturally very difficult. In an instant, the amount of energy required to output is too enormous. It is simply beyond Ren's current ability to control. Even if taking advantage of the infinite energy of the Stellar Dragon Body for power supply, the precasting time will be extended to more than a week. Until Ren's strength, the formidable Zhao, reaches a certain level. This high-level magic doesn't have much practical value. However, this doesn't affect the value of this magic. Once he reaches the required level of strength, this high-level magic will immediately become his trump card. It can be said that this bloodline upgrade has really paid off for Ren. His combat power has increased by tens of times. If he were to fight against the powerful demigod like Emperor Kukarn again, Ren is confident that he can defeat him without relying on artifacts. This is the terror of divine-grade bloodline. Apart from the improvement in combat power, due to the tremendous qualitative change in his life essence, Ren's lifespan has also multiplied several times. From the original 150,000 years, it has increased to 1 million years. I should now be among the top powerful beings in the Roland continent. If I cultivate the demigod realm to perfection, even the descent of gods may not be my match. Feeling the terrifying power surging within him, Ren suddenly felt a strong sense of security. Chapter 239 Invitation from Queen Isabella to the imperial capital of Andri. Spent a whole day. Fully adapted to the transformed body. Ren has left seclusion. Received news of husband leaving seclusion. All the women came to welcome him. In addition to showing concern, they couldn't help but ask about Ren gains from this seclusion. Regarding this, Ren naturally wouldn't hide anything. They knew that their husband's cultivation had made a huge breakthrough. Janice and the others were very happy. They immediately held a family banquet to celebrate. After all, Ren was the pillar of the Habsburg family. The higher Ren cultivation, the better the development of the Habsburg family. They understood this. All the offspring of the Habsburg family dared not be negligent. Except for a few who were adventuring and couldn't be contacted, all the offspring gathered at the Habsburg manor. They offered blessings to their father, grandfather. This banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights before it ended. Afterwards, Ren life returned to its original rhythm. Every day, they dealt with matters of the territory and then spent time with their wife and children. They lived a very leisurely and comfortable life. In the blink of an eye, another month had passed. Ren had tasted the sweetness of Rena's pregnancy. During this time, Ren had been looking forward to Angelina and Althea giving birth. However, the children in the 2 women's bellies showed no signs of coming out. There were no signs of them going into labor. They didn't wait for the birth of the 2 children. Instead, they received a court messenger from the Andri Empire. On this morning, messengers from the Andri Empire's imperial court arrived at the Habsburg manor. They were ordered by Empress Isabella to invite Ren to the imperial capital of Andri to receive rewards. After all, previously, Ren had signed a Styx River covenant with Empress Isabella. As long as Ren didn't betray them, joined the Andri Empire, and helped defeat the Kukarn Empire's army, the Andri Empire would grant Ren the title of prince and 3 provinces as his fiefdom. At the same time, he could also choose 10 royal princesses to bring home. Now Ren has achieved all of this. Empress Isabella naturally wants to fulfill her past promise. Otherwise, her divine fire will be extinguished by the waters of the river Styx, and her soul will be dragged into the depths of the river Styx, never to be released. If it weren't for the recent busy schedule of dealing with the division of territorial resources and wealth, Empress Isabella would have sent envoys long ago. I'm going on a long journey. After sending away the court envoys of the Andri Empire, Ren thought to himself. Although he felt it was troublesome to travel all the way to the imperial capital of the Andri Empire to receive rewards. But since Empress Isabella personally sent the invitation, he naturally had to give face. After all, this is the woman he has chosen. Thinking of the agreement to have children, Ren immediately became extremely excited about this trip to the imperial capital of the Andri Empire. After arranging family affairs, after explaining to his wives that he was going to the imperial capital of the Andri Empire to receive rewards, Ren set off alone, riding on a lava dragon beast. With his strength and speed, guards were completely unnecessary. There was no need to bring them at all. The Andri Empire is quite far away. Its imperial capital, the city of Cassio, is located southwest of the province of Lance, about 1 million kilometers away. Even if the lava dragon beast traveled at full speed, it would still take a month. In this situation, Ren naturally couldn't choose to travel slowly. Otherwise, by the time he arrived at the imperial capital of the Andri Empire, everything would be too late. And as a newly incorporated territory of the Andri Empire, There is no long-distance teleportation array directly to the city of Cassio nearby. It is obviously impossible to directly take the teleportation array. It seems that I can only use my spatial manipulation talent. Ren thought to himself. The mythical talent, spatial manipulation, gives him the power to freely manipulate space. As long as he has enough energy and precise coordinates, he can completely open a super long-distance spatial gate from the easternmost to the westernmost part of the Roland continent. And coincidentally, energy is the one thing he lacks the least. As the owner of the stellar dragon bloodline, he has almost unlimited energy to use. However, since he doesn't have the precise coordinates of the city of Cassio, he could only lock in the general direction and move through space. Then, during the journey, he constantly adjusted his orientation. Although he couldn't reach the capital city of Andri in an instant. But this method of rushing was definitely much faster than simply flying. Thinking of this, Ren immediately took action. With a thought. In the shocked gaze of the lava dragon beast, space continuously trembled and folded. The next second, a supergiant teleportation gate opened out of thin air. Go in, Ren said, understanding that this was his master's method. The awe in the heart of the lava dragon beast towards Ren deepened. Not daring to be negligent. Immediately carrying Ren, they walked into the teleportation gate. When the figures of the man and the beast disappeared into the teleportation gate, the gate automatically closed and disappeared. As if nothing had happened. Correct the direction. Open the teleportation gate. Pass through the teleportation gate. After repeating this process dozens of times, Ren successfully arrived at the capital city of the Andri Empire, the city of Cassio. This city is extremely magnificent. The city walls are hundreds of meters high and stretch for tens of thousands of kilometers. You can't see the end at a glance. There are also tens of thousands of elite Chi warriors standing on the city walls. The strength of the Andri Empire is undoubtedly evident. When Ren, riding on the lava dragon beast, approached the city within a 10-kilometer range, he was stopped by a legendary powerhouse. Sir, ahead is our imperial capital, Cassio City. We need to verify your identity before you can enter. At the same time, your magical beast mount needs to shrink in size. This legendary powerhouse, with caution and respect, said. Afraid that Ren would feel offended and casually crush him. As for whether Ren has this strength or not, he had no doubt. Anyone who can ride a semi-divine grade magical beast, even using their butt, one can tell that they are a powerful demigod. If it is not within his responsibilities. He also didn't want to intercept this powerful person who he couldn't afford to provoke. Upon hearing this, Ren did not trouble this legendary powerhouse either. He handed over the invitation card issued by Queen Isabella. Knowing that Ren was a guest invited by their own queen, the gaze of this legendary powerhouse towards Ren became even more respectful and reverent. He immediately let him pass, not to mention enthusiastically guiding Ren, using the shrinking technique to reduce the size of the lava dragon beast. The two of them entered the city of Cassio, one after the other. Under the guidance of this legendary powerhouse, Ren quickly arrived at the palace of the Andri Empire. As the residence of the Empress of the Andri Empire, the political and administrative center of the empire, this palace was extremely magnificent. Its area was comparable to that of a medium-sized city. The decorations were even more luxurious. Much more splendid than the palace of the Kukarn Empire that Ren had visited before. After presenting the invitation letter and confirming his identity, Ren was led by the imperial guards to a group of palaces that exuded an elegant and noble atmosphere. This was the palace villa built by the Andri royal family, specifically used to entertain high-ranking nobles who came to the palace as guests. Upon entering, Ren noticed that there were already quite a few people inside. Obviously, these people were also here to receive rewards. After all, not long ago, a war of annihilation had taken place. There were naturally many nobles of the Andri Empire who had made great contributions in the battle. However, he didn't recognize any of the people here. Therefore, he didn't pay much attention. After a quick glance, Ren went straight to his assigned residence to rest. In the evening, after finishing the delicious dinner prepared by the palace chef, Ren was about to study some magic knowledge for a while, to pass the time. And it was at this moment Queen Isabella suddenly paid a visit. Chapter 240, Selecting the Royal Princess, and the Reward Conference begins. In fact, it's not just Queen Isabella. Behind her are more than 20 girls wearing princess dresses. These girls have beautiful faces and elegant temperament. Their behavior is full of dignity and nobility. It's obvious that they have received education from a young age as high-ranking nobles. What is this? Seeing Queen Isabella suddenly bringing so many beautiful girls to visit him, Ren couldn't help but show a hint of doubt on his face. I have come to fulfill the previous promise. These are the most outstanding princesses of the Andres royal family. You can choose 10 of them first. At the reward ceremony in a week, I will marry those 10 princesses to you. Queen Isabella explained. Previously, they signed a contract, agreeing to let Ren choose 10 royal princesses as he pleased. Naturally, she couldn't specify them herself. This is it. Ren had just arrived at the Andres palace. She brought the princesses to let Ren have a look. After understanding Queen Isabella's intention, Ren naturally wouldn't be polite. This is the reward she deserves. Naturally, she wouldn't refuse. After all, these royal princesses will all get married in the future, so it's better to benefit him. While Ren was observing the princesses in front of her, these beautiful princesses were also secretly observing Ren. Before coming here, Her Majesty the Queen had already told them. They knew that their future fate was in the hands of this man in front of them. As royal princesses who have been pampered since childhood, originally, they were very resistant to being treated as goods and being chosen and traded. But they couldn't defy the Queen's orders, so they had to reluctantly accept it. Who would have thought? The man who chose them would be so outstanding. His face is extremely handsome. His temperament is like the sun in the sky. Magnificent and eye-catching. Plus, he is a demigod powerhouse. Their resistance in their hearts instantly diminished by more than half. Even some princesses had a thought in their hearts. Marrying the man in front of them seemed like a good idea. As royal princesses, marriage alliances were their destiny. And the quality of the marriage partners varied. A handsome and powerful demigod. Among the various marriage partners, he was definitely considered top-notch. As for Ren, he married 10 at once. Being born into the royal family, they had seen this kind of thing many times. They didn't care at all. Thinking of this, the princesses with a heart flutter immediately took action. They actively showed their charm to Ren, hoping to stand out among the crowd and be chosen by Ren. Seeing these glamorous and beautiful princesses in front of him, Ren also became a bit picky. He didn't rush to make a decision. First, he asked Empress Isabella for specific information about these princesses. Then he personally chatted and talked with these princesses to understand their personalities. After doing all this, Ren probably had a good idea in his mind. Princess Angeli. Princess Guina. Princess Ellie. Ren called out one name after another. The princesses whose names were called out showed joy on their faces, while the princesses whose names were not called out couldn't help but show disappointment on their faces. However, Ren had already finished selecting. They could only accept it. Seeing Ren finish his selection, Empress Isabella also showed no intention of staying longer. She immediately prepared to leave with the princesses. As the Empress of the Andri Empire, she was very busy. Especially recently, she had just finished dividing the Kukan Empire and gained a large new territory. There were even more things that she needed to personally handle. If it weren't for expressing her importance to Ren, she wouldn't have come in person for this small matter at all. Just as Empress Isabella was about to leave, Ren seemed to remember something and suddenly approached Empress Isabella. Using a voice that only the two of them could hear, he said, "Your Majesty, I have fulfilled our agreement. When will you have a child with me?" Hearing Ren's words, Queen Isabella's face instantly turned red. She did not turn around to answer Ren, meaning. Queen Isabella immediately used magic to escape. In less than a second, Queen Isabella disappeared with the princesses in front of Ren. Seeing Queen Isabella being scared away by himself, Ren's face did not show disappointment. Instead, a smile appeared on his face. Because from Queen Isabella's reaction just now, it seems that Her Majesty the Queen is not very resistant to the idea of having a child with him. It's just that things are progressing too fast, making her feel shy. It seems that there won't be a problem capturing this queen. Thinking of this, Ren's mood suddenly became very good. This is an empire's queen. A woman of such noble status, about to truly become his woman. Just thinking about it makes one excited. Besides, this queen has cultivated to such a level, her talent must be extraordinary. If he can have a child with her, maybe they can give birth to a child of the Dawn class. Thinking of this, a fire suddenly ignited in Ren's heart. He decided that during his time in the imperial capital of Andre, he must completely win over this queen. 1 week passed in the blink of an eye. During this time, Ren would go to cultivate feelings with Queen Isabella every day. *NTT. At first, Isabella avoided seeing Ren, afraid that Ren would immediately ask her to fulfill the bet and help him have a child. However, she found that Ren had no such intention at all. He just wanted to chat with her, and only then did Isabella let go of her worries. She received Ren. She found that besides being powerful and handsome, he was also excellent in other aspects. For example, national governance. Ren often came up with refreshing and highly feasible ideas and strategies. Besides, Ren is also a scholar. It is not an exaggeration to say that Ren has knowledge of astronomy and geography, the learning achievement of the epic talent, vast knowledge and strong memory. No matter what question, Ren can provide an answer, the learning achievement of the epic talent, vast knowledge and strong memory. As the understanding deepens, Isabella's fondness for Ren grows stronger. The relationship between the two sides is becoming closer. 1 week later, the reward ceremony organized by the Andre Empire imperial family began as scheduled. Outside the Andre Palace, in the central council chamber, led by numerous court guards. One by one, the nobles of the empire dressed in aristocratic attire began to enter. The order of entry is very particular, based on their status. Although Ren has not received formal enfeoffment and has not officially joined the Andre Empire, but as a demigod powerhouse and the protagonist of this reward ceremony, Ren's entry order is still relatively early. Ranked in the first sequence. Half an hour later, when everyone had entered the council chamber, Queen Isabella walked in with the escort of the court guards. Although she had interacted with Isabella many times, but Ren had never seen Isabella dressed like this before. Wearing a crown adorned with 5 colored gemstones, dressed in a platinum imperial robe, holding a purple gold scepter symbolizing the supreme power of the Andre Empire. Today's Isabella. She looked exceptionally beautiful and noble, radiating an aura of dignity that was heart-wrenching. The presence of a queen was undoubtedly evident. While Ren was observing, Her Majesty the Queen walked to the throne at the top of the central council chamber and sat down. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Everyone bowed in unison. Queen Isabella returned the gesture. Then, she began her speech before the award ceremony. "Welcome, everyone." After more than 20 minutes, Isabella finished her speech, announcing the official start of the award ceremony. Next, they formally entered the awarding process. Chapter 241 Queen Isabella and #039's Award, the Royal Wedding held. Promotions and rewards are given from low to high. Viscount Sic Angelo, leading the way and commanding 100,000 elite soldiers, broke through the enemy's defenses, killing dozens of knights and 5 legion commanders. Special grant of 300 square kilometers of land, 2 epic-level equipment, and 1 billion imperial gold coins. Count Nordkashi, brave and fierce in killing enemies, slaying 3 legendary powerhouses. Special grant of the position of Marquis, 10 epic-level equipment, and 10 billion imperial gold coins. Count Kainer Beck, leading the way and breaking into the enemy's formation, killing the enemy general and defeating 1,000,000 troops. Special grant of the position of Marquis, 10 epic-level equipment, and 10 billion imperial gold coins. The Minister of Military Affairs of the Andre Empire continued to read out the military achievements. One by one, the nobles who had made military contributions in the War of Annihilation stepped forward to receive the rewards and titles bestowed by Empress Isabella. After more than 2 hours, Ren finally heard his name. Lord Renhabs, abandoning darkness and joining the Kukan Empire, beheading the 313 Kukan Emperor on the battlefield, and defeating the Kukan Empire's army. Making an indelible contribution to the victory of the battle. Special grant of the position of Prince, 3 provinces as a fiefdom. Upon hearing the Minister of Military Affairs announce his name, Ren immediately stepped forward and walked towards Empress Isabella. At this moment, the gaze of everyone in the central council chamber converged on Ren. Their eyes were filled with awe and envy. Awe for Ren power. Being able to kill the Kukan Emperor was enough to show that Ren power had reached the top ranks of the Roland continent. Envy for the rewards Ren received. These rewards were too generous. It should be noted that, until now, there were only a handful of nobles in the Andri Empire who held the title of prince. One can imagine the preciousness of the title of prince. This meant that Ren, who had just joined the empire, had a status higher than the vast majority of Andri nobles. Second only to the empress. Not to mention the 3 provinces. Such a vast fiefdom. The combined territories obtained by all the nobles who had made military contributions before did not even come close to what Ren received. Not even half of it. It completely overshadowed the achievements of those nobles. However, no one dared to challenge it. After all, Ren's military record and strength were there for all to see. He fully deserved this high-level treatment. Amidst the envious gazes of everyone, Ren received the noble medal and land grant documents representing the prince's title from Queen Isabella. Just when everyone thought the award ceremony was about to end, Isabella suddenly announced something. Prince Ren, your military achievements are outstanding. I have decided to bestow upon Prince Ren 10 royal princesses, including Princess Angeli, Princess Guina, and Princess Ellie. As soon as she finished speaking, everyone was stunned. They couldn't believe their ears. Although they knew that this was the Andres royal family's way of winning over Ren, it seemed like they were giving away too much. You see, royal princesses bear the important responsibility of forming alliances through marriage. Each one is quite significant. Generally speaking, even if they were to secure an alliance, the royal family would at most marry off 1 princess. But this time, they were marrying off 10 princesses all at once. And they were all well-known and exceptional princesses. It's like they're giving away all the exceptional princesses to Ren. Once they snapped out of it, the hearts of all the young nobles present were filled with envy to the point of breaking. These 10 princesses were absolute divine-grade figures in the Andres Empire's noble circle. On ordinary days, it would be difficult for them to even exchange a few words with them. Now, they were all taken by this man, Ren, who had just joined the empire. You can imagine how difficult their emotions were. It was as if they had bitten into countless lemons. So sour that their teeth were falling out. If they didn't know that Ren's strength far surpassed their own, they would immediately challenge him to a duel. To determine life and death. No matter what these people think in their hearts. This matter has already been settled. 1 month later. The royal family will hold a grand wedding in the palace. 10 princesses will be married to Ren. After announcing this matter, Empress Isabella declared the end of the conferment ceremony. Next is the celebration banquet. This time, the Andri Empire has successfully gained a lot of benefits from the Kukan Empire, further enhancing its national strength. Naturally, it needs to be celebrated. The celebration banquet is very lively. Almost all the well-known nobles of the Andri Empire have come. At the banquet, many people deliberately come to talk to Ren, attempting to establish a relationship with Ren, the newly appointed prince. Faced with the flattery and goodwill of many nobles, Ren naturally will not refuse. After all, as a newcomer who has just joined the Andri Empire, he also needs some friends to guide him and facilitate his integration into this country. In order to establish a relationship with Ren, this rising top-level power figure, many nobles constantly promote their noble daughters to Ren. Regarding this, Ren completely avoids the topic, choosing to politely decline all of them. With the improvement of his cultivation level, his vision has become higher. Unless they have extremely high aptitude. Otherwise, he simply doesn't pay attention to ordinary noble girls. And among these girls that the nobles use for marriage alliances, there are obviously no noble girls with such high aptitude. Even if there are any, most likely they wouldn't be brought out. After all, children with such aptitude are rare. Regardless of gender, they are all capable of being the backbone of the family in the future. In the absence of a crisis that concerns the life and death of the family, it is absolutely impossible for them to use these girls for marriage. This celebration banquet lasted late into the night. Only then did it stop. After the banquet ended, Ren refused the proactive service of the court maids. He returned to his temporary residence to rest. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed since the reward ceremony. During this time, Ren has been living inside the palace of the Andri Empire without leaving. Every day, he talks with Empress Isabella and develops a relationship with the royal princess who is about to marry him. although he is marrying these princesses. As a man, Ren still hopes that these future wives will fall in love with him, rather than being in a marriage where they have different dreams. Under Ren endless methods, those princesses who already had a great impression of Ren gradually fell. The emotions escalated very quickly. Besides these matters, Ren is also busy preparing for the wedding. 10 royal princesses getting married at the same time. Such a big event naturally cannot be rushed. Therefore, the various matters of the wedding are extremely complicated, although most of these matters are handled by the Andri royal family. But as the protagonist of the wedding, he also has a lot of things to do. Whether it is the selection of wedding attire or other important matters, he needs to make the decisions himself. In this situation, Ren can be said to have a very fulfilling day every day. 1 month later, with the full support of the Andri royal family, all the wedding affairs were handled properly. This grand royal wedding was held as scheduled. Chapter 242 marries 10 royal princesses in a row and wins Queen Isabella. The Andri Empire's royal family attaches great importance to Ren. In order to win over Ren, the arrangement of this wedding was prepared according to the highest standards. Various rare magical flowers filled the wedding venue. The drinks were top-notch wines produced by the dwarf clan. The cuisine was made from various rare magical ingredients and cooked by a master-level halfling chef. With all these arrangements, it is estimated to cost 5 billion gold coins. It can be said to be extremely extravagant. At 9 o'clock in the morning, nobles dressed in exquisite attire boarded magical carriages and arrived at the Andri Empire Palace. They began to enter the venue. As time passed, the Minister of Defense, the Minister of Finance, Prince Angeli. One by one, the important figures of the Andri Empire appeared at this royal wedding. In addition to these important figures, there were countless other nobles and dignitaries. Soon, the number of participants in this royal wedding reached tens of thousands. It looked extremely lively. At 12 o'clock noon, Queen Isabella, representing the Andri royal family, stepped onto the central platform and began the wedding speech. After the speech, this extremely grand wedding officially began. Under the gaze of everyone, the protagonist of this wedding ceremony, Ren, and 10 princesses of the royal family walked out from both sides. They walked up to the high platform. The 10 princesses had exquisite makeup and wore elegant and pure white gowns. They lined up in a row, giving off a feeling of competing for beauty. They were incredibly beautiful. Looking at the scene, Ren couldn't help but be captivated by their beauty. Feeling Ren gaze, the princesses' faces blushed slightly, but they felt sweet in their hearts. For them, Ren gaze was the best compliment. They were about to become Ren wives, so naturally, they didn't want to be unattractive to their husband. In order to leave the most profound impression on their husband in this extremely important wedding, they had carefully dressed up for a long time. So far, the effect seemed to be very good. Next, under the witness of many guests and the Archbishop of the Church of Love, Ren and the 10 princesses completed the wedding ceremony one by one. During the ceremony, the young noble youths who admired these 10 princesses couldn't help but turn red with envy. My heart is filled with envy and jealousy towards Ren. He is their goddess, their moonlight. Now he is being taken away by others. If it weren't for the understanding that destroying this royal wedding would bring great disaster to oneself and the family, they would really be unable to resist taking action. Apart from these young nobles, seeing the scene of Ren marrying the royal princesses, Empress Isabella sitting on the side also felt an inexplicable bitterness in her heart. However, no matter what, the wedding continued smoothly. Several tens of minutes later, Ren completed the wedding ceremony with 10 royal princesses, officially becoming husband and wife. After the ceremony, the wedding banquet officially began. Everyone toasted and enjoyed the delicious food and wine. As the protagonist of the wedding, Ren naturally became the target of envy and jealousy from other guests. They crazily toasted to him. However, with the divine grade bloodline of the Star Dragon, Ren had an astonishing resistance to negative states. Even the top magic liquor brewed by the dwarves couldn't get him drunk. He easily made all those with ulterior motives guests pass out from drinking. Seeing how terrifying Ren alcohol tolerance was, the people who wanted to drink with him instantly disappeared. The wedding banquet continued until late at night before finally coming to an end. Seeing off the last guest, Ren went to the bathroom to freshen up. washing away the smell of alcohol. Then, he eagerly walked towards the palace where the 10 royal princesses were entering the room, accompanied by exclamations. The thrilling music came from inside the palace, one after another. While Ren was enjoying himself, Empress Isabella, with complex emotions, accidentally walked here. This bastard is so lecherous and absurd. Listening to the symphony coming from inside the palace, Empress Isabella's face turned red, feeling both ashamed and angry. Originally, she was planning to leave this troublesome place immediately. However, listening to those ear-reddening and heart-throbbing sounds coming from inside, she involuntarily took a step forward, quietly listening. As time passed, Empress Isabella's beautiful eyes became watery, gradually losing focus. Her whole body exuded a captivating and intoxicating charm. I kept listening until dawn. Queen Isabella finally woke up, subconsciously looking around. After confirming that no one had noticed her actions, she blushed and left. No one knew about Queen Isabella's strange behavior. Ren in the palace was still fighting hard. In the blink of an eye, 10 more days passed. After marrying 10 princesses of the royal family, Ren did not rush home. Instead, he chose to stay, to cultivate a relationship with Queen Isabella. Perhaps it was because of his eavesdropping behavior before, or perhaps Ren's efforts had paid off. Queen Isabella's attitude towards Ren became more and more special. One afternoon, Ren and Isabella were sparring in the training ground of the Andri Palace. This training ground was Isabella's exclusive training ground, made entirely of extremely advanced magical materials. It also had the most top-notch spatial magic array, enough to isolate most of the battle aftermath. Even demigod powerhouses, as long as they didn't deliberately destroy it, they could fully unleash their power. In the training ground, Isabella waved her starry wand, releasing waves of powerful or uniquely effective demonic attacks towards Ren. Ren's response was very simple. Using the mythical talent spatial manipulation, controlling the surrounding space with their mind to create spatial fractures around themselves, blocking the majority of the attacks. Only a few powerful enough to penetrate the spatial fractures. Ren directly opened a spatial portal, banishing them into the endless void. Seeing Ren effortlessly block all of their attacks, Queen Isabella's proud heart was instantly struck like never before. Her competitive spirit soared. Isabella immediately began to cast the 10-ring superposition magic gravity storm, accompanied by an incredibly high-pitched chant. A huge black sphere was created. This black sphere possessed powerful gravitational force capable of distorting space. As soon as it appeared, this black sphere began to attract everything around it madly, crushing all objects into thin slices less than a millimeter thick. In the face of this super destructive magic, even the training ground equipped with countless magical materials and a top-level spatial magic array could not withstand such a powerful attack. Instantly destroyed. This woman wants to murder her own husband. Seeing Isabella using even the superposition magic just to defeat him, Ren also couldn't help but curse in his heart. Without hesitation, Ren activated the ability of Mirror Flower, Water Moon. There's no way. Under the interference of this powerful gravity magic, the difficulty of manipulating space has sharply increased. Continuing to use spatial manipulation abilities would be nothing but self-inflicted suffering. This superposition magic lasted for 10 seconds. After 10 seconds, Isabella's magic power was depleted, and this superposition magic naturally dissipated. There's the invincible damage immunity cheat, Mirror Flower Water Moon. Ren emerged unscathed from it. With full anger, Ren directly imprisoned Isabella using spatial manipulation abilities, and then proceeded to give a fierce beating to Her Majesty's posterior. Letting you run wild. Letting you run wild. Do you realize your mistake? While beating, he scolded. The loud slapping sound echoed in the arena. Woo-woo. Feeling the fiery pain coming from her posterior, Queen Isabella couldn't help but widen her eyes, feeling extreme embarrassment and anger in her heart. As the Empress of the Andri Empire, when has she ever been treated like this? It's simply too much. However, no matter how embarrassed and angry Queen Isabella was, it was useless. Due to exhaustion of her power, coupled with the effect of spatial imprisonment, she was completely powerless to resist Ren atrocities. As time passed, Queen Isabella's emotions also underwent some strange changes. From initial embarrassment and resistance, to gradually adapting, and then King swear. Noticing the misty water-like glimmer in Queen Isabella's eyes, Ren was instantly shocked. He didn't expect that the seemingly noble and charming queen would have such a hidden attribute. Truly, appearances can be deceiving. Coming back to his senses, Ren realized that this seemed to be an excellent opportunity to conquer Queen Isabella. The atmosphere has reached this point. If he doesn't take advantage of it, is he still a man? No need to say more. Continue to focus on the task at hand. After a round of education, Queen Isabella's hidden attribute was completely activated. Your Majesty, it's time for you to fulfill your promise. Give birth to my child. As soon as the words fell, within 2 minutes, a melodious and enchanting symphony resounded in this extremely devastated battle training ground. The following 100,000 words are omitted. Chapter 243. Invite Governor Laska out of the mountain. Queen Isabella is pregnant. In the blink of an eye, another half-month has passed. Since the close-quarters combat training on the training ground, there has been a qualitative breakthrough in the relationship between Ren and Queen Isabella. Although there was no formal wedding, but both of them recognized each other as their partners. During the day, he played exciting special games with Queen Isabella. At night, he played poker with the princesses. During this time, Ren had a great time. However, good times are always short-lived. He has been away for over 2 months this time. If he doesn't go back soon, Janice and the others will be worried. He bid farewell to Queen Isabella. Ren left the Cassiopeia city with 10 royal princesses and headed towards his own territory. As for Queen Isabella, as the ruler of the empire, it is obviously impossible for her to go back home with Ren. To solve the problem of their separation, Ren used his spatial manipulation talent to leave a permanent spatial coordinate in Queen Isabella's boudoir. In this way, it will be very convenient for him to have a date with Queen Isabella in the future. He can open a long-distance teleportation portal and come over at any time. Leaving Cassiopeia City, Ren naturally knows the spatial coordinates of his own home. Using his spatial manipulation ability, he opened a long-distance spatial portal. In less than 10 minutes, Ren returned to the Habsburg Manor with 10 royal princesses from the Andri Empire Imperial City. Upon hearing the news of her husband's return, Janice and the others who missed Ren came out to greet him. However, the next second, "Darling, who are these 10 sisters?" Seeing the group of women surrounding Ren, Janice and the others were stunned. Immediately, their expressions turned somewhat unfriendly. Although they knew that their husband was flirtatious by nature. But this time, it was too much. He went out for a trip and brought back 10 women directly. They are all princesses of the Andri Empire's royal family, bestowed to me by Empress Isabella. I couldn't refuse. Feeling the killing intent in the eyes of his wives, Ren awkwardly smiled and quickly explained. And Angeli, Guina, Ellie, and others were also very understanding. They knew that these women in front of them were their sisters. From now on, they were all one family. Therefore, they didn't put on airs as princesses. They actively greeted Janet and others. Seeing this, Janet and others couldn't continue to be cold. They immediately responded generously. As royal princesses, social interaction was a required course for them. With the deliberate accommodation of Angeli, Guina, Ellie, and others, Janet and others quickly accepted them. And then, Ren said some sweet words and promised some unequal agreements between husband and wife. This matter was then over. Skipping this topic, Janet and others finally remembered the purpose of Ren trip and couldn't help but ask. "Darling, how was your reward from the Andri Empire this time?" "I gained quite a lot." Facing the inquiries of his wives, Ren didn't hide anything. He directly recounted all the rewards given to him by Empress Isabella. Hearing this, Janet and others were also very happy and excited. Their own husband became an imperial prince. And he also received 3 provinces as his fiefdom. The family's territory suddenly expanded several hundred times. In this situation, the future development of the Habsburg family would undoubtedly be even more brilliant. "Darling, you're amazing." Coming back to their senses, Janet and others all kissed Ren to show their appreciation. After the affectionate moment, Janet and others began to prepare for a celebration banquet. The Habsburg family became an imperial prince family, controlling 3 provinces as top nobles. Such a joyous occasion. It wouldn't do to not celebrate it grandly. Ren naturally did not oppose the proposal from his wives. This matter is indeed worth celebrating. 1 month later, a grand celebration banquet was held at the Habs Manor. Nobles from the surrounding areas of the Andri Empire all came. Even many nobles from provinces hundreds of thousands of kilometers away, who did not receive an invitation, also came. It is obvious. Everyone wants to get close to Ren, the newly appointed imperial prince. To cling on to this powerful figure. Originally, the banquet was expected to accommodate a few thousand people. But the number of nobles who came to attend the banquet reached over 10,000. There was no other choice. Ren had to urgently expand the banquet venue to accommodate these unexpected guests. This celebration banquet lasted for 3 days and 3 nights. After the banquet ended, the reputation of the Habs family became even more prominent. The 12 Cocaine Empire families who had previously formed an alliance with Ren also benefited greatly. They were no longer deliberately targeted by the nobles of the Andri Empire. They even became guests of honor for some nobles of the Andri Empire. Life suddenly became much better. Realizing this, other fallen Cocaine Empire nobles became even more enthusiastic about forming an alliance with Ren. After all, these are all role models. As long as they can cling on to the thigh of Prince Ren, a comeback is just around the corner. In the following period of time, the Habs Manor was bustling with activity. Every day, many Cocaine Empire nobles came to visit, trying various ways to promote their own family's girls. These girls were all treasures who would never be married outside the family before, and their cultivation aptitude was quite high. Now, they were all at Ren's disposal. Regarding this, Ren naturally welcomed it. After all, his golden finger requires a large number of high-aptitude beauties to bear his children in order to exert the greatest effect. After a round of selection, Ren gained 5 more beautiful wives with epic-level aptitude. Half a year later. During this time, Ren was extremely busy. The family's fiefdom expanded from 2 regions to 3 provinces, equivalent to 3 duchies. The area has increased hundreds of times. There are too many things to deal with here. Just receiving these territories and establishing rule is already a difficult task. After all, the rise of the Habsburg family has been too short. There simply aren't enough people available. There isn't even a single administrator capable of managing a province. There's no way. In order to alleviate his own management pressure, Ren can only ask his father-in-law, Governor Laska, for help. After the downfall of the Duchy of Cocaine, although the 4 great empire allied forces did not hold Governor Laska accountable out of respect for Ren, but it is certain that Governor Laska cannot continue to hold the position of provincial governor. Therefore, Governor Laska has been idle at home taking care of his grandson, Ren and Tina's first child, adopted into the Laska family. Upon learning of his son-in-law's intentions, Governor Laska originally did not want to agree. After the downfall of the empire and the loss of power, his only thought now is to cultivate his grandson. However, under Ren's continuous persuasion, Governor Laska finally relented, agreeing to come out of retirement to help. After all, they are family. In the future, the inheritance and development of the Laska family by their grandson will also require the support of the Habsburg family. Helping the Habsburg family is also helping himself. With Governor Laska, a talented manager, helping to share the political affairs, the pressure on Ren is immediately reduced. The speed of taking over the territory has clearly increased significantly. In addition to dealing with family territory affairs, Ren has not forgotten to sow seeds with his wives. With his unremitting efforts, Angeli, Guina, and the other 10 royal princesses are all pregnant. The 5 wives who just entered the family recently are also pregnant. In addition, using manipulation to open the teleportation gate, Ren had a secret meeting with Empress Isabella of the Andri Empire. Under his enthusiastic care, a dragon was conceived. Empress Isabella is also secretly pregnant with his child. In other words, 1 year later, the Habsburg family will welcome 16 newborns. Chapter 244 The Law of Light is complete, the Law of Gods, Spring of Life. Spring has gone and autumn has come. Another half-year has passed. Busy for such a long time. With the help of my father-in-law, Governor Laska, Ren has successfully gained complete control over the fiefdoms of 3 provinces. We have established a preliminary system of governance. However, it is still too early to expect a large amount of tax revenue from it. Except for the province of Lanzhou. The other 2 provinces have experienced the ravages of war. Under the plunder of the 4 major imperial coalition forces, the population and economy have been severely damaged. In the situation of fishing in an inexhaustible lake, it is obviously impossible to obtain a large amount of tax revenue from these 2 provinces in the short term. Ren even needs to invest some funds in them. Of course, these are all minor issues. In the previous operation to divide the Kuchen Empire, the Habsburg family gained a lot of benefits. Now their pockets are overflowing with wealth. For a while, they don't need this little tax revenue. In order to quickly restore prosperity to these 2 provinces, Ren personally formulated a development plan. Using work to relieve poverty, organizing refugees to develop various resources within the territory. At the same time, using his spatial manipulation abilities and top-level knowledge of magic arrays, he set up semi-permanent large-scale spatial teleportation gates. This strengthens the communication and flow of goods between the 3 major provinces. Of course, Ren naturally cannot allow those merchants to use these convenient and fast transportation channels for free. It is reasonable to charge some tolls. Under Ren combination of techniques, the 2 provinces that were originally in a state of decline have rapidly improved. In addition to developing the family's territory 427, Ren did not forget to pay attention to his wives. After all, they are the most important presence in his heart. Especially Angelina and Althea. They are his primary focus. Both of them have been pregnant for several years. But there are still no signs of delivery. This makes Ren a little anxious. To be honest, he can't wait to see these 2 children born. The gestation period is so long. These 2 children are definitely extraordinary. 1 month later, Angelina and Althea have not given birth. Valkathi, Iris, Orion and 10 other wives who have been pregnant for over a year have given birth first. The first to be sent to the delivery room were Frenna, Tina, Valkathi, Layla, and Murphy. Detected the birth of the 265th child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is extraordinary, and the fighting spirit aptitude is extraordinary. Evaluation, Gold level. Reward, 100 years of cultivation in fighting spirit, 20 years of cultivation in magic. Detected the birth of the 266th child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is epic, and the fighting spirit aptitude is epic. Hidden bloodline, incomplete golden dragon, already awakened, bloodline concentration 50%, naturally possessing golden dragon scales, powerful bloodline talents such as fierce dragon aura. Evaluation, platinum level. Reward, 500 years of cultivation in fighting spirit, 300 years of cultivation in magic. Detected the birth of the 267th child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is legendary, and the fighting spirit aptitude is extraordinary. Hidden bloodline, twin elves, a perfect fusion of the bloodlines of the superior elf and the golden dragon, naturally possessing the power to control shadow and holy light, and powerful bloodline talents such as energy conversion and shadow twins. Evaluation, diamond level. Reward, 1,500 years of cultivation in fighting spirit, 1,000 years of cultivation in magic, plus 15% comprehension of the law of light. These 5 children have decent aptitudes. 1 diamond level, 1 platinum level, and 3 gold levels. In this situation, the rewards given by the system are naturally quite good. The 5 children provide Ren with a total of 2,300 years of cultivation in fighting spirit and 1,360 years of cultivation in magic, as well as a 15% comprehension of the law of light. Converting magic cultivation into fighting spirit. 3,600 years of cultivation in fighting spirit are integrated into the body. Ren fighting spirit realm has once again broken through. From the mid-stage of the 25th rank to the limit of the 25th rank. At the same time, countless mysteries about the light merged into his mind. 90%. 91%. 92%. When the comprehension reward for the law of light was fully integrated, Ren completely mastered all the mysteries of the law of light. Next, he only needed to step by step elevate his strength to the 30th level and forge his own divinity. Then he could condense the position of the light god through this. The perfection of the comprehension of the law of light directly drove the divine fire within Ren, making it burn even more vigorously. The power of the law of light derived from the divine fire skyrocketed to an astonishing 1,000 strands. The quality also greatly improved. Strength increased by more than 5 times. Unconsciously, it seems that I am about to become invincible in the world. Feeling the immense power in his body that could crush mountains and break mountains, Ren couldn't help but feel emotional. Apart from the incarnations of those powerful gods, he believed that he would never lose to any half-god powerhouse, even a 30th level demigod. He was confident that he could contend with them, even defeat them in battle. Thinking of this, Ren raised his head and looked up at the starry sky above. Those shining stars hanging high in the sky were the divine realm of the gods, representing the immortal glory of the gods. He believed that in a short period of time, he would also be able to join them and become one of them. And this time would not be too far away. In the blink of an eye, another month passed. Following Freya and others, Iris, Orianne, and 5 other wives also gave birth to Ren offspring one after another. 3 boys, 3 girls. The reason there is an extra child is because Iris gave birth to a pair of twin sisters. Detected the birth of the 270th child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is epic, and the fighting spirit aptitude is high. Hidden bloodline, holy radiant fox, a mutated bloodline formed by the fusion of fox bloodline and golden dragon bloodline, naturally possessing talents such as holy light purification and summoning angels. Evaluation, platinum level. Reward, 500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 1,000 years of magic cultivation. Detected the birth of the 271st child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is epic, and the fighting spirit aptitude is super. Hidden bloodline, sacred enchantress, a special mutated bloodline formed by the fusion of enchantress queen bloodline and golden dragon bloodline, naturally possessing talents such as holy aura and high charm. Evaluation, platinum level. Reward, 500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 10 kilograms of life spring water. Detected the birth of the 272nd child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is epic, and the fighting spirit aptitude is super. Hidden bloodline, sacred enchantress, a special mutated bloodline formed by the fusion of enchantress queen bloodline and golden dragon bloodline, naturally possessing talents such as holy aura and high charm. Evaluation, platinum level. Reward, 500 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 10 kilograms of life spring water. I don't know if it's good luck or bad luck. These 6 babies all have a platinum level evaluation. Not a single diamond level or golden level offspring. The 6 children have provided Ren with a total of 3,500 years of fighting spirit cultivation and 500 years of magic cultivation, as well as 20 kilograms of life spring water and a 7-star level combat technique. After receiving them, Ren fighting spirit realm directly broke through from the 25th stage limit to the 26th stage, getting closer and closer to the realm of half-god perfection. Adapting to the surge of power after the breakthrough in realm, Ren shifted his attention to other system rewards. That 7-star combat technique needs no introduction. Ren doesn't need it at all, just throw it into the system mall for recycling. Among them, what interests Ren the most is that spring of life. According to the information provided by the system, the spring of life is a divine object created by the goddess of life, containing a rich power of life laws. After taking it, it can cure all diseases and greatly extend one's lifespan. Every kilogram of the spring of life can increase one's lifespan by 1,000 years. In addition, this thing is also very beneficial for the fetus in gestation. Not only can it promote the development of the baby, but it can also improve the baby's aptitude. What a good thing! Recalling the system information in his mind, Ren also showed a hint of surprise on his face. Angelina and Althea's unborn child has yet to be born. These springs of life have come at just the right time. Chapter 245, The Birth of the Xingya Level Heir, the Rare Object of the Origin, the Seed of the War. Receive the Spring of Life. In the next second, 2 large bottles of pale green spring water, emitting a strong life force, appeared in front of Ren. He took them in his hands. Immediately, Ren found Angelina and Althea, the 2 women. This is the Spring of Life. After drinking it, it can greatly increase vitality and lifespan, promote fetal development, and improve the fetuses. As he spoke, Ren handed over the 2 large bottles of Spring of Life in his hands. He asked them to drink this Spring of Life. They each took a bottle of Spring of Life. Angelina and Althea did not hesitate and drank it all in one go. They knew that their husband would not harm them. As the spring of life went down their throats, Angelina and Althea's bodies immediately emitted a strong green light. They exuded an incredibly powerful life force. It lasted for more than 10 minutes. These visions then dissipated. Angelina and Althea both received significant benefits. Their physical condition returned to its optimal state. Their lifespans increased by several thousand years each. In addition, some of the spring of life was absorbed by the fetuses. Ren could clearly sense that the life force of the children in their bellies had increased several times compared to before. Especially the child in Althea's belly. She had already been pregnant for nearly 10 years. Combined with the nourishment from the spring of life, it greatly promoted physical development. The life force had almost reached its peak. If nothing unexpected happened, delivery would be in the next few days. As expected. 1 week later, Althea began to show signs of labor and was taken to the delivery room. Ren waited outside the delivery room with excitement and anticipation. This was the first child of the artificial goddess, Althea. He had great expectations for this child. Janice and others also arrived. Althea had been pregnant for so long. Everyone was curious about what would be different about this child. 1 hour. 2 hours. 3 hours. In the blink of an eye. 18 hours had passed. From dawn to midnight. There was still no movement in the delivery room. Could it be that Althea is having a difficult delivery? Encountering this situation for the first time, Ren was a bit confused. According to reason, this shouldn't be happening. With the help of a priest from the Church of Life, how could there be a difficult delivery? But the current situation was that the child was not coming out. Let's wait a little longer. Ren sensed that the vitality of Althea and the child in her womb remained strong. Without acting rashly, Ren suppressed the impatience in his heart and continued to wait at the door. Another 4 hours passed. Until the sun appeared again from the horizon, bringing the first ray of sunlight to the west. Finally, a loud cry of a baby came from the delivery room. Wow! The next second, an anomaly occurred suddenly. A silver sun rose in the sky above the Habsburg Manor out of thin air. Like the dawn of the rising sun. Countless rays of hopeful and vibrant morning light radiated from it. In an instant, it enveloped more than half of the province of Ren. Under the illumination of these rays of light, everyone feels as if they are soaking in a hot spring. Comfortable and content. Both physical and mental fatigue are slowly washed away by these morning light. This grand vision lasted for half an hour before it ended. Coming back to his senses, Ren is filled with excitement in his heart. Such an astonishing birth vision, never seen before. The talent of this child is absolutely extremely powerful. And the system prompt also confirms his thoughts. Detected the birth of the 276th child of the host, the magic talent of the offspring is a low-grade god, the fighting spirit talent is a low-grade god, hidden bloodline, dawn giant dragon, a divine grade bloodline formed by the perfect fusion of the bloodlines of the hunting goddess and the golden dragon, naturally controls the laws of dawn, wields the power of morning light, possesses high luck, the power of dawn, the fire of dawn, and other powerful talents, evaluated as starry sky level. Rewards: 10,000 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 10,000 years of magic cultivation, divine grade talent upgrade card, perfect divine country construction method, origin strange object, world seed. Fuck. Hearing this system prompt, Ren's face is filled with excitement. Althea's first child did not disappoint him. Directly giving birth to a starry sky level offspring. Higher than the dawn level offspring born by the elf princess Wenlina a few years ago. The first starry sky level offspring of the Habsburg family is born. Such a high talented child is born. The system rewards are naturally extremely generous. Requesting flowers 0. Compared to the dawn level offspring, the rewards for the starry sky level offspring have undergone a great qualitative change once again. The guaranteed cultivation reward has skyrocketed from the original 7,000 years to 20,000 years. 10,000 years of fighting spirit cultivation, 10,000 years of magic cultivation. In addition, there are 3 other rewards. The divine grade talent upgrade card, the perfect divine country construction method, and the origin strange object world seed are all of astonishing value. Among them, the divine grade talent upgrade card can elevate a designated talent quality to the myth level. You should know that. Talent qualities are divided into ordinary, rare, epic, legendary, myth, supreme, eternal, and mythical level talent. Even when used in the divine stage, it is not outdated. zero point zero. There is no need to say how valuable it is. So far, Ren has only obtained one mythical talent for spatial manipulation. If he were to obtain another mythical talent, it would definitely greatly enhance his strength. Not to mention the perfect divine country construction method. The divine country is the residence of the gods. It is also a safe fortress built by the gods for themselves. The quality of the divine country will directly affect the survival ability of the gods. A well-constructed divine country can greatly increase the power of the gods. Thus, they can resist enemies who are much stronger than themselves. And the perfect divine country construction method can build a powerful divine country that perfectly fits oneself. One can imagine how valuable it is. As for the origin artifact, the seed of the world, its value is even more astonishing. According to the information provided by the system, this thing is the supreme treasure bred by the origin of the universe. With this as the foundation, it can open up a perfectly balanced and rule-perfect plane. Moreover, this plane has extremely high evolutionary potential. Just by continuously feeding it energy, it can continue to grow. In the end, it is not impossible for it to grow into a huge world surpassing the main material plane of Roland continent. By then, as the creator of the world, Ren will possess the supreme power comparable to that of a god. In addition, the seed of the world can also be linked with the perfect divine country construction method, becoming the cornerstone of Ren construction of a perfect divine country. The preciousness is self-evident. Chapter 246 Cultivation Base Soars, Mythical Talent Speaking Freely. These rewards are also extremely precious to the gods. Recalling the reward information given by the system, Ren was extremely excited in his heart. However, he did not rush to claim the rewards. After all, such generous rewards would surely require a lot of time to digest. Now is obviously not the right time to claim the rewards. Wah, wah. An incredibly loud baby's cry came from the delivery room. For now, he suppressed the thought of receiving the system rewards. Ren, accompanied by his wives, walked briskly towards the delivery room, preparing to visit his first star-grade offspring and the just-completed production, Althea. Entering the delivery room. At this moment, Althea was lying on the bed resting. Her fair face was pale. Her soft, light green hair was in disarray, soaked in cold sweat, giving off a strong sense of fragility. Obviously, this child has exhausted her. It took nearly a day for her to give birth. If it were an ordinary woman, she would have been tortured to death. Althea, you've worked hard. Seeing Althea in this state, Ren felt very distressed. He quickly walked over. Mobilizing the power of the light law in the divine fire, he healed Althea's body. Under the gentle, warm, and vibrant power of light, Althea's physical condition quickly improved. Her pale and unhealthy complexion soon regained its color. After regaining her strength, Althea didn't speak, quietly lying in Ren's arms, enjoying her husband's careful care alone. Her beautiful eyes were filled with the radiance of happiness. Janice and the others beside them didn't speak, not disturbing the intimate moment between the two. They knew very well. Althea, who had just undergone an extremely long delivery, now needed quietness and rest the most. After more than 10 minutes, the mentally exhausted Althea unknowingly fell asleep in Ren's arms, gently placing Althea's little head on a soft pillow, then covering her with a blanket. Only then did Ren go to see the newborn child. That is a girl. Although she is just a newborn baby, but she looks extremely beautiful, with delicate features and fair skin that seems to glow, very lovable. Her temperament is like the rising sun in the morning, gentle yet full of vitality, as if she embodies all the hopes and beauty in the world. This child is really beautiful. She will definitely become a super beauty in the future. Looking at this child, Janet and others couldn't help but whisper. Their eyes were full of love and admiration. Coming back to their senses, Ren immediately examined the child's body. Soon, he made an astonishing discovery. This child is a legendary powerhouse. She possesses the Law of Dawn, and her magic power and fighting spirit have reached the legendary level. She even ignited her own divine fire. If it weren't for the insufficient magic power and fighting spirit in her body, she could be considered a demigod. Hiss. Looking at this examination result, Ren was also shocked. This is too abnormal. A natural demigod. A candidate for godhood. It can be said that this child has already reached a goal that others can only dream of as soon as she was born. For those who have been cultivating for thousands of years and still couldn't successfully ignite their divine fire to become a demigod, knowing that their lifelong efforts are not as good as a newborn baby, they would probably be so angry that they would vomit blood. In fact, Ren also felt a bit bitter, although he had already broken through to become a demigod. But he put in a great deal of effort for it. And this child is a natural demigod. Thinking about the difference between them, Ren had the urge to burst into tears. Fortunately, this is my child. This child is so outstanding. If nothing unexpected happens, becoming an immortal god in the future is a sure thing. This undoubtedly advances Ren's plan to build a divine family. Thinking of this, Ren's mood improved once again. In the blink of an eye, half a month has passed. After recovering from the physical depletion caused by Althea's childbirth, Ren immediately decided to seclude himself for a period of time to digest this wave of system rewards. He informed his wives about this matter, and then arranged the family and territory affairs. Ren immediately headed towards the time training chamber, entering his exclusive room, closing the door, activating the shielding magic array, and sitting down in the center of the cultivation room. Ren did not immediately claim the rewards. Instead, he converted all of his 10,000 years of magic cultivation into Do Chi. After all, compared to his legendary Do Chi talent, his magic talent is still at the epic level. The difference in cultivation quality brought by the two talents is more than tenfold. In this situation, it is obviously the wisest choice to convert all of it into Do Chi cultivation to maximize the benefits. After completing the conversion of cultivation, Ren finally began to claim the system rewards. Whoosh! In the next second, an immensely pure Do Chi energy surged into Ren's body, rapidly merging into his Do Chi origin. Mid-stage of the 26th rank. Late stage of the 26th rank. Peak of the 26th rank. Under the propulsion of his cultivation of up to 20,000 years of Do Chi, Ren cultivation realm directly soared to the peak of the 27th rank, and this immense Do Chi energy was completely depleted. The tremendous improvement in cultivation realm caused Ren's immortal divinity and divine flame within his body to continuously grow stronger. After the transformation was complete, Ren's strength skyrocketed by nearly 10 times. It's a pity I couldn't break through to the 28th rank in one go. Feeling the power within him that could destroy the heavens and earth, Ren thought somewhat dissatisfied. As long as he obtains another 1,500 years of Do Chi cultivation, he will be able to go further and break through to the next realm. However, it just isn't there. After the fusion of cultivation was completed, in the next moment, weaving the laws of the divine chain, setting up spatial barriers, modifying dimensional laws, countless knowledge and information about constructing a perfect divine kingdom rapidly merged into Ren's mind. These pieces of information were extremely complex and profound. Even though Ren had a strong soul endurance, it still took several hours to fully absorb the construction methods of a perfect divine kingdom. So that's how it is. After completing the absorption of knowledge, Ren now understood how to construct a perfect divine kingdom. Only when his cultivation reached the level of a god could he begin building his own perfect divine kingdom. Cultivation and knowledge were fully integrated. Only the rewards remained. A flash of light. A dark purple card engraved with divine runes and a translucent bead containing endless wind, the fire, and water appeared before Ren. Obviously, these were the divine grade talent upgrade card and the origin artifact, the seed of the world. Ren directly put away the seed of the world. Although this thing was extremely precious and valuable enough to cause a struggle among gods, he couldn't use it for now. He could only put it away and save it for later. As for the divine grade talent upgrade card, after some contemplation, Ren quickly had an idea in his mind. He planned to use the divine grade talent upgrade card to strengthen the talent of soul formation Saint Mantra. After all, having the mythical talent of 2.4-dimensional manipulation, which combined offense and defense, he currently didn't lack damage and defense. What he needed more were auxiliary abilities. And the talent of the sacred mantra perfectly met his requirements. Without hesitation, Ren picked up the dark purple card and used it on the sacred mantra. In the next moment, a surge of energy filled with the laws of the world's origin appeared in his mind. under the influence of this magical energy. The collective body of the rune representing the sacred mantra began to become more profound and complex, advancing to a higher level. After about 10 hours, this magical energy was completely depleted. At the moment when the talent upgrade was completed, Ren automatically gained specific information about the new talent. Words follow laws, mythical talent. Effect: with a single word, all laws respond. You can permanently modify reality with this talent, even command enemies to die or resurrect people. Note: to command death or resurrection of others, the opponent's strength must be lower than your own by at least one major realm for it to take effect. Chapter 247. The Church of the Sun comes to the door, showing its prestige as it says. Cow pen. Recalling the gifted information in his mind, Ren couldn't help but sigh. The sacred maxim has been upgraded to the mythical talent, words follow the law. The intensity of the ability has made a qualitative leap. Originally, it could only temporarily distort reality. Now it can permanently modify reality. Originally, it couldn't directly affect living beings themselves. Now it can. It can even directly command someone's death or forcibly resurrect the dead. It's almost omnipotent. It can be said that possessing this talent has at least increased Ren's strength by more than tenfold. With my current strength, it shouldn't be a problem to contend with the incarnations of ordinary gods. Ren thought proudly. He was not far from becoming invincible on the Roland continent. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. Having tasted great success from Althea, Ren was even more excited about Angelina's unborn child. However, Angelina's pregnancy was much shorter than Althea's. Judging from the development, Angelina's child would need at least 2 more months to be born. There was no way around it. Ren could only suppress his eager anticipation and wait patiently. On this day, Ren was in his study dealing with family and territory affairs. The butler, Robert, suddenly walked in. Lord, Archbishop Siloko from the Sun Church is here to visit and wishes to see you, Robert said as he approached Ren. Archbishop of the Sun Church? Putting down the parchment in his hand, Ren's eyes flashed with surprise. He didn't remember having any involvement with the Sun Church. Why would this archbishop suddenly come to visit him? Although he was puzzled, Ren decided to meet with the Archbishop of the Sun Church. After all, the Sun Church was not an ordinary sect. They worshipped the sun god, Loshanda. This was a deity with powerful divine power. Among many gods, Loshanda was an extremely strong existence. Don't judge a monk by their robe. Ren couldn't afford to neglect the Archbishop of the Sun Church. Entering the reception room, Ren saw a middle-aged man in a golden priest's robe sitting there. His whole body exuded a deep and scorching aura. Just like the sun. It was obvious. This person was the Archbishop of the Sun Church who came to visit him. Seeing Ren walk in, Siloko immediately stood up and greeted Ren. After some pleasantries. Archbishop Siloko, what brings you here today? Ren cut to the chase. He didn't believe that this archbishop would come to visit him just to spread the glory of the sun god. It was probably just to chat and talk nonsense with him. Upon hearing this, Siloko did not directly answer. Instead, he asked Ren, Prince Ren, may I ask a presumptuous question? A month ago, was it your child who brought the dawn light that enveloped the province of Lancelot? That's right. Upon hearing this, Ren readily admitted. After all, this news couldn't be hidden at all. The commotion caused by the birth of that child was too great. After admitting it, Ren was also somewhat puzzled. Why bring up this matter specifically? Could it be that this Archbishop of the Sun Church came for his newborn daughter? Upon hearing Ren's affirmative answer, Siloko's face immediately showed a joyful smile. Then, he revealed his purpose. Your child is very suitable for our Sun Church. I wonder, Prince Ren, can you let that child join our Sun Church? As long as you are willing to let the child join the Sun Church, I can guarantee that the next generation of Sun Pope will definitely be your child. In his opinion, to be able to trigger such a vast power of dawn immediately after birth, that child was simply the natural Sun child. As long as they joined the Sun Church, they would definitely attract the attention and concern of the Sun God. By then, he could also receive the blessings of the Sun God with this achievement. His status and strength would further advance. No way. Understanding the purpose of this visit from the Archbishop of the Sun Church, Ren decisively chose to refuse. What a joke. How could he possibly send a shining level heir to the Sun Church and become some bullshit pope? Becoming an immortal god is the path this child should take in the future. Although the Sun Pope's authority and power are at the top of the Roland continent, in essence, he is just a loyal dog under the command of the sun god, Loshanda. A mere pawn. At most, it is just a comparison of more advanced and important chess pieces. And as for becoming a god, it means being able to become a chess player. There is a world of difference between the two. Using your butt, you can tell which one is better. How could he possibly push his own child into a fire pit? I don't know what Ren is thinking deep down. Hearing Ren's refusal, Sirocco has absolutely no intention of giving up. This is a significant opportunity for him to advance further and even gain the favor of the sun god. How could he easily give up? In his opinion, the reason why Ren decisively refused is nothing more than wanting to take advantage of the situation. After a moment of contemplation, Sirocco spoke again. Prince Ren, as long as you are willing to let your child join the Sun Church, the Sun Church is willing to give you a semi-divine artifact as a token of gratitude. It has to be said. This Archbishop of the Sun Church is truly willing to spend money. In order to have Ren's daughter join the Sun Church, they even brought out a semi-divine artifact. If it were someone else, I'm afraid I'll just agree directly. After all, children can still be born, but semi-divine artifacts are not so easily obtained. However, Ren is not tempted at all. Not to mention semi-divine artifacts. Even artifacts in divinity, he would never sell his daughter. This is a matter of principle. No need to say any more. It is impossible for me to let that child join the Sun Church. Archbishop Sirocco, if you came specifically for this matter, you can leave now. After saying that, Ren prepared to serve tea and see the guest off. Prince Ren, have you really thought about rejecting the goodwill of our Sun Church? Seeing Ren's resolute attitude, Sirocco's face immediately darkened. In his opinion, Ren completely underestimated the situation. As a mortal descendant of the sun god, the Sun Church is not something that an imperial prince with semi-divine power can afford to offend. Hearing the threat in Archbishop Sirocco's words, Ren didn't even bother to lift his head. Leisurely, he took a sip of tea and slowly uttered a word, "Get lost." Mythical talent speak and the law follows, activate. Before Sirocco could react, an irresistible force controlled his body, rolling outward. In the blink of an eye, Sirocco's figure disappeared before Ren's eyes. Amidst the astonished gazes of others, Archbishop Sirocco quickly rolled out of the Habsburg Manor, rolling towards the outskirts of Eagle City. It wasn't until he completely rolled out of the Habsburg family's territory that Sirocco regained control of his body. Because he had rolled on the ground for tens of thousands of kilometers. At this moment, his magnificent son's ceremonial robe was completely covered in various dirt and filth. He looked extremely disheveled. How is this possible? Personally experiencing Ren's incomprehensible and strange methods, Sirocco no longer had his previous arrogance. His eyes were filled with fear. Too terrifying. You should know. He is a demigod with the power of the 22nd rank. Ren only said one word, and he lost control of his body, rolling all the way. If the other party wanted to kill him, it would probably be no more difficult than killing a chicken. Thinking of this, Sirocco trembled all over, filled with immense fear in his heart. The idea of forcibly forcing Ren to hand over the child was completely extinguished. He only wanted to get away from Ren now, away from the Habsburg family's territory. The farther, the better. Without caring about cleaning the dirt on his body, Sirocco immediately ran in the opposite direction of where Ren was. As if there was a flood beast chasing behind him. Inside the Habsburg Manor. Still know what's good for you. Using spatial manipulation abilities, opening a long-distance spatial door, witnessing this scene with his own eyes. Ren nodded in satisfaction. If this guy doesn't repent even in death, even if it risks provoking the hostility of the sun god Loshanda, he will take action to kill him. Note, the higher the level of faith of a priest who serves the gods, the stronger their strength, and the more attention they receive from the gods. After sending away the Archbishop of the Sun Church, Ren life returned to its normal rhythm. Dealing with territory and family affairs every day, spending time with his wife and children. Occasionally, he would be inspired to study and replicate some interesting magical devices similar to the technological creations of his previous life. Living a leisurely and comfortable life. In the blink of an eye. 2 months have passed. Now, Angelina's belly is very big. It is expected that she will give birth in the next week or two. Chapter 248 The Second Chensi Level Heir, The Blessing of the Top Family Wisdom Mind. 8 days later. Angela went into labor. Perhaps it was because of the strong physique of the dragon. Angela's delivery speed was quite fast. An hour later. A tender yet imposing dragon roar came from the delivery room. Roar. With the sound of this dragon roar, the light and shadow energy in the world seemed to receive the command of a monarch. Mighty and majestic. Converging towards the interior of the delivery room. The space within thousands of kilometers in all directions turned black and white. Like an ink painting. In the face of such an astonishing scene, the residents of Eagle City looked up, took a glance, and then continued with whatever they were doing. Very calm. No other reason. They had witnessed such anomalies many times before. Over the years. It happened every once in a while. Either a powerful offspring was born in the Habs family, or the head of the Habs family forged powerful magical equipment to trigger the resonance of the elements of heaven and earth. At first, they were very surprised. But as it happened more frequently, everyone became accustomed to it. After all, these anomalies did not have any impact on their lives. They just watched for the excitement. About half an hour later. As if satisfied after a meal. The baby in the delivery room no longer absorbed the light and shadow elemental energy in the air. The anomaly disappeared instantly. At the same time, the system prompt sounded. Detected the birth of the 277th child of the host. The magical aptitude of this offspring is sub-god level, and the martial spirit aptitude is legendary. Hidden bloodline, light and shadow dragon, a powerful dragon bloodline formed by the fusion of golden dragon and silver dragon bloodlines, naturally controlling the power of light and shadow, possessing talents such as light and shadow teleportation, light blessing, and shadow favor. Evaluated as dawn level. Rewards: 5,000 years of martial spirit cultivation, 2,000 years of magical cultivation, legendary level magical aptitude, top family blessing wisdom, purification law comprehension plus 50%. Sure enough. Angela did not disappoint Ren with this birth. She gave birth to a dawn level offspring. The second offspring of the Habus family's dawn class has been born. Compared to the first dawn class offspring, the rewards given to the second dawn class offspring have significantly declined. Obviously, there is an invisible bonus for the first offspring. However, even so, the normal rewards for the dawn class offspring are quite generous. In addition to the guaranteed cultivation of 7,000 years, the system also provides 3 highly valuable rewards: legendary level magic aptitude, top-tier family blessing wisdom mind, and 50% comprehension of purification rules. Among them, the legendary level magic aptitude is similar to the previously obtained legendary level fighting spirit aptitude. It's just that one enhances fighting spirit aptitude, while the other enhances magic aptitude. As for the top-tier family blessing wisdom mind, according to the information provided by the system, this blessing can bestow wisdom upon all members of the family, increasing their learning efficiency by 1,000% and enhancing their comprehension of rules by 50%. In other words, from now on, the members of the Habus family will directly accelerate their learning speed of various combat techniques and magic by 10 times. They will also be able to accelerate their comprehension of rules. In the long run, the Habus family will surely produce more and more strong individuals. In Ren's opinion, this super buff that permanently enhances the potential of all members of the Habus family is no less valuable than a semi-divine artifact. As for the 50% comprehension of purification rules, there is no need to mention it. Rules are the basis of condensing divine positions. And for gods, divine positions represent authority. It not only relates to the power attributes of gods, but also specifically manifests the range of their power, and is also the source of their power absorption. Therefore, before becoming immortal and godlike, the more rules one comprehends, the better. This represents the future after becoming a god, where one can directly condense a large number of divine positions and expand one's own authority. 50% comprehension of purification rules, equivalent to half a divine position. An ordinary demigod would have to work for over 1,000 years to comprehend a rule to this extent. The value of this is self-evident. Satisfied, he nodded. Ren did not rush to claim these rewards. Instead, he closed the system interface and walked towards the delivery room. Anyway, the rewards had already been obtained. It didn't matter when he claimed them. The most important thing now was to take care of Angelina, this great contributor. After all, without Angelina's hard work, he wouldn't have been able to obtain such generous system rewards. Half a month later, under Ren's careful care, Angelina's body, which had been depleted due to childbirth, had recovered quite well. After having some free time, Ren immediately claimed the rewards. As soon as he finished speaking, whoosh! The next second, a special energy filled with the aura of magic origin suddenly appeared in Ren's mind. It began to continuously optimize his soul. Under the influence of this power, the impurities in his soul were expelled frantically. At the same time, his perception of the magic energy network skyrocketed. When the transformation was complete, Ren found that he could feel the pulse of the world. Without the need for incantations, with just a thought, he could mobilize the elemental energy within 1,000 miles around him. After the fusion of legendary magic talent was completed, the next step was cultivation. He would convert his magic cultivation into chi cultivation. With the integration of a chi cultivation of 7,000 years, Ren cultivation realm directly broke through from the 27th stage to the mid-28th stage. His strength increased by a large margin. Finally, it was the blessing of the top family, the comprehension of the wisdom mind and 50% purification law. At the moment of claiming, Ren only felt a strange energy merging into his brain. It was icy and cool. Then, the speed of his brain's thinking increased geometrically. At the same time, countless mysteries about the purification law merged into his mind. With the blessing of a wise mind, in less than a day, Ren completed the reception of the comprehension of the law. I have to say, the purification law is really good. It is highly supportive. It also has a high compatibility with the law of light. After comprehending this law, the healing ability of the light chi in Ren body skyrocketed. At the same time, the restraint on negative energy beings became even more severe. After digesting all the rewards, Ren walked out of the time cultivation room. Just as he walked out, Ren noticed that his wives were gathered together talking about something. Their faces were full of confusion and unease. He asked. Only then did he know. It turned out that the blessing of the wise mind had caused trouble. Nuas, the effect of this blessing was too obvious. For no reason, his thinking speed suddenly increased tenfold. Such a strange situation. Janice and the others naturally felt uneasy. After all, when something seems too good to be true, it often comes with an unimaginable cost. Understanding what was on his wives' minds, Ren couldn't help but laugh and cry, and quickly explained. Knowing that this was a group blessing created by her husband, Janice and the others instantly felt relieved. The worry and unease on their faces turned into excitement. They knew very well how powerful this blessing was. With this blessing, their progress in strength would undoubtedly make a great leap. Skipping over this little incident, Ren life returned to its former rhythm. Every day, he accompanied his wives and educated his children. Or he opened a teleportation gate and went to meet Empress Isabella in the Andri Empire Palace. Playing some fun games with his wives at night. They were simply too happy. Chapter 249, The Birth of an Ancient Evil, Thousand-Headed Dragon Snake Yemenrad. Time flows like water. In the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. After this period of vigorous development, the newly acquired territory of the Habsburg family has recovered from the war, recreating the prosperity of the past, providing a large amount of tax revenue for the Habsburg family. The 3 provinces, excluding the taxes that need to be handed over to the Andri Empire. The Habsburg family can profit 2 billion gold coins from it every month, in addition to the output of other family industries. The Habsburg family can earn more than 30 billion gold coins in a year. Can't spend it all. Can't spend it all. Seeing the increasing number of gold coins in the family treasury, Ren doesn't want these gold coins to sit and gather dust. So, he decided to expand the scale and strength of the family's armed forces. At the same time, he vigorously developed the Shadow Intelligence Organization, expanding its intelligence collection scope to the entire continent. With substantial financial support, the Habsburg Knights and the Shadow Intelligence Organization quickly expanded like an inflated balloon. In less than half a year, the number of Habsburg Knights has expanded from less than 50,000 to 500,000. More than tenfold increase. And the Shadow Intelligence Organization is even more exaggerated. Including various peripheral intelligence members, the number has exceeded 5 million. Spread across the major cities of the empires. All the old members of the Shadow Organization have been promoted to core members in place. The size of the organization has increased by hundreds of times. Generally speaking, such rapid expansion can lead to significant chaos in the organizational structure. And it may allow a large number of untrustworthy individuals to infiltrate the organization. The disadvantages outweigh the benefits. However, Ren has a systematic power panel, which allows him to accurately understand the degree of control he has over his subordinates. Whether there is any tampering is clear at a glance. Therefore, even if the two organizations expand rapidly, Ren is not worried that his hard-developed organization will be secretly taken advantage of by others. In addition to developing family power. During this time, Ren did not forget to sow seeds for his wives. Under his diligent cultivation, Melita, Jessica, Lifa, and 13 other wives became pregnant one after another. 1 year later, the Habs family would once again have 13 newborns. As for Wenlina and the others, Ren is still working hard. It is estimated that it will take several years to complete the planting. The reason it takes so long is because after the bloodline ascends to the divine grade, reproductive ability decreases. This is a limitation and balance imposed by the laws of the world. The more powerful and advanced a transcendent creature is, the more difficult it is to reproduce offspring. Take dragons for example. If dragons had the reproductive ability of mice, they would be pregnant more than 10 times a year and give birth to dozens of offspring in one litter. In less than 100,000 years, the dragon race would completely occupy this universe. Of course, it is more likely that before that happens, the universe will be completely imbalanced, heading towards destruction. After all, the exponential growth of the dragon race, a legendary and advanced transcendent creature, is unimaginable. The amount of energy needed just for survival is an astronomical figure. Even if the entire universe were drained, it might not be able to supply it. Therefore, the universe restricts the reproductive speed of higher life forms. It is simply normal. 3 months later. During this time, a major event occurred in the Roland continent. The ancient evil creature, the thousand-headed dragon snake Yemenrad, broke free from its seal. This ancient evil creature can be traced back hundreds of thousands of years. It is said to have been brought to the Roland continent by a powerful star realm civilization. Its true form has over 1,000 heads. Each head can spew out a terrifying poisonous mist with extremely strong corrosiveness, or unleash lightning beams capable of destroying everything. Its power is comparable to a ninth circle magic. When all the 1,000 heads attack together, it is equivalent to a concentrated bombardment of thousands of ninth circle magics. Such a terrifying attack. Even a 30th ranked demigod might not be able to withstand it. Not only is it powerful in combat, this ancient evil creature also possesses extremely strong immortality. All heads were blasted into pieces, but they could recover within 5 minutes. In comparison, the troll, known for its fast recovery speed, was instantly turned into ashes. With formidable combat power, it is almost indestructible. Combining the two, they created the fearsome and terrifying reputation of the thousand-headed serpent Yemulade. Like a raging natural disaster, every time it appears, this ancient evil creature causes countless lives to wither. This time is no exception. According to some rumors, the thousand-headed serpent Yemulade has broken free. It is highly likely that this is a conspiracy by the evil deity, the spider goddess. The reason for such rumors is that after the birth of the thousand-headed serpent Yemulade, it headed straight towards the Silver Moon Forest, where the Elven Empire is located. The target is very clear. You see, according to previous records, wherever the thousand-headed serpent Yemulade goes, it devours everything in its path. It stands out as being completely unrestrained. By comparing the two, even a fool can see that something is fishy. Clearly, someone is manipulating the thousand-headed serpent Yemulade, specifically targeting the elven race. Among the gods and powerful beings, the one with the strongest motive and ability is the spider goddess, Rose. It is well known that after the fall and betrayal of the spider goddess from the elven pantheon, she developed a deep hatred for the elven race, releasing ancient evil creatures to attack the elves. This evil and insane goddess is definitely capable of such actions. Under the attack of the thousand-headed serpent Yemulade, The Elven Empire has suffered heavy losses, with nearly 1 million elves killed or injured. For a race with low fertility like the elves, this is an extremely heavy blow. And this casualty number is still increasing. According to common sense, in such a huge crisis, the elven gods would definitely descend in their avatars to help the Elven Empire. However, this time, it is unknown whether they have been hindered by certain factors. So far, no deity descended in the form of an elf. The water here is deep, Ren thought to himself as he looked at the intelligence collected and summarized by the shadow organization in his hand. The matter of breaking the seal of the thousand-headed serpent Yemulade clearly involved a large-scale battle among deities. From the current situation, it is obvious that the deities on the side of the elves are at a disadvantage. Otherwise, the situation of the elven race would not be so tragic. After pondering for a moment, Ren decided to inform Winurna about this matter. After all, Winurna is the eldest princess of the elven race and has the right to know about this matter. Ren did not want to hide this matter and cause a rift between them. The Elven Empire has suffered heavy losses from the attack of the thousand-headed serpent Yemulade? Upon hearing this terrible news, Winurna was stunned. She never expected that her homeland, where she grew up, would encounter such a thing. After a moment of silence, Winurna raised her head and said firmly to Ren, "My dear, I want to return to the Elven Empire for a while." Although she had previously chosen to give up returning to the Elven Empire with her mother in order to be with Ren, it did not mean that she had no feelings for the Elven Empire. On the contrary, she had deep affection for the Elven Empire. After all, it was her homeland where she had lived for nearly 1,000 years. It held countless beautiful memories, and her friends were also there. Upon hearing that the Elven Empire was facing a great crisis, she naturally wanted to go back and contribute to resisting the crisis. However, Ren obviously couldn't let Winurna go back alone. This matter is very complicated and extremely dangerous. If Winurna were to go back, she would very likely put herself in danger. "Okay. But you must go with me." Facing Winurna's determined and expectant gaze, Ren spoke directly. He decided to accompany Winurna on this journey. This is his responsibility as a man. Chapter 250, Going to the Silver Moon Forest, The Dilemma of the Elven Empire. "Dear, you heard what Ren said." In Winlena's emerald green eyes, there was a deep sense of gratitude. She knew that the reason her husband wanted to accompany her to the Elven Empire was solely to protect her safety. Otherwise, Ren had no need to trouble himself to get involved in this mess. "You are my wife. I will absolutely not let you get hurt." Ren held Winlena's small face, speaking gently yet firmly. This was his true thought in his heart. In his eyes, protecting his wife from harm was his responsibility. Whether it was an ancient evil or a deity, as long as they dared to harm his wife, he would definitely exterminate them. "Dear, I love you." Feeling her husband's care for her, Winlena suddenly felt her heart melting. As sweet as if she had eaten honey. Her love for Ren in her heart instantly reached an unwavering level. After finalizing the matter of going to the Elven Empire, Ren wasted no time. He informed the other wives about this matter, telling Janice and the others to take care of the household and wait for his return. After arranging the family affairs, Ren set off directly with Winlena. The Silvermoon Forest, where the Elven Empire was located, was in the southern part of the Roland continent. It was several million kilometers away from Eagle City. With such a great distance, if they wanted to arrive quickly, they could only use spatial manipulation abilities. Winlena pointed the way. Ren used spatial manipulation, continuously opening portals. In less than a day, Ren arrived at the destination with Winlena, the Silvermoon Forest. It was an extremely vast primeval forest. One couldn't see the end at a glance. Trees hundreds of meters tall were everywhere. Like a green ocean, full of vibrant life. They walked deeper into the Silvermoon Forest. Not long after, Ren and Winlena saw a very fresh battlefield. Tens of thousands of war treants lay on the ground, permanently devoid of life. Within a radius of thousands of miles, bloodstains were everywhere. Although no elf bodies were found. But from the scene in front of us, it is enough to imagine how fierce the battle was at that time. Witnessing this battlefield, Winlena felt very uncomfortable in her heart. The worry on her face became even stronger. "I understand Winlena's current mood." Ren immediately quickened his pace. After tens of minutes, The two successfully arrived at the capital of the Elven Empire, Silvermoon City. Due to the enormous threat brought by the thousand-headed dragon serpent Yemenrad, the Elven Empire is currently in a state of war alert. As the capital of the Empire, Silvermoon City is heavily guarded to the extreme. The silver-blue light curtain envelopes the vast Silvermoon City. Under the interference of the 5th-level Warlock, which represents the highest magical achievement of the elves, Ren is also unable to use spatial manipulation to directly open a portal and enter the interior of Silvermoon City. There is no way. He can only take Wenlina and head towards the city gate of Silvermoon City. To avoid trouble, Ren also used the perfect transformation ability of the legendary item, the Ring of Shapeshifting, to temporarily change his race to an elf. At this moment, the city gate of Silvermoon City is tightly closed. The elven soldiers on the city wall are on high alert. Seeing someone approaching, these elven soldiers immediately shoot arrows to stop Ren and Wenlina from moving forward. Without stimulating the sensitive nerves of these elven soldiers, Ren and Wenlina stopped in their tracks. "I am Wenlina, the princess of the Empire." Wenlina spoke to declare her identity. Upon hearing this, the elven soldiers on the city wall immediately became restless. Hasn't this princess been missing for a long time? Everyone thought she was already dead. Why did she suddenly come back now? Understanding the importance of the matter, these elven soldiers dare not be negligent. They immediately report the situation to the elven general who commands them. After a few minutes, a male elf wearing legendary magical armor came out of Silvermoon City with a team of elven soldiers. "Greetings, Your Highness." After verifying and confirming Wenlina's identity, the elven general respectfully saluted. "Where is my mother? I want to see her." Wenlina spoke frankly. She wants to first find her mother and ask for the specific situation. "The queen is inside the palace," replied the elven general. Upon hearing this, Wenera led Ren and walked towards the Silvermoon City. In response to this, the elven general did not dare to stop them. Although he did not know who this unfamiliar elf was, judging from the intimate attitude of the princess, their relationship was definitely not simple. In this situation, he naturally could not stop Ren from entering. They proceeded unimpeded along the way. The two entered the elven palace. Having grown up here, Wenera was familiar with everything in the palace. Soon, she found her mother, Hilsa. At this moment, the elven queen was in the study, frowning in contemplation. Obviously, she had encountered a major problem. Even when Wenera pushed the door open and entered, she did not notice. She remained immersed in her own thoughts. "Mother." Seeing this, Wenera immediately called out, reminding her mother of her arrival. "Wenera?" Coming back to her senses, Hilsa could hardly believe her eyes. Wasn't this disobedient daughter supposed to have privately committed to that human and given up on returning to the Elven Empire? Why did she suddenly come back now? "I heard that an ancient evil attacked the Elven Empire, and I wanted to come back and help," Wenera explained, sensing her mother's doubts. Upon hearing this, Hilsa was very relieved. Her resentment and objections towards Wenera, who had been wholeheartedly with that human, also diminished quite a bit. "Flowers are requested." Although her daughter's behavior of being with that human had brought shame to the Elven royal family, at this critical moment, she was able to come back and help. This showed that her daughter was not raised in vain. "It's good that you have this intention. By the way, where is your human husband? Why didn't he come with you?" Indeed, humans are unreliable. The more Hilsa spoke, the angrier she became. She felt that her daughter was not worth it. All for the sake of being with that human. This foolish daughter is willing to give up the position of the Grand Princess of the Elven Empire and give up inheriting the Elven Empire. As a result, that guy actually feels at ease letting this foolish daughter return alone. He is completely irresponsible. This kind of man. She absolutely will not allow her daughter to continue being with him. "Mother, you've misunderstood. Actually, Ren also came. I said I wanted to come back, and Ren volunteered to come with me." Upon hearing her mother's words, Wenna quickly interrupted. She does not allow anyone to speak ill of Ren. Even her mother. "Hello, mother-in-law." Ren outside the door also walked in at the right time. After dispelling the perfect transformation spell, he greeted the Elven Empress. Seeing this, Hilsa's cheeks turned red, feeling extremely embarrassed. She didn't expect the person she cursed was actually right at the door. However, she was still happy for her daughter. This human was able to voluntarily come to the Elven Empire with Wenna. Clearly, he sincerely cares for his daughter. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sought trouble and gotten involved in such a dangerous event. Thinking of this, Hilsa's initially negative impression of Ren instantly improved quite a bit. Rarely, she showed a pleasant expression towards Ren. Mother, why did the ancient evil creature attack the Elven Empire? Why didn't our gods intervene to help? After the misunderstanding was cleared, Wenna immediately asked. Facing her daughter's inquiry, Hilsa sighed and didn't have any intention of hiding it. She briefly explained the current predicament of the Elven Empire. That's because, from the narration of the Elven Empress, Ren and Wenna quickly learned the origin of this incident and why the Elven gods have yet to intervene. Just as the rumors circulating in the Roland continent speculated, the attack on the Elven Empire by the thousand-headed dragon snake, Yemulad, was the work of the Spider Queen, Rosalind. The goal is to completely destroy the Elven Empire and sever the source of belief in the Elven gods. In order to achieve this goal, the Spider Queen also united with many evil gods to launch a surprise attack on the divine realm of the Elven gods, forcing the Elven gods to be too busy to attend to the Elven Empire in the mortal world. If not for this, the dangerous ancient evil creature, Yemulad, would have been dealt with by the Elven gods long ago. How could they allow this extremely dangerous ancient evil creature to rampage within the Elven Empire? Chapter 251. The final card of the Elven Empire, the attack of a thousand-headed dragon and snake. Mother, we have so many powerful beings in the Elven Empire. If we unite, even if we can't kill that thousand-headed dragon snake, we should be able to drive it away, right? Upon hearing about the great crisis facing the Elven Empire from the mouth of the Elven Queen Mother, Wenera couldn't help but speak up again. In her opinion, no matter how fierce that ancient evil creature is, it shouldn't render the mighty Elven Empire helpless. Upon hearing her daughter's words, Hilsa couldn't help but show a bitter smile on her face. She had thought the same before. Upon learning of the thousand-headed dragon snake's attack, she immediately summoned all the powerful members of the clan to stop it. She wanted to take advantage of its lack of deep penetration into the Silvermoon Forest, to kill or drive it out. However, reality gave her a harsh slap. That thousand-headed dragon snake had received the divine blessings of more than 10 evil gods. Its strength had already reached a level comparable to that of a god's incarnation. Ordinary demigods were completely 237 in front of it. Not knowing the true strength of the thousand-headed dragon snake, Yemulad. That battle, the unprepared Elven Empire suffered a big loss. 3 demigods fell. More than 20 legendary powerhouses fell. Such a brutal price was paid. But all they got in return was a period of quiet from the thousand-headed dragon snake Yemulad. They didn't even manage to inflict fatal injuries on it. How could this be? Knowing the strength of the thousand-headed dragon snake was so formidable. While Wenera found it hard to believe, her heart sank to the bottom. From the current situation, unless the Elven gods intervene. Otherwise, the Elven Empire is simply unable to resist this terrifying monster created by the collaboration of numerous evil gods. For a moment, the atmosphere in the palace study became heavy. Don't worry. Just a mere ancient evil creature. With me here, there won't be any storms. Seeing the worry on his wife Wenlena's face, Ren pulled her into his arms and spoke. Regarding his own strength, he was quite confident. At the 28th level of power, coupled with multiple mythical talents and the protection of a bug-level world, even if a true god came in person, he would not be afraid. Not to mention, he was only dealing with ancient beings blessed by gods. Even if he couldn't win, he would definitely not lose. Hearing this, Wenlena's heart warmed, and the worry on her face dissipated a bit. However, she did not believe that her husband's words were true. She thought that her husband was only saying these things to comfort and reassure her. In her opinion, although her husband was very strong, but compared to that ancient evil creature that completely surpassed the realm of reason, he definitely couldn't compare. Wenlena, as Ren confidant, thought so. Not to mention the Elven Queen Hilsa. She completely didn't believe that Ren could defeat that ridiculously powerful ancient Shu. Seeing this, Ren didn't rush to explain either. Words alone were not enough. Actions would be more convincing. Like this. Ren and Wenlena settled in the Elven Palace. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The thousand-headed dragon snake Yemulade seemed to have recovered from the injuries it had previously suffered. Appearing once again, With a fierce momentum, it headed towards the capital of the Elven Empire. In about 3 hours, it would arrive at Silvermoon City. Upon hearing this news, the Elven Queen Hilsa immediately mobilized for war, summoning all the armies to defend Silvermoon City. At the same time, no longer concerned about energy consumption, she directly activated the 5th-level magic seal, the Moon Goddess's favor, in its complete form. The next second, countless silver moonlight turned into substance and fell. The sky for tens of thousands of kilometers around the Silvermoon City is completely covered by the pure moonlight. It looks very beautiful. However, these moonlights are not just for show. As the highest masterpiece of the Elven Magic Lock domain, the complete form of the Blessing of the Moon God possesses incredible power. Under the cover of these moonlights, the elves in the Silvermoon City will receive endless power. Whether it is physical strength, fighting spirit, magical power, or mental state, they will always be in their best condition. They become a direct, perpetual motion machine. Their combat power is raised by several levels out of thin air. In addition, once an enemy intrudes into this moonlight domain, these moonlights will immediately transform into the coldest and most chilling silver moon fire, igniting and turning all enemies into ice powder. But that's not the most terrifying part. The most terrifying part is, as long as one is within the moonlight domain, their spirit will silently be influenced by the moonlight. As time goes by, their soul will fall into a deep sleep, forever trapped in the dream of moonlight. Even a demigod at the 30th level cannot be immune to this power. It is precisely because of the power of the Blessing of the Moon God Magic Lock. Even though the Elven Empire has experienced several great calamities, the Silvermoon City has never fallen. The Silvermoon City will never fall. Seeing this 5th-level magic lock fully activated, the heaviness in Hilsa's heart instantly dissipated. Her confidence was restored. In her opinion, even if that ancient artifact blessed by numerous evil gods is powerful, it is absolutely impossible to break this highest masterpiece of the Elven race, to destroy the Silvermoon City and devastate the Elven Empire. The same goes for Winera beside her. All the elves have almost absolute trust in this powerful magic lock that has guarded the Silvermoon City for tens of thousands of years, almost like a belief. However, compared to the confidence of Hilsa and her daughter Rena, Ren felt that things were not so simple. That evil spider goddess caused so many major events in order to destroy the Elven Empire. It is impossible for her not to have considered this powerful magic lock. It is probably unrealistic to rely on the favor of the Moon Goddess to stop the attack of the thousand-headed dragon serpent Yemenrad. However, although he didn't have much hope in his heart, Ren did not express his thoughts. Because the favor of the Moon Goddess magic lock is obviously the final trump card of the Elven Empire. If this cannot stop the attack of the thousand-headed dragon serpent, then the Elven Empire would be almost helpless. Saying it out loud would not change anything. It would be better to act accordingly when the time comes. If it really doesn't work, then he will take action. Thinking like this, Ren played with Rena's smooth little hand and chose to remain silent. Just like that, 3 hours quickly passed. Under Hilsa's coordination, the soldiers and strong warriors of the Elven Empire were fully prepared. They were on high alert, waiting for the arrival of the thousand-headed dragon serpent Yemenrad. Another 15 minutes passed. A giant snake-like creature with a size of several hundred meters walked from a distance. This monster was all green in color, with a thick and elongated body and over 1,000 ferocious snake heads. Such a twisted appearance. Just by looking at it, it made people feel a sense of extreme danger. There is no doubt. This is a terrifying monster that can give people nightmares just by its appearance. In addition, it was surrounded by countless green poisonous mists emitting an ominous aura. The toxicity of these mists is extremely terrifying. Wherever they pass, life withers and everything decays. Chapter 252, Cthulhu Realm, World-Destroying Monster. Here it comes. Looking at the Qianshou Longshi Yemenglade in the distance, emitting a fierce aura all over its body, Hilsa and the others looked solemn. Weapons in hand, ready to strike. Hiss. 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 Seeing its target right ahead, Yemenglade's eyes flashed with excitement. Over 1,000 heads simultaneously emitted a terrifying hissing sound that made one's scalp tingle. Immediately, a swaying tail, continuously wriggling its body, increasing its speed, rushing towards Silvermoon City. In less than a minute, Yemenglade crossed a distance of hundreds of kilometers and charged into the moonlight domain formed by the magic barrier. Who? Who? Sensing a powerful enemy approaching, the 5th level magic barrier guarding Silvermoon City automatically switched to combat mode. The moonlight in the sky instantly converged into countless silver-blue moonfires, bombarding Yemenglade. It looked as if countless meteors were falling, creating a beautiful and magnificent scene. The power of this attack has almost reached the level of super-level magic. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Feeling threatened by these moonfires, Yemenglade temporarily stopped its advance. More than 1,000 ferocious giant snakeheads were distributed and scattered. Then, they opened their blood-filled mouths. Countless lightning bolts with astonishing voltage gathered in their mouths. The next second. Z. Thousands of deep yellow lightning beams shot into the sky like the scattering flowers of a heavenly maiden. Each beam contained a powerful destructive force. Thousands of lightning beams shot out simultaneously, their power no less than that of high-level magic. Silver-blue moonfire collided with the lightning beams. Boom. 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 Accompanied by a tremendous roar. The energy flames produced by the intertwining of two powerful attacks instantly illuminated the entire sky, causing the space to twist and deform. They remained deadlocked for a moment. With their astonishing energy reserves, the moon goddess's favor magic created more and more moonfire, gradually gaining the upper hand in the clash of attacks. At the same time, taking advantage of a gap in the dragon snake Yemenglade's defense against the magic lock, Hilsha and the others also launched continuous attacks against it. Countless magic arrows filled the sky and shot towards it. In the blink of an eye, the dragon snake was shot into a hedgehog. Among them, Hilsha and the others' attacks precisely exploded several heads. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Feeling intense pain, over 1,000 pairs of terrifying snake eyes on Yemenglade simultaneously showed anger. But it is a blatant provocation. It must kill and devour all these ants that dare to harm it. With this thought in mind, Yemenglade decisively uses the blessing of the evil god, entering its strongest state. The next second, over 10 kinds of evil divine power emitting a sinister, decayed, and filthy aura rise from the body of the 1,000-headed snake. With it as the center, the earth and sky are tainted black. Various spine-chilling, ear-piercing wails resound in the void, like the mournful screams of undead witches. Dark and terrifying. This dark domain derived from over 10 kinds of evil divine power is extremely powerful. The billions of moonfires created by the moon god's favor magic are engulfed within it. In an instant, they are extinguished. Not even a ripple is stirred. Not to mention the attacks from Hilsa and the others. They penetrate into it. Before long, they are corroded by an inexplicable power and turned into nothingness, without any interference from external attacks. Under the blessing of these dark divine powers, the color of the 1,000-headed dragon's body rapidly changes from green to dark green. At the same time, its size is rapidly expanding. In the blink of an eye, it expands from a few hundred meters to several thousand kilometers in size. Although it is still at the 30th rank, its aura is dozens of times stronger than before, almost reaching the limit of the demigod realm. Dark purple evil flames emerge out of thin air. Hundreds and thousands of snake heads the size of small mountains roar towards the sky. It looks like a world-destroying monster from mythical legends. Fierce flames rise, unrivaled. In fact, it's almost true. With the blessing of more than 10 evil gods,